kad sudi, pjevat ćemo ljudi. Ne boj se rogova ni lažnih bogova, šta nam mogu lanjski snjegovi. Ne boj se tragova ričućih lavova, šta će crni oblak planini.
Ljudi moji, welcome, dobra večer, PodroomTV episode 7, we're back, it's another Monday night here in cold and wintry, drizzly Melbourne. Ali, pozdrav to everybody that's tuning in, wherever you may be this evening. We hope the technology is up and running, our microphones are on, our cameras are on. We've turned our mics around so that we're facing them when we talk to each other. We've taken on board the feedback from last week.
We listen.
We do listen. We do our best to listen. We do our best to reach out. Sometimes we pull it and go off tangent. Ali, most times we try and listen, and we do take things on board because it can only get better if we try. Spolge, what a week it's been, especially for you, mate. You've been all over the joint, working, singing, visiting, doing all sorts of emceeing. I had a pretty quiet weekend compared to you, mate.
Did you?
I only went to Bendigo to watch NPL Juniors, and other than that, I pretty much worked and did nothing on Saturday.
Perfect.
And but you had a full-on weekend, mate.
I
You were
did.
all over. You were everywhere.
I was supposed to go off to an 18th/21st birthday in Geelong on Friday. I didn't make it because I hit a brick wall, and I knew I had a massive weekend, and I was in bed by about 8:30, 8:45, and I was watching the Dandy City versus Dinamo game from bed. And Yoshko was joining me as well. We both watched the game from there. But a massive happy birthday to Lucas and Grace Spehard as well. Sorry I missed out on that one, but I wish I was there, honestly. But all the best to you both. And then Saturday, big wedding for a big bloke.
A big wedding for a big. That's exactly right.
Paddy Bolter, a well-known guy in the community, especially amongst the Dinamo people, and everyone knows he's a dusha čovjeka. He's does a lot for Dinamo there, and an absolute gentleman. So that was a beautiful wedding.
And
beautiful
Vukovar,
people.
and as you can see, I'm wearing the Vukovar. I think it's his current season Vukovar t-shirt. So for Goran Burčar, if you are watching, you often send us messages about not having enough Dinamo paraphernalia, just like Mio Albert saying we don't mention Dinamo enough. You can see the big D here. You know, a lot of Dinamo supporters love a lot of the big D.
They do.
And you can see on the back there, you got all. I think it's one of the logos here. I think you got horse. You've got Četvrta brigada.
Oh, you got MUP. You got Tigrovi. Ne vidim. Treća gardijska brigada.
There you go.
But that was there. So
Big Paddy.
Big Paddy. So that was I entered the land of the giants that night. So I brought down the average height to about 195 on that night.
I heard the bride's father during his speech. He mentioned that when Paddy was coming over to be introduced to the family for the first time, the old man said, I had my pumped out my chest, there's a bloke coming, he's dating my daughter or whatever, and he's going to come over and I'm going to show him who's boss. And, he's going to come out, chest out, and my sons, and, we're going to get there and give him a sort of a bit of a tough welcome. He goes, you open the door and there's a 7-foot bloke standing there, built like a brick, you know what? And he goes, and we killed him with kindness, apparently. He goes, they killed him with kindness.
They did.
But, like I said, Dusha Čovjeka, congratulations on the nuptials, on the future, and may you live happily ever after for many years to come.
Absolutely,
but,
God bless.
All
the Dinamo people, actually, talking about the father-in-law, Dinamo people being Dinamo people, gave him a bit of a nickname and called him Colonel Sanders. So that was it.
They have the
No, he didn't. He just had grey hair and a little bit of a grey beard, but that didn't stop him.
A fantastic family that put a lot into the community, and no doubt, if you're at the tourney now this year in September, you'll see all the Bolters down there helping out, and all the extended family as well, the Cholinas and everybody else that was down there. Just a great extended family that does puts in a lot of work into the community. Even at Sunshine last week, there was Working Bee, as there has been pretty much. It feels like it's every day. There is volunteer work happening down there at the Catholic Centre, Croatian Catholic Centre in Sunshine. massive things are happening.
Yeah, maybe
down
through a
there as
couple
well.
years of neglect, people going, "No, we're going to save this place," and it's the usual suspects as well.
There are
Going out there and doing
bobcats. There is. Oh, mate, all they telling me they were doing now, that area between, I think, the church and the priest's house is, and even the tennis courts, I think it's going to get a facelift possibly, and all like a change in. Amazing.
Yeah, it
Amazing
is,
what's happening
yeah.
around there
Absolutely.
and around our community in general. And a lot of things are happening really
And
positive.
so there's a lot of things in the works there, actually. Probably can't talk about so far, but it's all hearsay at the moment. But
speaking
hopefully, a lot of it comes to
Dynamo, there was a
fruition.
mysterious Instagram post came up. Big things coming at Dynamo. Something about char grilled burgers or something along those lines. I've seen Dalmatian Spit and Grill popped it up, but at very little context. So I'm intrigued as to what it might be. Don't give it away if you're on the chat. We'll wait until the official thing comes out, but I'm really intrigued as to what that is, whether it's got anything to do with the game on Sunday night at 6 p.m. at Churchill Reserve, St Albans Dynamo versus Preston Macedonia. Big game, big crowd expected down there on Sunday at 6 p.m.
Absolutely. Last man standing there as well. Make sure you get a ticket. Massive prizes to be won, like every year at the last man standing. We'll be there also on Sunday. So providing a little bit of entertainment, if that's what you want to call it.
We'll do a couple of lives from there. We'll try and find a few interesting characters we can chat to, and we can get some footage, hopefully, for our next show. But let's say next week we don't think there will be a show.
Yep.
Starting as of tomorrow, my work hours will change, and will change probably indefinitely for the time being. So I won't be able to do Mondays anymore. We'll be looking at Sundays, but Sunday being the game at 6, big game. We'll try and get some stuff out for you on the night, some lives and what have you on Instagram, maybe on Facebook, and the rest will bank and we'll play probably the following Sunday. We might have to go to Sunday Spolls. We'll see how we go. Maybe every second Sunday. You've got a massive schedule too. I can't expect you as well every week, week in, week out to turn up, especially on a Sunday if you've had a gig till God knows when on a Saturday and a Friday and whatever else. But how's your forehead? I heard there was a lot of greenbacks and pineapples being slapped on that forehead at the wedding.
It was, yeah. No, Sam and I were there, door Besbrigger, entertaining them, along with DJ Daniel Drags. And it was a great wedding, like I said. And I was fortunate enough to have a couple of pineapples slapped. I think I even got a €10 note slapped onto my head.
So you are now Besbrigger. I heard you retired after Saturday.
That's it. That's finished. No, we're still Croatian, not a Masso band. So
there you go. So the ATO knows nothing about it.
Absolutely nothing. I don't even know what you're talking about. But one thing that was for certain, and I made that quite clear. Look, there was plenty there to land on and aim at. So you could probably fit 15 notes up there. But anyway, thank you. All of those, I was slapping my forehead. Thanks.
Enjoy.
But speaking of Dynamo as well, you can see my top. You're talking about Dynamo. Well, I've got, Hajduk. And what a spectacular top.
Look at that.
And I brought this top up a couple of weeks ago. Tony Dorotic put this around my dummy and said, can you please play this on our podroom? And I said, it certainly will. When I was supposed to come in on Monday and still put in the wash. But anyway, so it's been washed now and it's here. And
it was a big derby there on Friday night.
Absolutely.
Down at Frank Holohan Reserve. Dandy City, Hajduk got up 2-1 over St Albans Dynamo. It was 1-1 pretty late into the game, and then Dandy got that winner. But from all reports, very jovial atmosphere down there at Dandy. The Dynamo bus made its way all the way over to Endeavour Hills. And had a pretty good time getting there while they were there and getting home apparently as well. So
you don't walk out of that place. And I've said that. You know what? They're good people at Dandy, but they're no good. They're no good. Speaking of, I ran into some of the Dandy people there yesterday also at the Knights and thanked them for their great hospitality and thanked them for helping me walk to the car the other night. And it was actually being escorted. I'm serenaded with a squeeze box there. Last time I was all the way to the car, like they do in Slavonia, all the way to the cupia. Like they
we're smashing like those little shot glasses on the way, like in Sokol Ganijev Volio.
No,
if anyone's ever wants to watch a great movie, Sokol Ganijev Volio. You ever seen that?
No,
one?
I haven't.
With Fabian Shovagovic and his son Filip, I believe. Great movie, great World War II themed movie that encapsulates all things about how the Crow Narod was pulled in all different directions from Ustaše, Domobrani, Legionnaires, Wehrmacht, Partizani, everywhere. Great movie. Sokol Ganijev Volio. And that's where you see Fabian Pokojni Shovagovic rips out the rakia, has a massive swig and launches it. So it's a great iconic scene.
I finally watched that movie you asked me to watch, and I can't remember.
Konjanik,
Konjanik. I did. I watched it all.
one of the all-time great movies. Of all
It
time.
is, and like you said, it really portrayed what those times were like. Whether and that three-way sort of thing. Are you Orthodox, you're Catholic, or you're Muslim at that time, and how little things destiny can lead you in certain directions. It was a great watch.
A piece of bread could change a man's future.
Exactly.
Basically,
And back in those days, when you're starving, mate.
But Spolge, before we go to our first guest, and I gave people notice of who our guests are this evening: Mariana Mesic,
Yes.
Croatian artist from Adelaide,
Yep.
and Drago Ivanek,
Yep.
singer, songwriter, performer from Sydney.
Yep.
They'll be both joining us this evening. We tested Doug's technology earlier in the afternoon. All works, and I think he's actually already online, as is Mariana. I think they're both here in the.
I know Mariana said she was going to try and get on a little bit earlier just to make sure, because she was a bit nervous about the whole technology thing.
No need to be nervous.
She is an artist, so technology doesn't usually run hand in
But
hand
I can
with
see in the background
artistry.
it is grayed out at the moment. We'll pop you on very, very soon, Mariana. But one thing that really got me again this week, I don't like getting angry. It's out of character. I'm
very out of
I'm
character.
a happy-go-lucky type
Very
guy who, baci brigu na veselje and that sort of. Never been angry. in my life.
Veseljak.
Never been angry in my life, unless your drinks are spiked while you're in a president's box at Melbourne Knights.
Or
Someone
dandy.
sprinkles some rehypnol in there and you pollute it.
Yeah.
Ali, otherwise I'm just a jovial character
Yes.
that just loves. This is the
I
one.
stand by that.
This is the one. This is a video. If you want to watch this video first, that I saw, I don't know if it was on Fox.
Adrian Segecic, so naturalised to go to Croatia to play for Croatia, but misses out on the 26-man squad for the World Cup.
I can't understand that. Yeah, I can't understand that, because it obviously would have been a massive carrot. They probably would have said no guarantees. Look, we're disappointed. Let's just get this straight. Australia, we are disappointed.
Yep.
But there's if he wants to play for Croatia, that's his prerogative and his right. No problem. But just now, from his point of view, I don't know what's going on, because obviously the biggest carrot would have been, because he definitely would have been in the Socceroos squad, right? The biggest carrot would have, most definitely, would have been.
All right. Most definitely would have been in the Socceroos squad.
Most
Mr.
definitely.
Bosnich said. Most definitely. That's a carrot that he was dangled, apparently, that he was going to play for Croatia in the starting 11 at the fucking World Cup.
Yeah.
But they're saying, no, most definitely would have been an Australian starting 11, right?
Mhm.
The most definitely,
Yeah.
Sydney-born Segecic was handed his maiden Australian call-up by Tony Popovich last September, but did not see game time.
Yes.
Over 2 games, the bloke travelled from England.
Yep.
2 games, didn't get a minute. He was not included in October's friendlies against the US and Canada, and was ruled out of the November international window with an ankle injury, right? So twice. Once he was called, over 2 games, was not capped. The second time he was not even called. Third time, obviously, he's injured. And now they're claiming that he was a guaranteed starter in the starting 11 for Australia at the World Cup, and it has been stitched up, and that they've guaranteed him game time or whatever, and been in just being in that 26 or whatever it is, even the wider standby squad. Have you seen some of the names in that squad?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I don't even bother looking.
Wasn't even capped for Australia, but over there he's sitting with people like Lovro Mayer, these Belios and stuff.
Oh, you're talking about that. I thought
You
the
know
training
what I
one you're talking about. Yeah. But he's there.
I don't think the carrot was playing for the Croatia in the World Cup. He's already playing in the under 9 or 21s or whatever it is. He's
that's
already
right.
getting capped in those youth.
Yeah.
There's no promises with the Hrvatski nogometni savez. They
Absolutely
won't promise you nothing.
No.
But what you can guarantee is that the people in that savez are going to push to get this kid into a club where he'll be better off than where he is at Portsmouth. You know what I mean? He's at Portsmouth at the moment. You watch those people in the background now that see potential in this kid as a replacement for Perisic, Orsic, or whatever. They will now push the Rakitiches, the Pletikoses, the Bobans, or whoever else is involved. Šuker, Mandzukic. This kid will go places. We watch the next Euros, next World Cup. He'll be in that 23.
Well, you said, like, he's playing in the 21s. That's really is a stepping stone into the
Assisted and scored.
Yeah, see, look at
People
that.
watched it. Apparently, people told me that some of the other players were reluctant to pass him the ball. He was an automatic starter. He just got citizenship. He got a start. Yeah, when you come into a new,
Yeah, of course.
they're a
yeah.
bit jealous and whatever they make you. Scored and assisted, apparently. I haven't seen the actual stats, but I heard he scored a goal and assisted a goal in a game where they barely passed him the ball.
There you go.
He's been chosen from the championship.
So who they even play? I didn't even know.
I don't even know who they played. And Eduardo de Silva's
So
son
I
made
saw
a debut for
saw
under
that.
15, 17, whatever it is,
Yeah, he did.
as well. But
And he insisted on playing for Croatia, even though he's living and growing up in Brazil. He said, "No, I want to play for Croatia." His mother's Croatian, obviously. but
those things
he's-
give me rage when they rewrite history. When they rewrite, and particularly someone like a Mark Bosnich,
when he says so, yeah.
Navodno je naš čovjek,
Navodno.
you know. that he's now rewriting and say it was a guaranteed starter and a outrage and nemoj mi.
Srat.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I love that. He goes, it's most certainly. Well, I think Boz has most certainly shown that he's full of shit. But
Yeah,
that's
your certainty
and
in
that's not
life
the, and not
is-
the first time actually that Boz has put his foot in his mouth. I think the last Australia Cup when Sydney United did our community proud, absolutely proud at the was at the Sydney tournament. I think it was 2022.
Yes.
I think 16,000 there in attendance, of which 12, 13 would have been supporting Sydney United. And then they come out, and then there was ridiculous things because people had their right hands in the air and they started taking still shots and saying, "Okay, now they're doing well." I must have given like 1,000 Nazi chants that night because you're chanting with your hand in your in the air, you know. So and then he had to come.
You got two arms up and
Yeah.
they crop it and it looks like that.
That's right.
Nemoj mi, please.
And instead of coming out and defending or asking questions from the community and saying what happened, he comes out and starts making sweeping statements there to, again, people who dislike us.
That's right.
So you're actively acting against the community. And you're
Pandering
going,
to
"Mate."
people that hate our community.
Yeah.
That's a complete.
Yeah.
It should be. Jezik Zazulbe,
Yeah.
Mucci say nothing.
And the same thing with Lucy Zelic. And I think the perfect person when Branko Chulina came out and he said, "You know what? If you don't know what you're talking about, najbolje šuti." And that's what he said. And then and it was the smartest thing that anyone said out of all of these, you know,
But other
football
than that,
pundits.
big news when we are talking about Australia and people being called up. Young Oliver Dragicevic, former St. Albans Dynamo and son of Ilya, who was with us in the
Yep.
studio recently, picked in the ASEAN Under-19 Boys Championship Australian squad. As you can see here, the squad announcement came out during the week. So young Oli Dragicevic and also, let me just go through, and Luka Didulica. So
Yep,
two
that's
Crows in that squad right next to each other, very close in the alphabet. So well done to Luka and to Oliver for being picked in the Under-19 Aussie squad, and well deserved.
And if there's anything most certainly deserved position there, Ollie has been outstanding. And as young Luka Didulica, who's doing really well and apparently settling in well with the local Perth Croatian community as well. So that's fantastic to hear.
Correct. So
But
fantastic stuff.
but that actually, speaking of Ollie, and it's one thing now, it's just odd to me with everything. And Ollie, because I'm a huge supporter of him, and rightly so, I think we all are, you know, he's done so well. But you come in, you're playing NPL at Dynamo, you're killing it. You're 18 years old, 17, actually, even before, 17 years old, and he's there. He's not out of place playing against 30-year-old men. He doesn't look like he's, you know, no one's pushing him off the ball. He's doing so well. So he does so well that Melbourne Victory said they're going to pick him up. He goes to Melbourne Victory. Obviously, young fella is not going to get too much game time in the first. You know, they put him on the bench. Got this, so he comes in and plays for the youth team in VPL 1. So your reward for killing it in NPL is to go play in VPL 1. Like the system doesn't make sense. That's all I want to say.
We'll try and cap and naturalize a 40-year-old Uruguayan or whatever he is.
Absolutely.
In place of a young kid who's
We do.
smashing the best player of the month in the championship.
We do. We need more 40-year-old
Yeah, we do.
Paraguayans as well.
Yeah, no, who else could we get? Who else have we got here? Mata. Juan Mata. Is it? Can UEFA possibly? Can we cap him?
I'm pretty sure Bogdan Bonk's still available for selection.
You know, I think Juan Mata. Maybe bring back Del Piero and Dwight York. That'll be our front three at the World Cup. We'll give all Australian citizenship.
Yeah.
And let our boys go overseas and try and
Fantastic.
look for a play for. This kid's now being capped by Lebanon, Malta, wherever else he's seen them just going because they're never going to get a run yet.
And they'll attract bums on seats for sure.
Yeah, oh, for sure. That was massive.
Yeah.
Ali Spolge, our first guest. Very interesting first guest. So we always, we tend to, you can even see with the opening monologue, it's been about soccer and we always talk about sport, and those sorts of things. But we do like to branch out into the arts. Things
we do.
And then this is the finest of fine arts.
Well,
that we
yeah,
are speaking of
absolutely.
here, Spolge. And we have with us tonight all the way. So it is in Adelaide. Is that right, Spolge?
Oh, it's in the Adelaide Hills.
In Adelaide Hills.
Yep.
Oh, aristocrat. So maybe not too far from a little small goods production.
She's there with a knife, just cutting a bit of Scudder small goods and eating it up there in the Adelaide Hills.
But joining us tonight, and thank you very much for joining us. We have Mariana Mesi all the way from Adelaide. And there you are. How are you, Mariana? Welcome to...
Hello. Dobro večer.
Dobro večer. Mariana, it's so good to have you here on the show and probably well overdue.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Rob.
Absolutely look fantastic. We have, and I'm just thinking about it now, we've had so many guests coming from the Adelaide. overachieve all the time. What's going on? What's in the water over there in South Australia?
We're just epic. I don't know. You reckon we do better than you guys?
Well, and a lot of things there seems to be in the small goods, in the arts, in olive harvests, and whatever it is that is happening over there.
South Australians tend to marry very well.
They do indeed, Rob.
Yeah.
Now, tuna fishing, opal mining. What
Yeah,
else?
absolutely.
What else can't you do?
And actually, what the ironic thing is that we've mentioned Rick, your brother, on a number of occasions, and we've planned to have him on the show. But you've come on the show before he has, because you've obviously got a lot more courage than he does, and that's.
I don't know about that. We're all a bit nervous Nellies in our family, so but he's really good when he gets going about, his industry and what he knows. So yeah, get him on.
So let me just say a little bit about Mariana here. So about Mez. Mariana says she draws the type of women she's inspired by. Brave, strong, fearless women, tough-eyed women not to be messed with. Drawing women like that inspire me to keep on being brave in my own work. So working with graphite pencil and is it languid watercolors? Mariana's distinctive work features bold, hyper-realistic faces surrounded by colourful and energetic scenes with objects that hold small clues hinting at her subjects' personalities. So you can see there in the background, you've got one of them, but then also I've got one which I might be able to share on the screen. Let me have a look. I'll switch it across. As you can see there's another one as well. So some of the stuff on your website, marianamesic.com. So that's Mariana, Mariana, Mesic or Mesic.com. You'll see a lot of the works there. But some of the people mentioned, Teresa Palmer. Now tell me a little bit. Teresa Palmer, she's the actress. Is that right, Teresa Palmer?
Yeah, she's an Adelaide girl. She's a big supporter. She's a good supporter. Yeah.
Ali McGregor.
Ali McGregor's a Melbourne girl, I think, or Sydney. She was in opera, but she does the cabaret here. So she's yeah.
And
I'm a bit nervous. Unnerve me, boys.
Oh, there's nothing to be nervous about. Look at us. Hang on. Did you get yourself a Palinkovas?
I've had a Palinkovas.
Oh, you've had it?
Yeah.
I'll just see. These are little cheers to you as well, so you know what kind of company you're in.
I usually have to have about 6 to unnerve me. So I'm not going to ask you to have a half a dozen shots, but you did pay when you're talking about the cabaret, the Adelaide Cabaret billboard. Is one of your works as well. So again, these aren't just little kind of local cafe gallery paintings. You're painting big ticket items as well around the place. So you're quite a big deal.
You reckon? I don't know. I come into the studio every day. I work by myself. I don't think I'm a big deal, but yeah, I've done some pretty good stuff. Definitely.
No,
well, yeah, well, I think I can attest to that because I've got 2 of your paintings in my house. One right there at the entrance. They're greeting everybody as they walk into my home, and one in the dining room as well. 2 Croatian-inspired, very strong women. You can see, I know that's what your focus is, but something that makes me smile every time that I come home.
Awesome.
It really does. It makes our house pop. And there was one thing that I've thought about when we built our house, and we built it not too long ago, 4 or 5 years ago now. We could have, people saying, "Oh, do you want to get this joinery? You can spend so many thousands of dollars on joinery, and it's all a great idea, and it looked beautiful." And I said, "No," and we stopped, and Stella and I said, "No, I would rather have bare walls, and instead of spending $10,000 on joinery, which would look fantastic, I'd rather maybe get 1, 2, half a dozen pieces of artwork and adorn that on my white wall, because that's what's going to give me satisfaction. And even when I leave, that's something I can take with me. And I think it's something that's going to give not just me looking at it every day, but anyone that enters my house joy, seeing that and going, wow, who painted that? Wow, these colors. Oh my God, it's so striking. I love the blue. I love the red. I love whatever it is. Or I just love that face, or I love that nose, I love those eyes. And I think that's something that has so much more power, and leaves much more of a mark
Yeah.
then a beautiful piece of timber, in my opinion, anyway. But
Thanks, mate. I need more people like you in my life.
no, but tell us about your inspiration. How did you start? How did you get into this? Because I know we were speaking about this earlier before we got onto the show, and said, unfortunately, our community probably concentrates too much maybe on sports and maybe other businesses and other ventures and building, certainly, but not so much in the arts, whether it's in acting or in performing arts, whether it's in music, whether it's in visual arts, like where you do such a wonderful job. And it's something we need to celebrate. So how did you, under those circumstances, being a Croatian child, at the end, have the balls, sorry for lack of a better word, to go out there and do something like that that's just so, out of the box, something that's so different to what everyone else is doing?
Definitely out of the box. When I was a little kid, I'd say I want to be an artist, and my mum would say a bullshit artist. They weren't the most supportive people in terms of the arts. They kind of encouraged me to be a teacher or a nurse or marry a doctor or something. So that I wasn't quite supported in that arena, but I started really late. I started when I was 40. So I'm 54 now. So it was
Very young.
very young and sprightly still. When my dad passed, I just had my fourth baby, and I was really sad. I didn't know what to do with myself. And my husband suggested that I start, my art again. So that's how I started. I was feeling so shit. So kind of, as you all know, when you're in grief, I just wanted to
Art was a
paint
good
these.
outlet to
It
deal
was
with that
such a
grief.
great
Anyone that's
outlet.
watching and dealing with grief at the moment, art is a great therapy, you think?
100%, because your brain kind of shuts off at, when they say flow state. I don't know if Rob, you feel like that on stage, but I go into myself and all my worries go away. It's a beautiful meditative kind of process that you go into. So I recommend it to everybody to have a creative art outlet.
You're absolutely right. It doesn't even have to be about being on stage. I can have a terrible day and go to rehearsal, and after rehearsal, I just feel like, what was I worried about?
100%.
You're 10 kilos lighter, straight away.
You don't look 10 kilos lighter.
Well, okay, you can imagine how big I was at that time. But it was, but what I was to say, like, is from that grief. I know there's, like they say, a poet needs the pain, to be inspiration. Did you find
the desert needs the rain?
Yes, exactly. See, look at the artist here, right?
Richie Sambora and John
but is it the same thing with what you're doing? Did you find that you were emboldened by your grief? It made you maybe go further, or actually even gave you more inspiration to put something out on the canvas?
Yeah, 100%. Because, I finally got that memo of, fuck, we're all going to die. Like, what am I doing with my life? I didn't when he passed, I didn't realize that fact. I knew it, but I didn't know it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
but when you paint fearless, brave, strong women, who was probably your biggest inspiration in terms of, if you think who's the first brave, strong, strong-willed woman that comes to mind? Would it be someone close to you, family, or?
My mum is a really strong woman, but she's a really complicated woman as well. I'd say Janis Joplin. Like, she, as a kiddie, kind of seeing her sing, she was I kind of looked at her and thought, I want to be like that. Like, she was, because I've always been nervous and kind of not the most confident person. So I saw her and she was nervous and she'd get up on stage and she'd belt it out. Like, she was probably my greatest inspiration. Like, I had women in the Croatian community that were really strong. women that I looked up to, but they're all kind of terrifying.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah,
You
we
know,
know,
I
we
was
know, we
really
know plenty of women like
sensitive.
that.
I know,
Was that?
I know a lot. Yeah, a lot of terrifying Croatian
Lot of
women.
terrifying-
Croatian women, you know, as the age I am now, I look at them and I understand their trauma. I understand their kind of why they were like they were, and why they had to be like that in a way. But I do feel a sense of awe in their toughness and their bravery now. Like back then, I was so scared of them,
Terrified. Yeah.
terrified.
Because in your paintings, if you're painting Croatian women, need to be holding. You need about 12 arms or hands, wooden spoon, shibe, belts,
That's it.
schlappe,
And a kruisa.
whatever, and a cruiser in the other hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, while
You
they
know?
were beating the,
Yeah,
beating the redemption
Yeah,
or whatever
yeah.
it was into you.
Yeah, that's right. At the same time,
Yeah.
talking
But
to their children.
the Mesi family, whereabouts are they from back overseas, back home?
Dad is from little island in Dalmatia, like off Zadar. So he's like a real slow islander, really relaxed kind of man.
Which one?
Mum
Is it
was-
Pashmir by any chance?
No, near Pashman, like Ij.
Ish. Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
Is it
Little
Ij or Mali Ij? Which? 'cause I
Mali
know-
Ij.
Mali Ij.
Mali
Yeah.
Ij. There you go. So any Ijani out there or Mali Ijani?
There's not many of them. You can walk from one side of the island to the other in like an hour. It's tiny.
From I do Ž in
Yeah.
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Yeah, but that's why you're all
Yeah.
a prickly bunch, aren't you? Like they're from there, from Ij. But
Yeah.
But
Well,
you think
I think Lichani are more prickly. Like Mum was from Lika, she was a tough woman.
what
Yeah.
part of Lika? Because Lika's huge. Well, from
Where's
you're
she?
from Croatia.
Svetidok, like,
Svetidok.
and
Oh,
yeah.
Had some
And
tough,
that-
harsh
yeah,
conditions she
yeah,
would have
yeah.
grown up under. Well, the
Much.
islands weren't much better either. It was pretty scarce for everything in those days. I reckon living in the
Yeah.
islands wasn't easy.
but that's where the
Um,
climate changes, isn't
yeah.
it? At Sveti
Exactly, but the Sveti Rok, man, you drive through that tunnel. If anyone's going overseas this year and you're driving from Zagreb down to the coast, you'll go through Sveti Rok or the tunnel Sveti Rok, and you'll see how
Yeah, yeah.
hard it is in summer. Imagine living there in December.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
In
Yeah. I
those
mean,
days, in the 30s, 40s,
stories.
50s.
yeah. Yeah.
Can you say stories? Yeah.
Oh yeah, like we were talking the other day about my grandma's stories, both grandmas kind of during the war, and kind of here I am fucking afraid of going on camera, and they were afraid of being shot, like in a firing squad kind of setup, like so. Yeah, I don't know where I get all my nervousness from, but it's still here, and I channel it into art now.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna say because your art is anything but nervous. Your art is very bold and
Yeah.
beautiful and it's and unapologetic, but in a
Thanks,
beautiful way.
mate.
It's like saying, like, coming out and say, this is who I am, or this is who this person is, and it's celebrating. And like you said, these beautiful women, and they are, every
Yeah.
single one of them has got some alluring feature. And one thing
Yeah.
I noticed that you concentrate on so well and beautifully is the eyes, which
Yeah.
is a window to the soul. And obviously they
100%.
must be for you because you capture that so well. But
Yeah.
Tell us about this resin in your artwork.
Ah,
Because I'm a fan of resin. You can see these little statues and bits and bobs.
hang on,
That's the
hang on.
only-
yeah.
We've got kids watching. Leave the resin till after the show, mate. You're going to put that like on your- anyway. No, sorry, bad joke.
But I can see here there are resin semi-originals on your website, resin,
yeah.
which is, I think it's added to the artwork from what I can see here, 25
Yeah.
centimeter resin artwork. Is the name, they've got names Aurelia, Elsa, Edith, etc. So they're all individually named, Pamela, and you can go on there. These are all you can add to your cart and you can purchase them. Glenda, Maud, Jewel, etc. But tell us, how do you incorporate resin into paint or paintings?
Yeah, it's just a way of kind of sealing the piece. And as soon as you pour the resin on, it's a 2-part process. It just makes the colors pop. Like every time I kind of pour, I think that's the last fucking time I'm gonna do a resin. But nothing beats the color pop that comes when I don't know. It's like a like really glossy varnish kind of. Yeah.
But how did you escape? So now I'm thinking, because you did say you're a nervous Nelly. That's how you described yourself. And
Yeah.
you said it took your father to pass before you actually started the artwork. Was that actually a
Yeah.
whole thing that you were emboldened? You said, I can finally do it without copying like a Shiba. Just start painting. Was
Yeah.
that? But
Oh, it wasn't that. It was just honestly like the memo of, fuck, we're all gonna die. What am I doing with my life?
Life is
I have
short,
this,
I think.
yeah, like talent is God given. You know, we all got something. We got a responsibility with a talent. Anyway, I thought that I've got this talent. What am I doing with it? Nothing. So I just thought I want to be something other than I was kind of presenting as, and I want to be a bold, brave woman, you know, like these women that raised me, and I feel like I am becoming that more and more. Kind of the more of those I do, the more I kind of get emboldened and braver, I guess, every time. But I'm still nervous talking about.
No, but we've
Just
got plenty of support coming through on our chat and feedback here. Anita Bolter says, we love you, Mariana.
yeah, congratulations once again, Anita, as well. There you go.
Anitza is a living legend. I love her from when we were little kids. She's just a beautiful soul. She's one of those earth angels that walk amongst us. Love you,
Quickly,
Anitza.
was it Anita that had a little bit of a mishap prior to the wedding?
Did she?
I think a little
Did
bit of a
she?
fall
Oh,
or
I
a
didn't
tip
know
or
that.
something.
No,
If
I
that is
didn't
the
know that.
case, unless that's an urban myth,
If
we wish you a speedy recovery.
Oh.
Well, if she did, she walked into that place very elegantly, so
Was
it
there a bit of-
wasn't evident. I could say
got
that.
on a dance floor, no doubt.
No.
Ivica Petrovic, who is of Lichki stock himself, is asking, can you please paint a Gorspich bear?
A bear.
A female one, obviously. Yeah. But there
I
you go.
don't do bears if it's a.
Well, some of these Croatian women would maybe you
I'm
have.
glad
Like,
you said that, Stoltz, because
but no. But some of these men are. But one thing that you just said before, I'm moving on. But I don't know. Sometimes I need to curb my mouth. But one of the things that you said, and I thought that was actually beautiful and so
Yeah.
truthful, was that you said you felt like you had this talent,
Yeah.
but you had a responsibility by not painting, by not sharing that with the world. You're actually
Yeah.
being selfish. You actually weren't.
Yeah.
You're not servicing yourself or the people
Yeah.
that you love around you, or just the general public. And now,
Yeah.
well, look, my little world, there'll be 2 spots on my walls that would probably be a lot worse off without you, because you put
Thanks,
them
mate.
up there, other than just meeting you, of course. But
Yeah.
for having your beautiful artwork, and I think that's an amazing way to look at the world and say, if I've had this talent, regardless of what it is, if I don't
Yeah.
share that, I'm being selfish, and I'm actually
Yeah.
betraying God or betraying my
Come on,
life
that's it.
by
I
not
feel like it
sharing that
comes.
gift.
What's that?
By not sharing that gift, you're actually betraying that this God-given gift
Yeah.
that you've received, which is life.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it comes from God. Like, I'm a big believer, and, it's God given. And who am I to deny that? It's selfish. I feel like it is. And just because I'm scared doesn't mean I can't. That, every day I come into the studio, I think, oh, shit, what am I doing? Or blah, blah, blah. And then some cancer patient or woman going through chemo that has bought a painting said, that painting's helping me get through chemo. And
Wow.
art sometimes is underestimated, the power it has for people.
But in the studio there, I can see you got a companion that's sort of jumping around and buzzing around in the background, in and out of in the frame. Who is that?
That's Rocky. That's Rocky Balboa. He's a Chihuahua. Come here, Rocky.
Rocky.
Senti Rocco.
Rocky.
But,
No, I have a dog in here every day. We've got 3 dogs, so they take turns. They're my care dogs.
They're not covered in resin, are they?
No,
But-
maybe
Sometimes.
I was going to say, but hopefully the right kind of resin. But anyway, it's funny, sort because you've talked about the community, and like you said, like you knew Anita, you know people from the community, and and everyone in Adelaide, and you're very well known, and your entire family is. You're not anonymous to the community, and that was evident, I think, at the 70th anniversary of Adelaide, Croatia, which was held. Was that at the convention centre, or was it at Adelaide Oval? One of those two, you know. And it was one of the best things I've ever seen at any Zabava / Gala night, where you were sitting in the corner with your headphones on, painting a portrait that was going to be auctioned off that night. It was a brilliant idea, and I was so I was so inspired by it.
Oh, thanks, man.
That we actually bidded for it. For that artwork, and I was outbidded, funnily enough, by my sister-in-law. So that's smart family negotiation there. But
so you were just bumping up the price, is that
well,
right? Just,
that's
one of those dummy bidders to try and.
No, it wasn't a dummy bidder because you've got pride of place there at her place as well. I've seen a couple, and it's a beautiful artwork. How did you go about doing that? Because that to me was absolutely fascinating. That you're in a room with 300 odd people or whatever it was in a corner, painting this stunning portrait, whilst you got a bunch of dickheads on stage like myself, singing songs or whatever, doing it at the same time. Just tell us about that experience, please.
Yeah, no, it's I get, charities kind of often ask me to do that, and I like to give back where I can. And I wasn't going to say no to the soccer club and that, big event, because my grandfather was a founding member, it's just a part of my family. So I had to get past my nerves and do it. I just put my headphones on and kind of say, nobody talk to me. And that's a bit hard at those events in particular, because everybody wants to say good day.
Yeah, you didn't have the old wogs come. Pa nemoj tako.
I'm imagining you would have had an inspiration prior to that. You didn't sit there on that day and say, who am I going to paint? I'm going to paint, Baba Yana.
No, I come with
Yana or something like that,
I come with the face done, like the face already done, and then I just kind of decorate around it on the night. So it's not that hard. It's just hard getting past my nerve. My main thing is my nerves. I'm so good at this part. Like I recognize I do have that God-given talent, but in promoting my work and talking about it, that's my weakness. So.
Well, I think you've done a fantastic job with your honesty and your rawness this evening. I think you've done
thanks, mate.
plenty to promote yourself and your work without even trying. So that's absolutely amazing.
Thanks, guys. I so appreciate you asking me.
Oh, no, honor having you on the show and promoting your work, because like I said, we don't promote artists enough, and we've obviously got so much talent out there that needs to be promoted and people need to know about you. But is it something like now, like you find, I'm guessing now, the way you speak about yourself and everything, that the easiest way for you to express yourself, or the most dramatic way you can do it, is by painting and drawing and doing that. What's your advice to any budding artists out there, and anyone that's sort of on that cusp of I want to do something, but I'm not sure because my parents want me to be an engineer or whatever it is?
Yeah. Well, if you want to be an artist and you're going towards engineering, you're going to be pretty bloody unhappy. So, you have one life, you got to live it, live it your best. And, like I said, every day I'm scared, every day I doubt myself, every day go, what the hell am I doing? But something keeps driving me to turn up and to kind of express myself like this. And I do get so much joy and kind of fulfillment, and I'm so proud of myself. I never thought, ever thought I'd be where I am today with art, because I always doubted myself.
Yep.
But
So,
the-
and so
Sorry.
was that? It's pissing down with rain here, and it's a tin
Are you in
roof.
Melbourne?
Yeah, it's proper winter now, but yeah, so I can't hear you very well. But yeah, no, I'm proud of myself. And if you don't do what you love, like, what's the point? I don't see the point.
Were you ever tempted by that carrot called fishing and going out there and joining in the family business?
Yeah. Well, I do have the sea in my blood. I love the ocean. We live by the ocean now. Like, we're not in the hills.
Oh, you're not
we're,
okay, sorry.
yeah, we're down by the sea. So
You've gone from Sveti Rok to Mali
He
Ij.
is back.
indeed, it's the war between my husband. We still have the Svetidok Hills house, so we are at war about where we're going to end up. So I want to be by the sea. He wants to be in the hills. Anyway,
Sounds like a plan. You go to the hills, I'll stay at the sea. Yes,
yeah.
And are you getting a lot of commission work these days? Are you getting a lot of people requesting you to do any sort of portraits for them or anything like that?
Sort of. So sometimes, like, I probably get about 5 a year. So they're big ticket items. I feel like since all this war stuff and the petrol prices and cost of living, people aren't buying kind of big ticket items at the moment. So
So you're painting jerry cans.
I should perhaps, yeah.
But we've got
Well, given
here-
that people do have monetary problems or issues, and we all do, we're given the
Yeah.
current situation. Can I be bold enough to ask? Is there something you could offer anyone that in our community, or particularly PodroomTV viewers?
Yeah.
Are there any specials coming from
Yeah.
Mariana Mesi?
Like, as in a commit, like a discount, or
Well, I don't know. You said that. I didn't say that.
Done. Lock it in, Eddie.
I guess so. Yeah, have branched out into t-shirts and merch kind of stuff. So yeah, if you've seen me on here tonight, get in touch with me on Instagram. It is proper pissing down, and I'm struggling to bloody yeah, like, get in touch with me and we'll chat. I don't know.
No, but we've got here Christina Soldo Doshen said every Aussie Croat should own Mariana's artwork in their home.
I agree.
Oh, please.
And the one
Again?
and only the irrepressible Stella Spoiler.
Oh no, don't just ignore that.
Be so proud of yourself.
I
You
love
truly
these
are.
girls so much.
Yeah, you truly are a talented Croatian artist. I'm so proud to have 2 pieces of your artwork on my walls that I get to admire every single day. So there you go. You're inspiring
Thanks,
a new generation of
darling Stella.
every day.
Yeah, she's not the only one, and honestly, it is. And every time anyone comes in, they just say, "What's that?" She looks like she's wearing like some folklore dress, and I go, "Well, she is."
Yeah.
She actually is, and
Yeah.
this costumes from there around Zagreb or Sisak or whatever it was.
Oh, they're a bit of a mix and match from all the regions.
Yeah, and it's
They're
good,
not-
and I love that. I love that you put that Croatian focus. Like, I love that
Yeah.
you're celebrating your heritage through your artwork as well. It's not
Oh,
you're not just celebrating your
100%.
gender or you're actually celebrating your heritage as well on top of
Yeah.
that. Which is
Well, I was shoved into those noshnia a lot as a kid, so
So all repressed memories you're getting out onto the canvas
Yeah.
now, basically.
well, that's it. You gotta. There's a real big healing in my art as well, for me and for people that admire it, I guess. Kind of.
Your painting is a jebemti drmesh.
Kukunješće.
I should.
And you're doing a splash. Yeah.
I don't understand where all those sprays come from. Where you go?
Yeah. That's the sweat from the collar. I don't know. Yeah,
The literal blood, sweat, and tears you had to go through.
100%.
But there you go. So everyone that's tuned in this evening, you can see the website at the bottom,
Yeah.
www.marianamesi.com. Jump on Instagram if you want to reach out directly. Jump on the
Yeah.
website, have a look, reach out, purchase. Like we said, we may look at some discounts, etc., or some
Yeah.
kind of deals for PodroomTV viewers. And obviously, but some of the work is absolutely amazing. I've seen the work of your joints, Bulge, only a couple of months ago when I was there. Amazing. Like you said, it makes the house, you just walk in and it jumps at you,
Yeah.
really. So, and from all the feedback that we're getting, there's a lot of people that have got your works in and around their homes and around their clubs. So
Yeah.
no doubt there'll be
Croats
others.
support me to no end, which is so wonderful.
That is fantastic.
A stunning artwork, just like you're a stunning woman as well. So
Oh, thanks, mate.
incredible work.
We thank you very much for jumping on tonight. We wish you all the best in your work and also
And
with
you guys.
your struggles between the
quickly,
hills
this is
and the sea.
sorry, before we do this, Stella's putting something. I wasn't even aware of this, but this is a very, very important question. Ask
Yep.
Mariana about her Archibald entry.
Oh, the Archibald Prize.
Oh,
So this is huge. Now I wasn't even aware of this. So please
oh,
tell us a bit about that. I mean, that's a massive thing.
probably maybe 10 years ago, I asked Kate Sobrano to sit for me, and yeah, I did a painting of her. It didn't get through, but we have a beautiful friendship from it. She's an epic woman, one of your fellow Victorians. She's
I read her autobiography, so yeah, I
Oh
agree.
wow,
Yeah.
okay.
There you go.
Well, there you go. See, look, what I just say, the artists are terrible self-promoters.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
you got these. You got an entry in the Archibald Prize. You've met Kate Sobrano. You're doing work for all these famous people, and you don't even think to talk about that because you're not built that way, are you? You're not.
You know what? I always think of you and Kate, Rob. Like you and to get Kate to do a Croatian song. I reckon that would be so amazing.
I didn't know where you were going with that, and I was going to say Stella's watching, maybe, but we could talk about this after the show.
I'll take Kate Sobrano.
She's a beautiful woman, but she's such a supporter of the arts, obviously, but of artists and other songwriters and other creatives. I just think her voice would lend so beautifully to like an Oliver song or something. You know, I always think of you, Rob, if you two could meet to kind of encourage her to sing something like that. I don't know.
We can put a text. We can put it into English. We can do an Oliver song into an English lyrics.
Can I just say, I've reached the
fusion.
zenith. This is my last show because it's going to be all downhill after this one. This is pretty cool. Thank you so much, Mariana. That's beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
All the very best. Big
positive
and
to
to
the
you.
whole family and to Rocky there that's in the background jumping around.
Rocky,
But keep up the great work. Everyone watching, reach out, jump on board, have a look, and support our artists, support our people. They're part of our community and have been forever and a day. And we need to get behind them as much as we possibly can.
Awesome. I so appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And we will no doubt speak soon. Lakunovic.
How good's that? Like, what a talent. You know, you're celebrating that talent. Like,
from the Adelaide Hills, sometimes living at the beach, sometimes up on the hills. But speaking of Kate Sobrano's, Bulge.
I was going to say, but before we go, Molly, do the Molly Meldrum. Do yourself a favor, get on her Instagram page, have a look at her works, and there's like unbelievable amount of works. And even if it's something that's inspired and you think you want something special, contact her. She's very approachable. And she did one for us that way where we talked about certain things. She goes, "Oh, I've got something that's sort of up your alley." And it was exactly sort of what we were looking for. Get in touch with her. She's so approachable, so easygoing, and you're supporting one of our own. But not only that, you're supporting a talent. This is not a charity. She's incredible, and it's something that she's just grown from strength to strength. Her her reputation is growing throughout the art world.
Archibald Prize entry.
It-
you know what
I
Of
mean,
Kate
that's-
Sobrano.
Yeah,
Not
it's
a bit of
incredible.
The painting
yeah.
of me
Yeah.
or you. It
No,
was,
no. This
it
is
was
not.
a Australian icon of the pop industry or the music industry that she painted and he's now got a deep friendship with. But Kate Sobrano,
Yeah, sorry. So going back to
once upon a time, and if any of my old Strathmore Split teammates from the early 90s are watching, we
Yes.
once were driving to a game. I don't know, we're going down to the Melbourne Southeast or wherever we're heading
Yep.
through Paran.
Prachran,
and
as
I
my mum
happened-
used to call it Prachran.
And I happened to, because in those days it was wasn't as frowned upon when you'd sort of yell out or do the people in the street as you'd be driving your window down. Hey, wait.
I'm not sure about that. I just probably didn't
Either
notice.
way,
that.
and I ended up heckling. Hey, what's Dave? And she was putting some groceries into the back of her car.
Was it a she?
Turns around, it's Kate
I
Sobrano.
was. It was Kate Sobrano.
So our friendship hasn't endured as a result, because if you call this friendship, then maybe
When she was, yeah.
yeah, but that was somewhere.
When
I'm
she-
pretty sure it was around
yeah.
the Paran area.
Yeah.
So if you're watching, Kate, I apologise. I think it was Hacker. He was in the passenger
Yeah,
seat.
was he?
Yeah, we'll blame him
yeah.
for that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Ali, before we go to our next guest, plenty of our regulars are sending in good evening, gents, from Tony Grgic, Drago Maligets, another Doug. This is another Doug.
Another
Drago.
Doug. Yes, he is
So
a Doug. Yeah.
Drago, who
Yeah.
is currently sitting
Yeah.
patiently waiting to be interviewed. There is another Doug Drago out there. You're not the only one. So if you think you're original, mate, Doug Drago Maligets says, Pozdrav prijatelji za dom spremni. Petar Finka, evening boys, and well done to Rob at yesterday's Melbourne Knights function or game. Was it yesterday? Was it?
It was.
Yes. Jeez. He watched it on Instagram Live.
I'm glad that he got a chance to do that. We'll want to talk about that more in depth with you because you weren't there, and it's something I want to discuss
My
with
kids
you
were
as
telling
well.
me,
but-
did you go live on Instagram? I go, I was in Bendigo, at Bendigo City FC, watching under 16s NPL Dynamo players. I go, why on earth would I go live?
From Bendigo.
From Bendigo. So it was you, which
Yeah,
is fantastic. And but I haven't seen it yet.
Right.
Daniela Kovic sends a love heart. Thank you. Dennis Knežević, who I bumped into on Friday night at Strathmore Split.
Yep.
Hello. Dave Mlikota talking about Mark Bosnich. Bozza gave new meaning to white line fever.
He certainly did. And once again, thank you also to Floppo for he spent his Saturday there making Schwarke. And I was the recipient of a nice little bottle of mast there on yesterday. So thank you to Dave. That definitely won't go to waste, I promise you.
Oh, no, that mask never goes to waste.
No, put it on your waste potatoes.
Knights 2-1 win. Like we know, that Knights got up 2-1 over North Geelong in the big Croatian derby, which was their second one this year.
Yep.
First one was that famous doubleheader at Dynamo
Absolutely. Yep.
earlier on this year, and Knights got up 2-1, which takes them to the top of the table.
Absolutely. Yeah, 1 point ahead of Northcote City.
That does, and you know what? There was some pretty interesting and colourful scenes at the Knights on yesterday.
Yep.
At Summer Street, and you can see there both teams lining up. Knights in their traditional red, white, and blue, and North in their away kit with the red, white, and blue sash, which is again, it's quite a decent strip that they've got.
Yeah, I love away tops, white tops that have got red, white, and blue
Nothing
sash.
like
Always
a
on red,
white
even if
away
it's
strip.
horizontal or whatever, it's
You
beautiful.
can here see the boys from the MCF, the Melbourne
good's
Croatia fans, put up the Brat uz Brata, so obviously the brotherhood, or we want to call them sister clubs or whatever it is, Spolge, because we weren't allowed to use that term. But now, because we are proudly independent,
Yes, we are.
live and free, we can call North Geelong a sister club.
They are a sister club.
A sister club.
Yes,
Ali
they are.
Bratus, Brata, Hrvatus, Hrvata. You can see there the colours, the flags.
Incredible.
It is fantastic.
It looks
you know what I mean?
beautiful. It looked beautiful.
And
live
I'm pretty
too.
sure it
Yeah.
made some of these local Instagram websites, full 90 ultras, Melbourne casuals, whatever it's called. It has been shared quite widely, some of the scenes and some of the, we call it choreography, I believe.
Yep.
TIFO choreography, whatever it might be.
Yes, yeah.
Fantastic. And if you can see in the background there, just to the right, there has been some artwork added to the Quarry Hill Bar, and that will be released and
It's not complete yet, from what I've
publicised
heard.
shortly, but I am very personally, and me and probably a lot of people of my generation, yourself included, are personally very, very happy with that.
It's
particular
awesome.
artwork which is on that side of the Quarry Hill Bar. You might be able to make it out if you're watching at home.
Oh, even the other side.
But the other side is fantastic.
The other
as
side's
well.
fantastic,
This
but it's
one-
still not finished.
This one's very close to my heart and a lot of our hearts from
Yes.
the 2000s, I guess, that used to occupy and frequent that hill.
Yep.
But absolutely.
And even inside the bar, I got a sneak peek. of artwork that started inside the bar, which is stunning as well. Like, mate, I love what these guys are doing.
I've seen snippets. I've asked whether we can share, and they go, when it's all done, we'll be happy to share all of that to the wider public. So keep up the great work, MCF and everyone involved. You can see there's a smaller banner. You can't see Summer Street Youth. So there's a youth that is also now there. Really, it's captured the imagination of a lot of people. The Knights' journey this season, and the younger people, like we're seeing across the community, the younger people are really jumping on board, and
Absolutely.
it's fantastic.
And what's beautiful as well is those younger people that you talk about that are in that group. There's so many of them that probably don't know half a dozen. Well, they know half a dozen Croatian words, and that's about it. But they're out there, they're chanting in Croatian and supporting and just loving, identifying with the club, or identifying with their heritage, and feeling that they have a purpose, or a sense of belonging, which is beautiful in this day and age. Especially when you're at that age of 18, 19. It was bad enough when we were 18, 19, we were lost. But I think that in this day and age, it's even worse.
So
I'd hate to be a kid in this day
I think
and age,
they have some great mentors there, and the older boys that are a part of the MCF.
And they're taking them under their
These
wing.
younger
They
boys
really
have
are.
really been taken under their wing, and I appreciate it as a father as well. Because my boy's really been enamored with this whole movement, whatever you want to call it. MCF. He wants to go to every single game whenever we're playing. He wants to go to the Serbia game, and I'm thinking we'll see about that one. Not on your own. And
look, it might be a good idea to play that one behind closed doors, but we'll talk about that later as well.
I've been recently in touch with some people at the Knights, primarily Branko Barčak, who has flicked through some information for everybody to be aware that on Sunday, the 14th of June, so it's only in probably a couple of weeks' time, 2.5 weeks or thereabouts. What are we now? The 25th of May, so let's say 3 weeks or thereabouts. Sunday, 14 June, Melbourne Knights will be hosting the North Geelong Warriors against North Geelong, Croatia. They'll be hosted MPL. So the 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 18s. North Geelong will be travelling down to Summer Street and will be playing against Melbourne Knights as the host side.
Perfect.
In between games. So this is the big one. So obviously there'll be food and drink available all day. Lamb on the Spit will be also on the menu.
Very important.
Entertainment for the kids all day. And biggest ticket of all, amongst all of this, is that the Australia v Turkey game will be screened on the big screen at 2 p.m.
Most certainly Sans Segecic.
Without Segecic, maybe Oli Dragicevic or Luka Didulica might make a late run. Ali, Australia, Turkey, 2 p.m. So I think there'll be a break in games when the game is being broadcast, and then the 16s, 18s, I believe, will take place after the game has concluded. So it's going to be an all-day thing. There'll be other mini-roos games on the day as well. So it's not just MPLs. It's mini-roos, boys and girls. Get down there. Hopefully the weather holds up, and it'll be a great day out regardless. Whether you're going there to watch your own kids, your grandkids, your mates, or if you just want to go down for a feed, watch the game and socialise, it looks like it's going to be a massive day down there. And in also saying that, Melbourne Knights Juniors have got a raffle that I think has been pretty much unrivaled in recent times, not since the Hyundai or Kia, or whatever it was, that was raffled inside of Sunshine Church.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I remember that.
At a Dinamo Zabav a number of years ago. It is a $120,000 Explorer caravan.
Incredible.
Up for grabs. 120 grand for a caravan is up for grabs in this particular raffle. It will be drawn at the Juniors presentation night, October the 10th at 6 p.m., which will be at the Croatian Catholic Centre in Sunshine. We'll see whether those doors are able to accommodate the caravan inside the sala as they got that Kia. It wasn't a massive Kia, but the caravan looks a lot bigger, and I've seen some of the Instagram clips and stuff where we had some of the players, Luka Korlic and young Thomas Karlovic, I think, were out the front, Tony Tovcic, etc. But keep your eyes out for that. You can jump on. You can see there's also a $20,000 luxury holiday, a $5,000 holiday escape. But the big ticket, the big Great Aussie Caravan Explorer, $120,000. I think it's $100 a ticket. Jump on. You can scan it if you're watching this back tomorrow. You can scan the QR code or just jump on the socials and you'll be able to find that as well.
Mate, I bought a ticket last week, and I'll tell you what, if I win this one, I am certainly not giving this one back.
I'm taking it straight to the Adelaide Hills.
On
the back of my old man's EA Falcon, which I have to give back to him either tomorrow or after tomorrow.
120 grand. Oh, like what a price.
All the vehicles I've owned in my life haven't added up to $120,000. So to have something hooked up to the back of your car that's worth 120 grand for $100,
sell the house,
a ticket, and those tickets and all money goes to our clubs. It goes to Melbourne Knights Juniors who, we need to
We need to. Yeah,
Reboot the
we
coffers,
do. Absolutely,
get out
we
there,
do.
buy a ticket,
Yep.
do what you can,
Yep.
go to the presentation night, come to that gala day on the 14th of June. That's what we're all there for. What else are you going to do on a Sunday? Go down to some, local cafe or whatever and get some bacon and eggs and pay $40 for it? Or you're going to get some janjetina, you're going to watch Australia, Turkey, you're going to smash a couple of Palinkovac's, buy a raffle ticket and watch our Crow kids running around playing soccer against each other, Crow Melbourne Knights, North Geelong. Di bolje, kako bolje, you can't ask for more.
No, you can't.
Jump on board. But Spolge, in saying that, I haven't even given you a bloody word in there.
No, that's good.
Our next guest.
Oh, has he logged
He
on? Oh,
he
okay,
has logged in.
perfect.
He's
Okay,
been logged in for a while, so apologies, Drago, for keeping you for so long. But if you switch on your camera, mate, we'll be ready to bring you on live very, very shortly.
Oh, there we go.
And welcoming this evening's guest, we have Doug Drago Ivanek, all the way from Sydney currently. I know you've been overseas a lot recent times, but you are tonight coming to us live, Australian Eastern Standard Time. You're not jet lagged, hopefully, or you're not up in the middle of the night to talk to us. Well, welcome to PodroomTV.
How you going, guys?
Very good,
I've
mate.
been watching you for the last half an hour, and it's quite interesting. You seem to have a lot of things to talk about, which is great. And it's so great to see.
Sometimes we talk too much. Apparently.
Vidim malo Palinkovac je tamo, malo Ožujsko je tamo I to sve, pa znači onda I može...
Pomaže.
Malo ako popijemo još
Znaš
dvije,
kako
ono.
kao...
Ajde, cheers, imam ja isto malo, ajde, cheers.
Cheers.
Živjeli.
Bit of the plavac you've maybe brought home from back home.
A znaš kako kažu, ne ide auto bez goriva. Pa...
Eto istina, mate. Ne da ni čovjek bez pića, you know?
Well, what are you drinking there? You got a Malvazija? Šta je to?
Graševina.
What is it?
Actually, it's I love Graševina when I'm in Croatia. I used to be a beer drinker here in Australia, but since I've been going to Croatia a fair bit now, I mean, I just got used to Graševina. For me, it's probably one of the best, you know.
Well,
you can actually drink it all day, and you still can be active, and you can still think and still do what you want to do, you know.
I don't know, but you know what? It's by far the biggest selling and the most produced variety in Croatia, the Graševina as well.
Yeah, it is. Yes. Look, Malvazija is nice. I mean, when you go towards Dalmatia, it's Poship and a couple other things, Plavac.
And when you're in the local general store in Debeljak and you've got no money, you haven't got two sticks to rub together.
Then you buy the
or Peristil, where the mineral water you're mixing with the wine costs more than the wine itself. That's how good it is. Shares Corner was. Mineralna was 7,5.
Shares Corner.
Shares Corner was back in the day, and the Mineralna was 7,5 kuna.
Yeah, sad je malo 600 eura može biti.
Yeah, now it's probably it's 400 euros for that.
€6.
But a little bit about yourself. Doug Drago Ivanek, you were born from Valpovo. And again, Valpovo seems to be a recurring theme on this show. Everybody we talk to seems to have some kind of link to Valpovo.
I want to ask a question. Is there anyone that actually still lives in Valpovo, or are they all in Australia?
Well, I just been down there, and it seems to be a lot of people coming back there because there's a shitload of people there.
Juric from Melbourne.
The Juric is from Melbourne. They're very good friends of mine
You've
as well.
seen their gate. The gate. They've got the big, huge grib on the front, on that big metal iron gate that they've got down there. One brother's still there, isn't he? The youngest brother.
The youngest brother is there.
Still there.
Yeah, no,
but,
he's there.
You came to Australia 10 years of age.
Yeah, 10 years of age, yeah.
You're now you have been for a very long time, but we've got you on this evening. You're a singer, you're a songwriter, and a long-time musician and member of our community where you played, obviously, at not only just Zabave, but with folklore groups and have been active in our community for quite some time. But the most interesting thing at your journey at the moment is that you are now a Croatia Records signed artist, and you have a single that is currently on YouTube. And when I looked today, I think it was well over 484,000 views,
something like that. Yeah,
500,000 views.
Wow!
And we'll play the song before we end tonight's episode. But 500,000 views and an album coming up. Is that right?
No, album's already done.
Album's done. When will
out,
it is out, available to buy, purchase, listen to on.
Yeah, listen to on the YouTube, on Croatia YouTube channel, on Spotify, all the platforms that are out there. So it's been now happening for a while now.
Yeah.
CDs out.
There you go. There you
Yeah.
go. But did you know there is another Drago or Drago Doug out there in
E, čuo sam, mora biti dobar čovjek.
Da, ne može bolje biti.
onda svaka mu čast.
Ako ti je rod neki teta, kujac, then we'll call him Uncle Doug.
Yeah, well, he's
Zapravo my uncle was in Melbourne as well. His name was Branko Ivanek.
Branko Ivanek, here in Melbourne, yes.
Yeah. So I think Nick Jugovic is married my what's a cousin.
Yep.
He's they plays for Split. I think Split.
Nick, William on Friday
we used to
night.
play in Split.
I was with Nicola on Friday night. He's a former president of Split, player at Split, and he's at every single game and abuses players endlessly, which is fantastic.
And he might
That's-
even be
that's the
more
one.
famous for his production of Shilvica. And
That's right, Nick. You're
No.
absolutely legend of
Oh,
Strathmore.
so you know him, do you?
Oh, we know him. Oh, yes.
Nick was he was my president when I played at Split. So Nicola's an icon of Strathmore. They're celebrating 50 years. He's heavily involved in a lot of the things that are happening around the gala, etc., and the videos that are being produced because he's a fountain of knowledge and has been around the club since day one and has played their president, etc. So there's that link. What a small world it is.
There you go.
Half a degree of separation
Yeah.
in the Croatian community.
Is
But
the-
tell us, how did it go from a 10-year-old leaving Valpovo, coming to Sydney, playing what instruments you have? A bit of squeeze box, mallow, accordion.
when I was younger, what's the name? I did play a bit of squeeze box, and then played squeeze box, and went on to playing bass and and bass guitar and shit like that. So it was youthful days where I started, and then I played in a few bands and also in folk dancing groups and stuff like that. And then later on, when I got married, I sort of put that on the back burner for a fair while. Still done a couple of performances here and there, and with a couple of bands and stuff like that. But it was mainly business and married and kids and all that sort of stuff. And as now time went past, I was still writing songs and doing things and in the background. And as I got now a bit older and stuff like that, and got rid of all the men that I had working for me and all that sort of stuff, and sort of semi-retired more or less, I had a bit more time to do what I really wanted to do. And I was fortunate enough that a couple of people have seen this, some of my work that I've done, or with a couple of the songs that I wrote. And one was Stanko Šarić, he's a good friend of mine from Zlatni Dukati. And when he's seen that particular song that I wrote, that Ljubav, Sloboda, Istina, he thought it was quite good. And so he's the one that actually even recorded it before me, but just in the background, not to be put out. And then he said, look, there's a couple of things that we need to, just sort out in your lyrics and stuff like that, because obviously when we write here, and because we think sometimes more in Croatian, not more in English, I should say. And then he had also said to me, look, Mario Vestic is also top author. He can sort of also create that, so he has a bit more better flow. And that's how it all started. And then obviously Croatia Records heard it, and they said that they really liked that. And especially I think it was interesting from them to see that at the young age that I went like that, and I lived in diaspora for all this time, and they thought that that was quite interesting and really good, that I could still write and do things and have the feelings of the homeland, or Croatia, and all that sort of stuff. And that's how it all came about.
You talk about we think in English. Well, you've probably got one ahead of me. You're actually thinking. Bilo koji jezik, I don't know. But it's actually interesting, the point that you bring up, that they're looking at you from Croatia Airlines and go, Croatia Airlines. Oh my God. I think that was a Freudian slip. I used to work for Croatia Airlines. But Croatia Records, and they're saying to you, oh, you've still, got this connection with Croatia, and they're sort of surprised by it. And then I can't believe that in this day and age, in 2026, that they'd still be surprised by that, because so many of us go back there and we know the language, and we're au fait with so much that's going on over there, and we're up to date with all the current affairs over there. So I mean, Mollis Chudin Togo,
I'm not saying surprised. I think maybe that was the wrong thing I said. I think a few people have most probably tried to get through with the music over there and whatever, but I'm not sure in which sense or which way they did. But I think they just liked what what I wrote, and what I've been writing more about my life and the way I see sort of things. So maybe that's what they liked. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. That's the way I sort of see it. But
Yeah, but
they
recently,
like the idea that I'm diaspora and that I'm still doing what I'm doing.
yes, but recently you've been. We were chatting today earlier just to make sure that the technology works, and that's fantastic, because any future guests that want to come in and we want to test that everything works, we can do it during the day. We can do it the day before, and that's great, and it's clear and chista slika, chistis walk, everything's great.
Yeah.
But you told me about interviews you've done now, whether it was radio or otherwise, through Mostar, Sweden, Canada. So it's not just the local Crow Records, and they're just going to release it on YouTube and Spotify. You're actually branched out, and there are people that are interested in your work and in your journey and in your story all over. So you said Herzegovina in particular, Mostar, how well organized and how well received you were by the interview you had there, and then Sweden and Canada. Like, how did that happen? How does that come about?
I think that's all went because it's all out there on Instagram and on Apple Music, and it's on what's on YouTube and whatever. I think that's how they get in contact with me on Instagram and what's the name through YouTube and all that sort of stuff. So I'm getting fairly nice messages coming around. Good on you, well done. So it's a good feeling that people are liking the music that I'm doing and what I'm doing. Yeah,
we're liking it, and we also received a message from our good friends at Crowfire Food. So Adam Kovacevic and the gang out there. Said, you definitely need to get Doug on the show, and lo and behold, we've got him. So they're great supporters of our show as well. They've sponsored us with gifts and all sorts of kind gestures. So a big shout out to everybody at Crowfire Food and everyone that's watching.
And they sponsor the community in general.
They do. They sponsor. They've got all things happening, seminars about smoking meats and all sorts of, not just making pekka and doing a couple of. This is big ticket stuff. But they're massive supporters, and they gave me the big thumbs up after I put out the reel today saying that you're going to be on the show. So fantastic. A big shout out.
That's fantastic. I tell you what, I see a lot of his stuff around the place, and even my son's got some of his gear over there, and he's excellent in what he does, and good on him. And there's nothing better than having a good barbecue. And he knows how to do it well,
Malvasia and some rebra. Gradele, what do you call it? Roštilj. I think
Roštilj. Just a question. Ante, ti si Dalmatian background, yeah?
Yes, that's why I've got the D for Dalmatian.
Yeah, that's what I can see. And then I see the Rob, you Hajduk, yeah?
Well, actually, but this is the ironic thing. I'm not. We swapped tops tonight.
So what's the name? That's what I'm saying. Ne morate doći u neku tuču, da se ne potučete.
No, but that's exactly right, and I think that's what we've been promoting that pretty staunchly. I think.
I support Jedinstvo from Donji Miholjac. That's my club.
Oh, so you're not far from Valpovo.
My mum is born in Moslavački Krčenik, just outside of Donji Miholjac, near Podravska Moslavina there.
Oh, wow.
So even though she's a Bukovčanka, born originally her family and her three older siblings are born near Benkovac, they ended up in a big migration like everybody else from down south up to Slavonia. So,
well, that's my grandfather also came from near Varaždinske Toplice. He came down in 1946, to Valpovo. and that's where I was born. And but my grandparents are actually, even my father was born up there near Waddesdon.
Yeah, we all sort of share
We all
those
came
stories.
all down that way, yeah. So we all know about that. Actually, there's a song that I wrote about that. It's called Narad Moy. It was actually fantastic what I've achieved, what I've seen over there when we were traveling. I wanted to see that path where he traveled with the horse and cart at that time, going back just after the war sort of thing. Luckily, it was most probably alive, because usually he was in a Domobran, as far as I know. That that time Krishniput and whatever, a lot of people did. A lot of our Croatian ancestors have been killed by the communist regime and by
animals. Yep.
by Tito, which I call him a ratni zločinac anyway. But so what's the name? That path was just amazing. And when I seen just what you were saying from Podravina going down that way, I seen the sun so big. Not the sun, sun going down. It was so big and so massive. I never seen nothing like it in Australia.
And you got to sigurno Slavonac, vidiš šokačka glava. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that was quite interesting. And then that's how the song came about. And what's the name? Narod Moy, which I thought, well, how many different nations have tried to overtake us? From Romans, from Illyris, from what's the name?
Nations.
Sad je po toj zemlji gazit. Ali interesting to say is that we still, all our traditions, we still remain. We still, having our traditions. And that's so amazing. When I see Valkovačko ljeto, then I seen Vinkovački jesen, then po Dalmaciju you go and see some of the other things down there, and the traditions are still there. But the very important thing is we still got the language, we though we have, bit of influence from here, from there, whatever, but it is still got that, which is for me actually fantastic,
And we're still veseli, and our music is veselo most of the time. You know what I mean? Yeah, we've got our love songs, we've got our ballads, we've got our sad ones, but just in general, we're still veseli. We can.
Yeah.
And
we respect that, and when you see these guys that are, if you ever heard of this Lipetsaner, it's a horse.
The horses, yeah.
The horses, mate. They're still making sure they're keeping them. Making sure that they're still producing. They're still having. Those every year when they do have them, they have the the festivals with them, and they're part of the culture there, especially in Slavonia, and that's fantastic to see, and then I'm really proud, for all that, and that we have saved all those traditions, and we'll keep them happening for many years to come.
Absolutely. And Small, you said like we remain vesely, and that's the whole thing. I think that's the difference between us and maybe some of our neighbours. Our neighbours are going out, and this is actually current affairs. They're going out there and they're demonstrating, and the army's out and the police are out there, basically, bringing everyone down. Our Nado comes out, we celebrate. As much as we could complain or whatever, but we're always coming out. There's celebrations everywhere, whether you're in Slavonia, whether you're in Dalmatia, whether you're in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it doesn't really matter, or whether you're up, in Zagorje, Međimurje, but there's celebrations non-stop. And I think that's where we've shown that we're different as an art. We're actually happy compared to maybe some of our neighbors. But you also brought up Jezik, and it's very, very important. And I think one of the things that is so important about to sačuvati našu kulturnu baštinu. Our jezik, instead of just saying, and small-mindedness comes out and says, pa, to nije književni, or that's not this. And I said, well, that's the beauty of it. I'm not a Dalmatinac, but I can say with my hand on the heart, I think all parts of Dalmatia, I think it's the most beautiful sounding form of Croatian, and I think it's more melodic and lyrical and absolutely beautiful, whether you're on the islands or anywhere down south. It's got something. But suffice to say, there's beautiful things coming out of the north and Međimurje and Zagorje and Slavonija. And don't get me wrong, and we've even talked about in Austria, what would they call it?
Gradišćanski Hrvati, which is
and Molisev, what do they call Molis Croats in Italy and stuff. And that's something that we need to protect because it is worth so much. We can't just go off and say, oh, moraš shati ovaj književni hrvatski, because actually when you look at the roots of književni hrvatski, it was actually trying to drag away from what true Croatian was.
Right. Exactly.
It was trying to bind us in this pan-Slavic sort of thing that we're actually working against now, and actually celebrating our uniqueness. And that's something that we need to celebrate, our uniqueness. That our country's so small, Croatia's tiny, relatively speaking, has got so many different dialects, so many, these nuances in the language. It's absolutely beautiful. And I love, like I said, and I honestly say, every time I go to Dalmatia, and I know I take the piss out of Dalmas or whatever, and Stella and everything.
Never.
But going down there, to me, it's the most beautiful sounding dialect of Croatia. It is. It's absolutely.
Well, what you're saying, Rob, you're absolutely right. I mean, sačuvali smo taj materinski jezik, jel da? To se tako manje više priča, ne? Jer književni, oni sad uče u školu kako svi govore, ali ovo kako su taj drugi dijelovi Hrvatske, je tamo imaš toliko ti dijalekta, to je zbiljno dosta smiješno. Jedno selo priča malo drugačije od drugog sela.
Yeah.
Ali to je sačuvano i to je nešto što treba držati.
Absolutely. I ako učiju ili uče, it doesn't really matter. That's the beauty of it. I love that. Whether you say.
And you would have felt it yourself, like, and your dad, let's say, coming from around Varaždin, and what would that be? Is that Zagorje? What's that? What was
Zagorje, yeah.
Zagorje coming into Podravina, bringing their traditions, bringing your grandparents and that. They brought with them. They didn't just come and assimilate Odma and become Šokci overnight. Yeah. They stayed Zagorci, and they probably would have been a little bit ostracized, like what my ancestors were in Krčenik and near Donj Miholjac. These were Dalmatinci from the Bukovica, from the hills, not the coastal kultura from Zadara. These are from Liščić near Benkovac. The Babe came in the white marame and the black muštani. And they were ostracized, but they kept their traditions. They still, some households in Krčenik, 3 generations, still speak with Ikavica.
But that's how Ikavica came into Slavonians. Yeah.
Exactly right. So have you seen that? Is there a bit of that sort of fusion? Like when you were growing up, what was the sort of music played in your household? Was it Zagorsko? Was it Slavonsko? Was it a bit of just sort of everything? Was it?
Well, look, it was a bit of everything. I mean, what's the name? I think we played in Slavonsko, we played Dalmatinsko, we played, Sevdah, sve se tu radilo i poslovno kao ja kad sam svirao i to sve, mi smo svirali sve to, koje god pjesma trebala se svirati i pjevati, to smo radili, ne, ili to bilo dalmatinska, ili to bilo slavonska, ili bila zagorska, lička, kao i danas još se to uvijek i radi, kako ja vidim. Ali čuj, to je što nas drži te stvari. Mi smo svi odsvakali, ali najbitnije da imamo srce što diše za Hrvatsku. A to je najbitnija stvar.
That's actually been a bit of a pet hate of mine. When you play a wedding or something, and now here I am. I've got to vent a little bit, like from a band point of view, and then people, if you've been guilty of this, will maybe take heed. But if you're like, you play like a Dalmatian wedding, or you play to Hertskovci or something, you start playing Hertskovci, and then you play a song that's Slavonsko, and then they come up to you and go, "Mi smo Hertskovci," or "Mi smo Dalmatinci." Don't play me that. Who gives a fuck where you're from, mate? It's all Croatian music. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, stop.
Enjoy it.
You know what I mean? Like,
my old man grew up he just loves Ličke. That is all he ever. My man's not a musical man. He had one cassette tape in his VB Commodore when we finally got a cassette tape, Pioneer, whatever it was, put in there, and it was one Lička cassetta that was played constantly. That's all he listened to. I don't think he can sing. He can't play an instrument. He can't do shit. Ali, he just loved Ličke pisma. Yeah. And I find in my cellar for some reason, which is just off the coast, a couple of k's off the coast, near Zadar, they love Ličke pisma, man, for some reason. I don't know how that influence came down to where it is now?
It's interesting. Yeah, a very interesting question.
Yeah. Whereas, my mum, very musical, used to play the squeeze box and learnt the squeeze box from the nuns at Clifton Hill at the church back in the mid to late 60s. Can play and listens to absolutely everything and very musical, can sing, can do all sorts of things. So it's having music in your house is very, very important, man.
It's incredible.
For language, I'm telling my kids, the more crow music you listen to, the better your crow will be. You can read, 100%. You can go to school, that's all great and it all helps. Listening to music constantly, often,
yeah, that's right.
You pick up the dialects, you pick up the inflections of words, grammar, whatever it is, and you just need to keep it in their ear. Like in my car, I play from Thompson to Klape to Zlatni Dukati to Lete Homo de Pop, all of it.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. But what are your plans? What are the plans for Doug now? The album's out. The single's I'm looking over 450,000 views on just YouTube alone, let alone Spotify and all the other platforms.
Yeah.
This is a big thing for our community, Naro Demoy. This isn't just, the song that I sang at the Dinamo PodroomTV party that had like 15, 20,000 views or whatever. This is 400,000+ views of a bloke from us. Човек, we'll call it Човек iz naroda. That's what I like to say. Човек iz naroda, iz naše sredine, out of our community, organic growth, come through. He's now signed to Croatia Records. Not only a single, he's got an album out there. What's next? What are your plans? Where do you go from here? What have you got? In the pipelines?
Well, I've got the second album written, and we're just working on the music now. So in July, I'm going there to record the second album. But what happens here and the way it all works now, especially with this first album. On the first album, we got 10 songs. So there's new second spots coming out now, which is called Nisu važne godine. Nisu važne godine, obviously I wrote that song because of my age. Now I'm 65. And that song is to inspire everyone else to say, well, just because I'm older that you can't do it. Well, you can do it. And I'm just going to do it, follow your dream and see what happens. And this is how it all worked out. I never thought that this was going to go to where it's went, but we put it out there, and obviously people like what I'm writing about, and like that first song, Ljubav, Sloboda, Istina. My man always used to say that, and used to tell me, look, son, sine, znaš šta, ima 3 riječi koje su ti jako važne u životu, to su ti ljubav, sloboda, istina. If you follow those words and you follow that in your life, you don't have to worry about anything, And I remember him saying, look, ljubav ti je najjača, nema kamena, nema čelika, nema ništa jače od ljubavi. A kaže, mač, to ti je oštar mač, a to ti je, istina ti je najjača, najoštrija. I to je Bog, A sloboda ti je, kad si slobodan, kad ti možeš raditi slobodno sve i nemaš nikakvih problema oko sebe i budi slobodan, to ti je najljepša stvar. I to je najljepše.
I'm happy to write a song for you on your next album. So you said you're 65. I've already penned the
hang on,
title.
65?
I've already titled a song. It's called Skoro Penzija.
Yeah.
So we'll just put some lyrics in. But
we're talking about Croatian there, that you stuffed your Croatian up. It's Skoro Penzija.
Skoro Penzija or Skoro Mirovina, but it doesn't flow as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tongue twister. Ali, tell me, are you a kind of a bloke that writes or does the music first and then the lyrics? Or do you write the lyrics and then you try and fit the music?
No, I write the lyrics, always the lyrics first.
Wow.
I mean, there's ideas that you can sometimes do with music, but I write the lyrics and then the lyrics, depending how we feel and what I feel. And then we, in conjunction with Mario Vestic, he picks up guitar and then he starts putting some things together, and that's how we do it. If I want to do it a bit bluesy or a bit slower, whatever, the way I feel about the song, that's the way we do it,
You're a big bass player. Any slap bass? Do you do any of the?
Mate, these days it's mainly just singing. You know, what's the name? There's too many guys that are a lot better than me. You know, what's the
I
name?
love the slap bass.
Yes,
Slapping the bass.
I used to do that when I was younger, but not as much now. You know,
Slap the bass.
yeah. He's a slapper, eh? Slapper.
Back in
Steady.
back in my younger days, I used to slap that bass. But one thing, no, seriously, sorry, Doug. When you were talking about, and it's a bit of a theme now. You go and you had you had a conventional job growing up and everything, and then when you've gotten older and you come sort of towards retirement age, you said, you know what, fuck this, I'm going to do what I love.
Yeah.
I want to play music and I want to do that. And there was the same thing with Mariana that she was talking about before. Any sort of advice from your perspective? Is it something that maybe you wish you'd done earlier? Was it the right time for you in your life? You know, are there any regrets? Or just what even that change meant in your life? Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. I mean, I do say to myself sometimes I should have done it much earlier. But, you know, to je to. Nikad ne znaš kad je vrijeme. Vrijeme može biti uvijek, ali sve to je kao što kaže, your stars got to line up. And once they line up, and this is how it happened. And, you know, I always had the dream. I got a studio at home, and you know, I had a few boys that, you know, we tried to do things and whatever, but it just never worked out. Though we had good time, don't get me wrong, you know, but you know, what I can hear and what I wanted, it just didn't make it, you know. So obviously what happened in the last couple of years or last 2-3 years, and this journey that I went on, things lined up. These stars are lined up. You know, I met the right people. The producer there, you know, Tony Lovich, you know, he puts a lot of the music together as well. He's a guitarist in the actual album as well, and he plays the keyboards as well. And he's a great musician, great producer. I think he plays for a band called Zabranjeno Pušenje.
Oh
I
yes.
don't know if anybody has seen that
Yes.
band. He does what's named guitar work in there. And the drummer, like I said before, he played on the last album, Hodočasniks for Thompson. So these are the guys that are playing on this album. And you know, Rocco is also very talented bass player, backup vocalist, and stuff like that. And these are absolute professionals. You know what I've seen, and this is the sort of thing that we couldn't do over here. Look, I'm sure there is good guys out here and they can do a lot of good things, but to try to get them together, and especially these days, it's very, very hard. Where these guys are more professional, they do this for their living, you know. And I think that's the sort of thing that you know, what's the name, I've tapped into, and what we've done is that's what worked out, you know.
I was going to ask. So you got signed up by Croatia Airlines. Croatia
Airlines.
Croatia record.
I'm a pilot.
This is 12 years of saying that all the time. Sorry, that it's
Welcome to Sky Air Travel. Is Robert speaking?
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I was a year into another job, and they said, and I was leaving a message on someone's phone, and I started saying the Sky Air phone number. I go, so when you're not even thinking it, I actually called. I actually called what's his name, Kim Murphy, Ian Dobson yesterday. So that's what I was saying. That's how my brain works. But anyway, or it doesn't work, I should say.
But that's okay.
Ian Dobson never played for Footscray.
But anyway, like you got. I didn't give him a hard time about that. But anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to that as well, because it was open there for that attack with the Footscray just thing. But anyway, what did I say? So you got signed up with Croatia Records.
Yeah.
And was there any advantage from a musical point of view? So, like, if you say you're a budding musician or you're a band, and you say, "Oh, I'm on the cusp of something. I could achieve something." Is there an advantage of getting that distribution deal with Croatia Airlines
Airlines.
Croatia Records, as opposed to just promoting yourself?
Well, of course it is, because they're hooked up, with every, they've got so many different platforms. They put you on those platforms, the digital platforms. I think now everything is on digital these days. I mean, the sale of the album, it's not actually about the album. It's all about the single that you're going to put on and the spot that you're going to do. So that's the way it all works. And they're the ones that are sort of, I suppose the marketing strength is so much stronger with Croatia Records than would be with us individual. I believe, Rob, you're in major minor, yeah?
Guilty, yes.
Guilty?
I think
You play major minor?
no, I don't play there. I yell and hope for the best.
You yell and hope for the best.
Yes.
So you're a marketing manager, are you?
No, I'm the singer there. Yeah.
Are you the singer there?
Oh, yeah.
I think I met you maybe going back 30 years ago.
I wasn't in major minor 30 years ago. I was just a child.
Oh, he wasn't even born 30 years ago. He wasn't even born.
No.
No, it was a while ago, but I think I would have met you.
Yeah, you do look familiar.
But who was the original singer with Major Minor?
Oh my God! We got 43 years of history there. You got Zelks
Chorsic.
Yeah, you got Zelks Chorsic. You got Lucy Martic, Skorko. They're the two probably main singers that were there. You got George Sabljak.
George Sabljak
who had a hand in it.
George Sabljak, who is recently retired.
So how long have you been playing singing with Major Minor?
21, 2 years, something like that.
I think I'll have to write him a song, Skoro Penzia.
Yeah, that's on the cards.
Maybe I met some one of the other singers then.
Might have been, but that's But
anyway, that doesn't matter. But I haven't heard you guys for a while because obviously you haven't been in Sydney many times, But
tell me, you were saying today. Yeah, you're telling me today. These days, the video comes out first, and then the album or the single or whatever. Whereas in the old days, you'd get the record, you'd record or it's a cassette or a CD. You'd listen to it, you'd love it, and then they'd put out the video, and you'd see it on. Now these days in Crow CMC or Hrvatska Televizija. For us, it was MTV or Video Hits or whatever. But now you're saying it's the opposite. You have to do a spot or a video to promote the album and the single. So how does that work?
Well, that's the way the marketing works these days. I mean, what we can see now, I think the single will be going on to CMC as well. I mean, there's some radio plays now happening like on a few radio stations up there in Croatia. What's the name? The single is now the way it works. You do the single, you do the spot, and then you choose the next one, and so you don't have to do the whole album, but most probably 6-7 songs out of that album, most probably you'll do it. So what they do is the way I can see it is that every couple of months, every 3 months or whatever, the new single, a new spot's going to come out. So this time we're choosing, what's the name, Godine nisu važne. It's a bit more sort of hippie, hip hop sort of, a bit more sort of like, what's the name, rockier sort of song, and a bit more for the older people who want to have a bit of a dance. You know what I mean? And Godine nisu važne, to su samo brojevi.
That's what I keep saying to everyone as well. But one thing, like we're talking about our distribution thing, and you see you go on CMC, a lot of people don't know that CMC is actually owned by Croatia Airlines.
No,
it's happening just by itself. By Croatia Records. It's owned by Croatia Records, and if you want to actually get onto CMC, you actually have to have a deal with Croatia Records. So you can't be on the radio or
Croatia Records.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Keep that in front of you, Rob.
But but if you want to you can't be now with some of these Orfei or Claudius
Cardona
or
Well, I believe so. I mean, when I went to Croatia Records and when we signed the deal and that, I've seen a lot of Thompson was the Thompson on the wall and the Bebek and a lot of bands, Indexy, obviously they sign up these deals with these sort of artists, and they push their artists, I suppose. It is true. CMC is part of that culture, yeah. But look, like anything, if the song, if they want to promote that song and they want to push it, it's all about your PR team and your PR work that you're going to do, especially in the marketing world now, the way it is. You got to have it on YouTube and Spotify and all those channels, which that's what they do. They put it all onto those channels, yeah. And so if somebody hears it and word of mouth, or then you got this advertising that happens, there's 10 seconds or 5 seconds, what's the name on the YouTube channel, and then if you like it, you press it, and if you press it and listen to it, that's how we get the results. So if you go on YouTube now and you press it and you've seen that spot, Godina nisu važne, već what's in Ljubav, Sloboda, Istina, that registers, So I suppose I was very fortunate that people like that song, and people are pressing it, and that is a good thing, and it's not only in Croatia, but it's all around the world, So
you're going to get a bit of love from other musicians that have been around forever as well. David Schaefer, who's very famous for being a member of Zagreb and other bands, and still play to this day. Vis Croatia and many other bands. Love the sound of your song Narode Moj. Very raw and refreshing. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Every song is different. It's not just one, just one sort of, it's slower, rockier, what's that, whatever, it's got, I'm trying to sort of put a mixture in there, so it's not all just same sort of tempo, you know what I mean?
There's one that when we talk of dialects and grammar, so Drago Schaefer is David.
Yes.
Drago Ivanek is Doug.
Yes.
How do you get Doug from Drago, and how do you get David from Drago?
How do you get Tony from Zdravko?
How do you get Darren? How do you get Darren from Dragan? How do you get Jerry from Željko?
Okay, I'm going to tell you my story. So when I was at school, as a young kid, they was always calling us wogs and this and that. So I ended up getting a nickname called Whacker. Because well, that was one sort of nickname, and because
I've been called that a few times. Did you say?
Yeah,
did you say
well,
Whacker?
Whacker.
Oh no, my wife calls me something else. It sounds very similar to Whacker.
No, not what you're thinking. Whacker means when you whack someone.
Oh, okay.
He's been whacked a few times too.
Yeah. So we used to fight and that, and then I was pretty good. They told me that I was fairly quick and fairly good in sport. And so one I was playing rugby league at the time, or doing something, and one of the teachers says, "Why don't you just call yourself Doug?" And then everybody, all the kids started saying Doug, and end up being Doug Drago, and that's the way he was, So
you become Dragon.
Yeah. Well, they did call me Dragon in sometimes, but he was Doug Drago, and then that's how he stuck. So it's from the youth.
Because they would have said to you, if you want to play NRL, you've got to change your name to Doug.
Yeah.
The name like Drago.
Yes.
You got to be Doug.
But but look now Drago's become fairly popular. Some people are saying just call yourself Drago. So you can call me whatever you want. You got Doug.
Your stage name. You're like Prince.
Yeah.
Prince or Madonna. You got to have one name.
But going in Croatia, they like that, especially in like the marketing part of it. Doug Drago. It's a little bit, nije samo Drago Ivanek, it's Doug Drago. So
How the hell did I pronounce it over there? Dog.
Yeah, they know how to pronounce it, but when he first came out on the actual premiere, when we premiered the song, she said a dog Drago Ivanek. But
That's like there was a lady once on CMC. I swear to God, this is a true story. You can find her on YouTube. Klapa Intrade. Yeah, Tomislav Bralic and Klapa Intrade. Very famous now, probably the biggest of all,
Yeah,
time, all time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
She introduced them once. This Jenna, I think she must have lived in America or Canada. Klapper in trade.
He tried.
Have you Klapper? She read it as an English Klapper in trade instead of Klapper in trade. So if you've dog,
she read it correctly.
maybe they could call you Snoop Dogg Ivanek. Snoop Dogg.
Anyway, but look, it's interesting. You know, it's been an interesting journey anyway. So what's the name? Where this is going to go, I don't know. But what's the name? It's only going.
It's going. It's going.
It's all about.
We are loving it.
It's all about the. It's all about the journey, not the destination. That's what we say at Croatia.
Yeah, that's right. But it's you know, it's you know, I mean, you always got an idea, and you were just talking to what's the name, the lady over there, Mariana, you know, and she was saying, you know, svako neko ima neki dar, you know.
Yes.
And funny enough, you know, that's one of my last songs that I just wrote, or one of the songs that I just wrote. You know, svi mi sanjamo, you know, svi imamo dar, you know. Jedan dan ćeš pronaći taj dar i kad to pronađeš, onda radi na tome. To će ti,
there's a perfect video clip for that song. If you've got Mariana in the background with the headphones on, painting a painting.
Yeah.
Dad's from Veliž, mum's from Lijeka, you're from Valpovo, originally Varaždin. Somewhere in between at Plitvice, she's in there painting a backdrop and you're singing.
Yeah, how good is that, huh?
Svi mi sanjamo, best we don't share some of our dreams.
Well, yeah, svi mi sanjamo. That's a new one of the new songs that I just wrote lately, and so we're going to be working on that one as well. But you know, there's you know, one of the songs, you know, second album, Pustite me da živim na miru, you know, like, you know, sometimes you have enough with your kids, and you know, and they give you the shits and whatever, you know.
That's my heart, my friend. You have just that's plagiarism. You've just plagiarized.
You know, it's
you must have my house bugged. Yeah. I think you've got my joint bugged here because I yell at 15 times a day.
That's what it is, you know. Najgore je to kad ljudi počne pričati o prošlosti i uvijek neke gluposti, you know. That's why I said, you know, prošlost se ponavlja, you know, puna mi je kapa svega, you know. You know, pustite me da živim u miru, you know. I hear you, sister. I hear you. So these are the sort of things that, you know, I write about when I get an idea. I just write it down, and then, you know, we just work on that. You know, there's, you know, a lot of rubbing out, and you know what will fit and how it's going to go, and that's the whole you know, journey, just to write about my life and the way I see things around me, you know, and that's what I do. Same as one of the songs, you know, Siaju Oku, which is Twinkle in the Eye. You know, my daughter, she's a bit older now, and she, you know, was traveling around the world and doing all this sort of stuff, and you know, looking for love all over the place, I suppose, you know. And then I was always telling her, you know, when you get that twinkle in the eye, that's what's going to happen. When I wrote the song, and I was recording that song actually in Croatia at that time, you know, Sudbina ti donesi ljubav. And he bloody brought it for her, you know. Yeah. And now she's in love. Here we go. You know, she's, you know,
it's all your fault.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, because I wrote the song about her. Anyway, she cried about it. You know, when I told her. Yeah, dobar je. Ne samo to, bonus. You know, he's Croatian background. You know, he's got a Croatian. You know, he's Croatian.
Biće gadno.
You've done your job.
Nikad ne znaš šta je oko ćoška, jel da?
Ali Doug, I'll tell you what, we feel, I think what you feel. You're living your dream. We're going to live your dream through you, I reckon. We'll play your song before the show ends this evening. For anyone that's got any internet now, ako ste kući, ako gledate, ako znate ukucati neko ime ili nešto zatražite na YouTube, Drago Ivanek na YouTube, pogledajte mu pjesme, look up his songs. He's already got over 450, nearly 500,000 views on one song. on one song. There's an album out. You've got 500,000 nearly views on one song. A boy from Valpovo, lived in Sydney his whole life, part of our community. He's now got a contract with Croatia Records, working on his second album. Get behind it, log in, get downloaded on Spotify, YouTube. Yet the more hits, the more views it gets. Obviously, the more airtime and airplay you're going to get overseas, and it's all a snowball effect.
That's
yeah?
right.
Oh,
We need to get
fantastic.
behind our artists. And
We
tonight
do.
is all about artists.
It is.
Mariana
yeah.
Mesic, Drago Ivanek. It's our artists. It's people who put their here we go. You put your balls on the line.
Yeah.
Oh, near someone Bezeze, let's go. You've done a big thing here. You're a recording artist with Croatia Records, going on to your second album. You're on CMC. You're being interviewed all over the world. You're doing what you probably knew you could do your whole life. And you're doing it now at 65, and we stand behind it. We applaud it. I svaka ti čast, and well done to yourself and everybody that's backed you all the way through. And no doubt, I could hear today when we were organising the technology, a female voice in the background, no doubt, has been a massive support to you in all of this. And I've read that in some of your Instagram posts and some of the other stuff as well. Ali, stvarno, ljudino svaka čast, and everyone get behind it. Drago, you've been, again, fantastic guest for our show tonight.
Time to promote artists and stop promoting all the bullshit artists that have been
That's
around in
right.
the
Too much
community.
bullshit artists. We need more artists.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, look, what's the name? It is fantastic what you just said. That is, thank you very much for your support and for you guys that are getting behind us like that. And I'll give as much as I can from myself and make it all work. And it just shows you, that's why I named the album Nisu Važne godine. It doesn't matter what age you are. You just got to follow your dream and, just go and do it. Dok smo tu, napravimo što možemo. Hey, everything from here, it's a bonus. That's the way I look at it. But if you're sitting in the bedroom and dreaming in a bedroom, it just doesn't happen. You've got to go out there, open the doors.
You got to make it happen. Yep.
Yeah, open the doors, and hopefully that will all work out.
That's actually true. And I met some amazing musicians that just were played in the bedroom. Some guitarists, they were just doing the England Moms theme kind of stuff and never stepped on the stage.
I've known a lot of blokes that slapped the bass in the bedroom.
They did.
But you need to slap the bass on YouTube.
You do.
But if you slaps the bitch in the bedroom, it's all right,
Well, we'll leave that to you because we'll keep slapping.
I'm only joking. That's only a joke.
Just a but Drago, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Svaka čast, Croatia Records, recording artist, first album is out. Jump online, we'll play your song, your single at the moment that's out there that's got over 400,000+ views. We'll play it before the end of the show. Second album coming. Sydney boy, come to Australia from Valpovo. We've heard his story. Get behind it if you can. Download it, listen to it, slušajte, share it.
Thanks very much.
You're living the Australian dream for us Hrvati here in Australia. Right?
Most certainly.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure with you guys, and also I've got to give you a bit of a thumbs up. Love your show because it's interesting. It's fun. You don't mind having a beer. You don't mind having a bit of a drink, and that's what it's about. Having a good time and enjoying it. Sve što drugo dođe, to je sve dobro.
Exactly. It's going to doći anyway. It's going to leave it. Ostavit ćemo za sutra.
Ostavit ću za sutra, to je tako da.
Exactly right.
Okay. Ajde, cheers, guys. Sve najbolje.
Lako noć. Ajde.
Congratulations and keep up the great work, brother.
Yeah. And we'll be in contact, hey?
Uvijek. Anytime. Ljudi, lako noć. And all the very best, brother.
Okay.
So there you go.
Drago Ivanek, Mariana Mesic, two artists, one in South Australia, one in New South Wales.
Yeah.
Both come from the same background as we do. They're brought up exactly the same way as most of us that are listening to this show now, whether you're first, second, third generation.
Yep.
We all share the same trajectory. Some of us have moved on and become well-known, got entries in the Archibald Prize.
Yeah.
Others have been signed to Croatia Records.
But they've both done that at mature ages.
Yeah.
So we've spent a lot of time promoting our youth, and rightly so, I think, because I think they need that sort of support. Coming in, making groups, and we're talking about MCF and whatever it is, and in any of these other myriad of groups that are popping up, and it's great. But there's also, we haven't run out of time for mature age people, like he's there. What was he? What did you say? It was 65.
65.
It looks amazing. Well, that's what music does to you, I think. It keeps you young.
Well, if you're not touring, or if you're not doing weddings every weekend, then
yeah.
This is Rob, 23 years old.
I am. I can't show you my face on television because I'm a dentist. But anyway,
That's Pinu.
yeah, pulling teeth. But or Mariana, who said, like she's 54 years of age and come out and made a career, and an amazing career. And she's all just starting. She's actually growing from strength to strength. A few hiccups that are happening in the world of economics at the moment, maybe making it difficult for her. But regardless of that, her reputation's growing, and the same now with him. He worked all his life, and he said, I'm going to do what I'm actually passionate about. It's a perfect lesson to everybody, regardless of what it is. It doesn't have to be art. If you've got a passion for something, just do it.
We are storytellers. We are born storytellers, Crows. Doesn't matter what age you are, we tell stories. That's how we've preserved our culture, is by telling stories,
right.
passing on stories that we've heard. You know what I mean? I think it was Friday night at training at Dynamo. Yeah, it's a busy Friday night. I managed to get my boy to training, which probably won't happen for a while now because I'm doing whatever shift. Ali, the rakia stories. We started talking about what effect has rakia had on you.
Yeah, man.
Previous
He
experience.
said, I couldn't remember.
Exactly
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
Ali. The stories I heard on Friday are some of the best stories I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Of Rakia waking up on the garage floor, waking up on the nature strip, going from Dynamo to Kilo Downs took an hour and a half to get home. You stopped, they reckon, every nature strip between Fox Street to Verona Drive. Yeah, we are storytellers. And now him at 65 years old telling his story through music. Yeah. Mariana's telling her story through resin and water paints and colours and oil paintings or whatever it is, canvas. Charles Bielich is 100 years old and he's telling his story still. Yeah, you've got you on Saturday, Sunday playing weddings. You're telling your story. Yeah, your story involves greenbacks being slapped on your forehead.
I wish it happened more often.
Ali, that's what we do, and that's how it's preserved, man. What do you reckon? Crows. Kaunarot, we preserved our heritage in stone, in books, in all sorts of things. But also, you look at some of the cultures that sort of haven't survived, their stories have preserved through word of mouth.
Yeah,
Vikings.
Yeah, that's right.
Some of the strongest cultures in the world that the world's ever known, theirs was word of mouth. They didn't have much written down. Yeah. They didn't really have a written language. Or sagas, or stories that were passed on around the fire, around the lounge room, around the kitchen, or whatever it was, stories. And there you go. We've had two stories tonight that many of you may not have ever heard, particularly if you're not from Adelaide or if you're not from Sydney. You don't know who Mariana Mesi is, and you don't know who...
well, you do now, but...
You do now, hopefully, and I don't know how big our audience is. It's decent. We're happy.
But you talk about, you talk about stories, and they're telling stories different ways, through song or through art. And it's actually great showing that. And I love that, like you looking at Mariana, she was just nervous and didn't know how to express, because she's not that kind of person. She's humble, and she's not going to spruik herself because she's not made of that kind of ilk. On that, but she's doing it through her art.
It's in your foyer when you walk into your house.
It's incredible stories, and a picture paints says 1,000 words, and so someone looks at that and that can mean anything. And I love that she painted something, and she said she painted something for a cancer patient who said, "Oh my God, it's helped me so much." Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the honor of painting something or writing a song or writing a letter, whatever it is? You've done something, and you've affected someone who's suffering from that evil to the point of saying, you're giving me strength. You're giving me something to look forward to. Wow. If that's the only painting that she did that affected someone, wasn't it all worthwhile?
And your legacy. That's your legacy. That's what you've left behind. That's when you leave this earth. What have you left behind? Well, I left a person that was 1,000 times off worse than me. Make them feel better. Yeah. That's your legacy. That's what you've left.
Incredible.
You know what I mean? talking to my legacy, my little kum Rocco in Metkovic
Yeah.
played my song in the bus.
Wow.
In the bus to his schoolmates. One, he told his mates that my kum
He's a rock star.
is a rock star.
Yeah.
He made the bus driver play my song,
Neil Lago.
Neil Lago, played it in the bus and forced. Well, some would say he made his compatriots enjoy the musical talents of his cool. Listen! He made his bus driver play my song in the bus and then said, "That's my cool. That's my legacy. That my song is now being played in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
That's
in Metkovic. I'll be dead for that tomorrow. I'll probably be slaughtered for that in my own bed for saying the Metkovic.
No one's ever called you a liar.
No, never. Ali, I'm taking the piss. Please, Tony, this is the second week in a row I've called Metkovic Bosnia.
You know what? He never complains because I think deep down he knows it's the truth.
It is Teška Dalmacija. Speaking of language, we advertised over the last couple of weeks the Croatian Studies Foundation.
Yes.
And they had that fantastic seminar over the weekend, I believe it was
Oh,
over the
yes.
weekend.
Yeah.
With the Japanese professor who came to Sydney to talk about the language and the preservation of language of the Gradišćanski Hrvati in Austria. Looked like quite a significant turnout. I don't have the photos. I ran out of room of how many slides I had on the show today, but I did have them lined up. But to Anthony Gurlica and everybody at the Croatian Studies Foundation that organised that seminar, amazing. Again, those, for a lot of us, obscure. Who would ever think, right? Who would ever, if you sat down and you imagined up something business and you go, all right, this is a Japanese guy coming to Sydney to talk about Gradišćanski Hrvati to the Croatian Studies Foundation in Macquarie University.
It's an incredible story. There's a story in itself.
You cannot. That's not 6 degrees. That's 1,000 degrees of separation.
That's a Japanese professor who's found the love for this language. He sees the benefit in this language. He sees the richness in it that he wants to go around the world and promote it. A Japanese professor. That's incredible. You got a Japanese singer that wants to sing 500.
He's in Crow at the moment. I believe the Crow Samurai is in Crow.
Yeah.
He's in Crow. I think I've been seeing his Instagram stuff and popping up in it. He's there at the moment. So I don't know how long he's going to stay for, but my nieces, if he's going to stay long enough, have organised they will be going to the Thompson concert in Zaprešić. That will be coming up
because it's sold out already. Yeah?
It's sold out, I believe, but they will be going. But is there also talk, and I don't know if it's confirmed, is he going to Vukovar?
Vukovar at the end of August. I will hopefully be there.
That will be. You will be?
Oh, hopefully. Well, if I get a ticket.
You'll be getting a flight with Croatia Records, I believe.
I will be getting a flight of Croatia Records all the way to Osijek. Actually, someone said something about that every time that I said Croatia Airlines that I had to do a shot of Palinko.
So no more Debeljak. Every time Spold says Croatia Airlines.
You know what the worst part was? I actually didn't mean it. It was just coming out.
And people are saying we need to get our shit together. Luka
Didolica. But that's for 2 years.
I've been hearing that every day of my life. Luka, Matthew Dulic tells us, Luka Didolica, that we mentioned earlier, he's currently in Japan. He's Joey Didolica's son, Urawa Red Diamonds, not the Didolica that's at Perth Glory.
Apologies.
Koliko vas Didolica ima? Bloody hell, like you said.
You know what? Not all of us can win Sale of the Century.
But here's the Croatia Airlines. Get us there safely so we can get a recording contract.
They had a bit of a hiccup, I think, in the news. I saw something the other day. They blew a tire.
Blew a tire?
Like literally.
In the air?
No, not in the air. They were about to take off and a tire blew on one of the new what are those Airbus 220s, I think. Anyway,
it's not a refurbished Israeli.
No, it's a brand new plane.
Oh, brand new.
No, actually, they've spent a fortune updating the.
Anyway,
fleet,
we have now a disclaimer. We fixed that one. Luka Didolica is the son of Joey Didolica, who was
apologies. Okay,
Croatian goalkeeper. Again, one of the
Joey and Cartes. Sorry, I didn't.
One of our Australian-born boys who play for the Croatian national team, just like Adrian Segecic has chosen to do. Except Joey probably wasn't crucified as much as young Segecic or Joe Šimunić was back at the time. Ali, we move on, but Ollie and Luka, we wish them all the very best
absolutely.
at the under-19s.
And I'm sure they're going to do well,
championships.
Absolutely.
Let me just have a look.
Yeah,
Jason Razumic replying to Dennis Knežević. Jason's another one. I saw a split on Friday, also known as Jason's Bar. If everyone remembers Jason from the beer garden at Melbourne, Croatia there. He used to run the bar there, and it was named after him. for a time. Ivica Petrolic, there you go. That's one. He's just giving me a bit of a reminder, a bit of a kick up the backside. Ivica phenomenon, we like to call him. Where are we? Let's just scroll up. Now, hopefully you can see some of the images that are being shown online at the moment. So this is a Junior Croatia replica kit, the current Junior Croatia replica kit. Top and shorts, home. Top and shorts, away.
Yeah.
Jersey.
Yeah, okay.
Jersey. Now, there are the kids' tops available, kids' tops with shorts, and adult jerseys available for $50.
Wow.
Ivica Petrolic is organising and is able to provide to our community. So $50. World Cup is coming up. Not even, I think it's 23 days away or something like that.
I just saw an ad today. I think at what's that? JLB Music. With the JD Sports.
JD,
they're selling the tops for $180.
that is
$180.
I was at Ultra Football on Saturday afternoon. The supporter jersey, so basically the ones that we used to be able to buy at Rebel Sport, 130.
Right.
The match issue player jersey is like 180, 230, whatever. It's ridiculous. Yeah, even the kids ones are like $100. Yeah, bigger. But also they are selling the Crow Nike size 5 ball at Ultra. You walk into Ultra now, you'll see a size 5 Nike Crow ball with the H&S logo on.
Oh, really? Okay.
$45.
That's a bargain. That's good.
And if anyone can see this, it might be a bit too shiny because of the lighting. What you can see here is a Luka Modric. I'm not selling these. I'm not no third party or whatever. You can see that.
Oh, the new top too.
It is a brand called Minix. M-I-N-I-X. Minix figurines, right? I've got a couple of these figurines I bought over the years. I've got a Diego Maradona and I've got a Ivan Rakitic.
Oh, really?
Available on Amazon or whatever. This I bought from Woolworths.
Has Ivan Rakitic's one got his wife there right behind telling him what to do?
Yes, she
Okay,
is right there,
okay.
right behind him saying, Ivane, nešto više igraš za Hajduk.
Okay, you're right.
Ti ćeš
I was just wondering. I was
ti
just
nazad u
curious. Yeah.
Španjolsku I tamo ćeš ti žderat those beans or whatever they eat.
Fajol.
This I bought from Woolworths. Right?
Yeah. Wow.
Woolworths online. Yes.
Okay,
You can buy it at
okay,
Kmart. You can buy it at. You go online. You type in Luka Modric figurine.
Yeah.
Minix. M-I-N-I-X. I'm not. Zafrakawating se. I bought a couple of them. Kogan, Dick Smith, basically everywhere. It's some brand. It's a company here called The Gamesman.
Okay.
But they distribute basically to all these big online people.
Yep.
$20. Here we go. $20. You got a
That's
Luka
awesome.
Modric in the new kit.
It's actually awesome. I
Football
love that.
Stars, $149. You can buy all of them. Yeah, you look on the back. I think there's Guardiola. Who else we got here, man?
Yeah, Guardiola.
You got 7 to
You got
choose from.
Dalic. I'm guessing that's
Livakovic, Kramaric, Guardiola, Perisic.
Yeah.
And there's one more, neki malo crnji. I don't know ko je on.
That'd be like a Shutal or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
All I know, Samir nije Damir. Ali this one is available on Woolies.
Nini Damir.
but I'll tell you what, there's but Ivica Petrolic, DM, send him a direct message via Instagram, Facebook if you got him. Ivica Petrolic, $50, tops, shorts for the kids, tops for the adults. World Cup's coming up. You know, bolje dati našem čovjeku $50 nego dati vamo 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. I agree.
So let's keep flicking through.
Yeah, you go through some of those messages. Yeah.
What do you got on yours? Because some come up here, some don't. You got some.
I don't know. I saw that men's Krijari, the men's faith night. I don't know if you got that message as well.
I have got.
So I know that was sent.
Imanja toliko slides. That's like I said. I ran out.
That's all right.
We've got a maximum of 40. I've got a maximum of 40 slides, 10 videos, and I maxed it out.
You did.
Tonight. I maxed it out today. I mentioned Sushi Mango earlier, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Did I put up the slide?
No.
Zagreb, second show, just added. Sushi Mango, Croatia. We just added a second show in Zagreb. First show is sold out. Sushi Mango, right? Couple of Žabos from Brunswick or wherever they're from.
Where are they from? Because I know Dave Devutovic. They've got to be from Southeast somewhere.
I thought they were from here, you know.
No, Dave Devutovic knew him from school or something. I think they'll. Got to ask Bruce.
They have just added a second show in Zagreb.
Yeah.
We're talking about Crows, singing Crow songs, getting a deal with Croatia Records.
Yeah.
We've got 3 blokes dressing up here as some barkeep, nonne, selling out a show in Zagreb. I don't know where the show's being held, whether it's at Lisinski.
I was at some Kino place, something like that, and I looked it up, and it was like a 11
Fits-
or 1,200 seater place.
fits
So
12 people.
no, 12. No, we're talking about 12. That's pretty good.
Yep.
And you go on the second show.
To say we're excited to perform to our Crow brothers and sisters is an understatement. Get your tickets. Can't wait to see you all. Ajmo Hrvatska is what they've written. Sushi Mango's now a global sensation. They're not just some business.
No, they've been in the States. They've been in Canada. They've been everywhere.
I've seen them live. I went to watch them at Rod Laver.
Was it good? I heard mixed reports about that. That's all.
Yeah, it all depends on what you like. Yeah, some people have got a particular sense of humour, but
I love them. I love their videos and stuff. So I wasn't sure what it's like as a live gig. But
look, they added some stuff that I'd not seen before.
Yeah.
Like they had a guy dress up as a leb and stuff like that in a Greek fish and chip shop. That wasn't particularly funny to me. Italiani doing Greeks. Greeks do Greeks. Italians do
I love
Italians.
the one when he's doing the fish and chip shop thing, and he goes, it's not chips, it's chips. He goes, what are you talking about? I've been here in this country 50 years. You're gonna teach me English, Malaka. I love that word.
But mate, I've got that much stuff. Anyway, let's have a look at this. This is now a very brief clip. This is Herschel Zagreb, who got another win.
Yeah, they did
on the weekend. So let's get back to some sport. Let's have a
Yeah.
There you go, Spolge. That is Herschel Zagreb celebrating their victory this past week. Then we also have something again different. Pekka.
Yes.
Was it? I don't know if it was called a Pekka Fest or.
Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is
there.
Western Knights. You can see our good friend there, Ravlic in the background, the big man mountain that he is,
mate.
and everybody else.
Catalan Zagreb.
You know, I think there's 5 on that picture, but there were multiple photos, and I just could not fit them all in. But have a look at that. Pekka, as far as the eye can see, over there at the Western Knights, doing something different.
Beautiful.
Yeah? Imagine turning up to a joint, you got 10, 20, 30 Pekka going all at once.
Oh,
and you lift it. It's like a lucky dip. You lift the dip, you got
octopus or Yanitino, whatever it is, or Teletino, whatever they got.
It is just amazing. And Svaka Chast, Western Knights, North Perth, Croatia, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
They are doing some fantastic things. And
we spent some time, so many beautiful people in one photograph.
We spent some time here with Stanko Panic here over the last week, if not more. He's now made his way back to Perth.
Yes.
But, again, speaking with Stan and his experience and his time that he has now been in Perth, it is a community that will embrace.
Oh, mate.
Our Naro, just like the young Didlitza you mentioned earlier, that was embraced and found his home there. Stanko found his home there, and I reckon if me or you moved over there, we'd fit straight in.
Oh, mate. They would accept you with open arms. They would treat you like you were, I don't know, like the prodigal son coming back.
Gordy,
because I do.
Gordy was down here as well.
She was, yeah.
Gordy Slišković was down here in Split on Friday night as well with Stan and with Zvorne, Stan's boy. And it was great to catch up with Gordy as well. But again, that is the strength of our community, where you can fly from Perth, turn up in Strathmore on a Friday night, and you are a local.
Good people, mate.
You know what I mean?
That's what it comes down to, good people. That's what it comes down to.
But we did get there was a message there from one of your work colleagues, I guess you'd call him, Luciano Stolz.
Oh, no, he's figured it out because he spoke to me a week. He goes, I don't know these fucking
internet.
This thing. I don't know how to make comments. And I said to him, and I showed him how to do it. So he's actually
well done. Spolge is written. Luciano Stolica, my old captain. He's my captain of Melbourne Tornado.
On Sunday. There you go on Sunday.
Great set on Sunday.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Sunday in a moment. But
I'm going to show a little clip here from Sunday. Hopefully the audio is pretty good. But this is you, Spolge, yesterday.
Is it?
In the Mark Viduka Lounge.
I apologise in advance.
This is you speaking to the one and only.
I'm so happy and proud of everyone who stand there. This club, I was disappointed last year. I know what it's like to go down. Twice I've been down. Twice I was fortunate enough to be in a team to go up. Once in 1962 and one in 1964. So I wish everybody well. I hope we get a promotion and our place is amongst the best. And all you guys follow the club and be with it, stick with it. I'll be just fine. Thank you.
There you go, Spolge.
Oh,
That's Billy
mate,
Wojtek,
Billy Wojtek. You love him.
legend of not only Melbourne Croatian, but Australian football.
Oh, mate. Like I said, when I introduced him,
got
arguably
goosebumps now just listening to that.
the best, the greatest player in the country at that time. And I introduced him. He was the George Best of Australian football. And always still love that quote from George Best where he said, you know what, I made a fortune out of football. And he goes, most of it I spent on women and fast cars, and the rest I squandered. And that was
A legend of the club, a legend of many clubs.
Oh, mate, you know what? He's brilliant. And we talked about him last week, and I told him that as well, that one of my favorite interviews that we did on the night train was him.
Yeah.
And we had to cut it short, and I said, you know, Billy, I could talk to you for hours, and it's something that I actually want to talk to you about. I don't know if we're going to do it on air, but we might do it afterwards. But there's a richness in these players and knowledge of our club and our community and their impact on the game here that needs to be celebrated. And I think we're going to grasp that, and we'll talk about it maybe after the show anyway. But I think you'll love it. Well, you know what? Bruce Media is doing all sorts of things. We're going to go Hollywood. We're going Hollywood. PodroomTV is going Hollywood. Da, pljuni mi u usta. And we're going to do, you know what? We're going to do some very, very special. And I know you're going to love this. And it'll be a great idea. I promise you. Celebrating, and I've spoken to a few people at the Melbourne Knights already in the last 2 days, and it was on the back of what happened yesterday. But to do something further and deeper, because there's hours and hours and a wealth of knowledge that we need to do. We need to document this, and we're in a position, Fala Bogle, to do this. And we'll talk about it. I don't want to let off too much, but I know people will love it, and I know you will love it too. So sorry, Colin.
You know what else I want to ask is, you and me usually sit on this stand at this bar, and we have our guests on a couple of chairs there, and we can expand the panoramic view. We can catch everyone. I've been thinking of bringing a couch thing down here in the front, maybe an L-shaped or whatever, where we could sit around like that incubator. And I've been watching all this sort of stuff.
It's brilliant.
Would you prefer us standing and talking to people there, or would you prefer us maybe down in front of this bar and have some kind of a seating arrangement there, or even our guests seated at the? I don't know how we do it. I'm not that again.
I don't know either. But you know what? I love.
Can we have our guests sitting at the bar and us here, and then have someone corner bar coming around serving drinks? I don't know.
But I love being in a bar. I feel like we're at a bar, and I love that. I love that aspect.
But do we need our guests maybe on the other side of the bar?
Well, maybe instead of next to us, maybe in front.
So we're not Sam Pang and fucking Andy Marr. We could have, if we could do a different camera angle and we talk, and we can. We may have some younger person that can help us with our technology.
Oh, you know,
I have talked to someone on Friday. We maybe got someone, but we can mix it up a bit. Try something, But this photo now, you can see Spolge, you and Vinko, super Vinko. Mismo bili super par.
What a legend! What a legend!
You know what I mean? Every game,
mate. He's a part of the furniture, mate.
Doesn't miss a game.
No, he's everywhere.
He's
everywhere. And I took it for granted, and I took him for granted a little bit yesterday as well, but only because I could. Because he's there all the time.
But he's not. But he's unassuming. You don't even know he's there.
No.
You know he's there, but you don't know he's there.
And he's so humble, and he comes up. He's not there demanding anything.
No.
He's just doing what you ask, and he's doing it with all of his heart. And it was beautiful. But play the clip anyway.
Yeah. Oh no, that's just a photo.
Oh, so sorry. Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
But no. But he was, and I talked to him,
cut.
and I only like maybe at that point I would talk to so many people. I'd spoken to so many people that he was at the end. I'm going, shit. There was other players.
There's so much more.
There was so much more. So I had to sort of cut him off, and I apologise to him. But he was a good sport as always.
Next photo. There's Vinko. Sorry, that's probably who we got here. We got Joe Spiteri.
Joe Spiteri as well. Spitty came in. We talked about his second goal as well. And the grand final in 1995. And I said, I don't think he realised that the ball was going to get to him, because I think he bypassed him.
I'd love to talk about Spitty about the semi-final in Adelaide. I slept in Spitty's bed.
Oh my God, I should have asked you. But that's all you missed yesterday.
The only thing is that Spitty wasn't in the bed with me at the time. He had to sleep with Damien
as much as you're
as much as he would love to be. He had to sleep with Damien Wojtek. So it's a player's hotel.
But you know what?
Your
loss was Damien Wojtek's game.
That's right, mate. A bit of a booty call there. So Spitty had quite a rig on him back in the day. But then you've got also, this is an interesting photo, Spolger, you sent through. Coming coming
Pardon
to
the
you.
English, because I was trying to do this at the same time and I came
Malo
off as a bit of ethnic. But I was like, I'm usually better
I
than
read
that.
it
Sorry.
because I'm dyslexic. So I read it as
Yeah.
coming to you live soon. President's lunch celebrating the most talented squad this country has ever seen, and that is squads 94-5
And
95-6.
Correct.
And in this one photo, you've got Joe Spiteri, Billy Wojtek. You can see the back of Damir Grganovic.
Oh, yeah.
Fausto, I believe that's Fausto Diamicis.
Yeah, no, Fausto was it.
And then if you scroll, if you focus in,
Yeah.
Rob Hunula. The fuck is Rob Hunula doing there amongst Billy Wojtek, Joe Spiteri? These are Socceroos.
That was my reaction as well. No,
These
it
are
wasn't.
Socceroos. You know, this is like those Crime Stoppers. You know, when they have the still shot of the CCTV of a bloke that's just ram-raided a fucking 7-Eleven to steal the ATM. You know, Fausto Diamicis, Damir Grganovic, Speedy, even Tony Kolchek was a goalkeeper from Croatia.
Crime Stoppers. If you've seen
Have you seen this man?
Oh, yeah, if you've seen this man, call us on 1300.
Look at the smile on his face. He's just loving life, Robbie Hunula, mate. But what a
Mate, he wasn't the only one. He
No.
wasn't the only one.
But when you scrolled in, when I focused in on that, but we'll keep going. I've got to get through all these slides, but we'll get there. This is the big one. Drago Beskraju, Oliver Dragojevic tribute night. Yeah, a tribute to Oliver Dragojevic and his music at Dinamo, July the 25th, 7 p.m. $120. You got the dinner.
Oh, mate, it's a bargain.
Yeah, bargain. It is.
It is a bargain. It really is a bargain because that night, it's going to be a special night. I promise you.
Entertained by Major Minor, Mirko Orsulic, Klapa Glasovi, Izor. You know what I mean? This is celebrating the greatest voice of our generation. By local artists and a local club being amongst your own narod. Dice bolje biti nego biti Dinamo on the 25th.
As I said, that's one artist where you can look at so many different versions. Like you look at different songs, different artists, and that you come on with covers, and you say this cover was better or that one wasn't. Or I don't think there's a cover that exists on this planet that was better than his original. It won't happen. No. But we're going to do our best, and you know what? There'll be passion there, and I think with everyone involved and drinking, there will be drinking, but singing away, it will be an incredible night.
Then the one that we didn't get to last week with the flyer,
the
olive harvest or berba grožđe. What do we call it over there? The berba grožđa, berba maslina.
Maslina, yeah.
Berba, whatever you want to call it. Croatian Sports Centre in Adelaide calling all volunteers Saturday the 30th of May, which is this Saturday coming up, I believe, and Sunday 31st of May, 8 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Food and refreshments will be provided. Pig and lamb on the spit for lunch. For inquiries or registration, contact Mitar 0421 720 085. How many olive trees do they have there at the Croatian?
Ooh, someone did tell me there was in excess of 100. There was
I thought it was like a handful, man. I had my
no. There's like 150 trees there or something.
So we need to tresti dobro these trees.
Yeah. No. They're there. Even that, like, if I don't know if anyone was at the tournament there. Well, I know there was a lot of people at the tournament, but when they had the Friday lunch, there, put maslina, it was an incredible experience. I was there helping set up. I didn't sit down. I was actually helping and running around and driving trucks and doing all sorts of shit there by helping them out. But they had a local chef there who was serving cuisine, local Croatian producers and suppliers, say like Škara, Ricky Mesi, so Mariana's brother, who was supplying seafood and octopus and all sorts of things like that. There was Maggie Beer's son-in-law who was providing chicken, and a Croatian guy. So
Maggie Beer's son-in-law's Crow.
Yes. Yeah. Tomic wines. There was I'm just going off the top of my head now, but everything that was done was had a Croatian theme. So on a hobotnica done in a Croatian style. You know, your prosciutto and whatever. There was beautiful things with paired with the Tomic wines, and it was with a famous chef. And I forgive me for not remembering your name, who had worked at the Hilton and that at Adelaide, and he coordinated the whole thing, made a whole Croatian theme, a whole Croatian menu with local Croatian suppliers. It was incredible. And then you sat there, and the soccer was literally 30 meters away, and they're sitting there in Maslina, and you felt like you were just somewhere in Dalmatia.
Yeah.
You know, under these Maslina, sitting at a long table, drinking wine, eating, authentic Croatian foods, and it was incredible. You know, we've sort of taken a piss out of the ladies' lunches where they get smashed
Oh,
and
yeah.
that, but there's a lot of drinking going on. But it was actually next level. This was something that I've never seen at any event.
But that's
It was,
see what soccer can do. Like you
yeah.
said, soccer's 30 meters away. At that point, soccer was secondary.
It was.
It was soccer that brought the people
really
there.
was. It really was.
But it was something else that kept you there.
Yeah.
Came for the soccer, stayed for the lunch under the
Yeah.
muscle in there. Yeah?
And it was incredible.
Now it's time to pick those muscle in there.
Yeah.
It's all good to have a few
Yeah.
beers and eat a bit of paprčniaks and that under the muscle. And now you got let's go shake the trees and get them down. Let's make some ulje so next year we can,
And they do that, and they get the players, the actual players from Adelaide Croatia Raiders. They make them come out. They start shaking. It's part of like bonding and the exercise. You're going to grab those olives because we're going to collect them and we're going to make
something.
Well, they make olive oil. They brand it Adelaide Croatia, whatever, olive oil, and it's all that local stuff. So, and if anyone's ever had homemade olive oil, they'll know the difference between that store-bought shit and a homemade one.
Well, if that's ever
Like
thinking outside the box, well, that's the
Mate,
lunch
it's
was thinking
incredible,
outside the
man.
box.
No,
This
it's incredible.
now, Olive, look at this, calling volunteers. You know, if you're not doing nothing Saturday, Sunday,
Oh,
even a
get
pop
out there.
down
It's
just to
awesome,
see.
man.
because that's what they do. My cousins do this. I've got cousins that are born, bred in Zadar, right? They're Gradska dica. They're Zadrani. They call themselves Zadrani, yeah? They studied in Zagreb. Some of them now still live in Zagreb.
Yeah.
But once a year, they go to Popovici, which is in remote Benkovac.
You're right.
Remote.
Yeah.
And they do the bear. They have to. They got it there. That's their Dida's
It's
legacy.
just part of, yeah.
Dida's, their
That's
great-great-grandfathers.
like Christmas, Easter, and you got to
That's
do
it.
that.
Their
Yeah.
great-great-great-grandfathers planted these trees.
Wow.
And they have to come back wherever they are. I've got one cousin who's married a Herzegovac related to the Vice Vukovic government minister. Another one that's a doctor, Rebro, whatever, up in Zagreb. Another one's the head of the Pošta. They go to Popovici, which is
Wow.
a tiny speck on the map,
Yeah, yeah.
to shake these trees, get the muscle in there. They take it back to Zagreb.
Yeah.
They give it to their doctor friends and to their Pošta friends and their Herzegovci ministers or whatever. Ali, that's that once a year where they get together in some remote cell and celebrate their heritage and the legacy of their grandparents. You can't. And this is ever.
Oh, it is.
We've got it here.
Oh, yeah, take it. Look, we've been talking about our like our hrana, whatever, our naša kuhinja, as you would say. So everyone, like, you know, Italians, you don't have to talk about Italian cooking. You don't have to talk about Spanish cooking. They talk about their, you know, Havon, prosciutto or whatever they've got, and then prosciutto from, you know, and other dishes that come from Italy. But so often, olive oils that come from Istra or Dalmatia win the contest as the best in the world, or prosciutto that come from Istra or Dalmatia win the best in the world, or kulen wins the best sausage or salamis in the world, mate. And we don't talk about it like it's not important.
Nah.
It's so important because you know what? The Greeks celebrate their food, the Italians celebrate their food, the Spanish celebrate their food. We're only starting to do that, but I love that we've taken that tradition here, and Adelaide's probably again showing the way how to do it, and celebrating our wonderful, you know, cuisine.
There you go. Anthony Scudder saying so much talent in South Australia.
But he did, and it's true. And so
And he,
Scuttle was he was part of that.
100%.
He donated so much to that lunch, and he actually donated so much to that tournament, and he does so often. You know,
In other news, again, we'll go back. Oh, sorry, I skipped the first one. This isn't the video. I had to remove the Mladi Hrvati video because I had no more room for videos. Mladi Hrvati 90s themed trivia night, Friday, 26 June.
Ticket 12 sati.
$30 per head, or tables of 10. 18 plus event, games, prizes, raffle, bookings via Tried Booking,
Ooh.
drinks at bar prices, and the bar prices at Clifton Hill are quite reasonable.
Oh, I can
you know what I
imagine.
mean?
Yeah.
So trivia, it's a 90s themed trivia. So people of my and your ilk, that is. Now, if I'm not working Arvos, I'm emceeing or I'm doing the quiz master, whatever it is. I'll be the
Absolutely.
Tony Barber. I'll try and do a few handstands and backflips as I walk in from the car park.
As you've done previously.
Oh, of course. And also Mladi Hrvati wine drive. So $30 raised from every dozen bottles sold via this particular initiative
Yeah, right.
will go to Mladi Hrvati. So you can order by the 31st of July. So if you've got any functions coming up, you've got any birthdays and whatever it might be, scan on the QR code or jump on the Mladi Hrvati's socials. You'll be able to scan the QR code. Whatever you buy, $30 from every dozen bottles that are sold will go to
Perfect.
Folklorna
How awesome is that?
Grupa Mladi
Which
Hrvati.
reminds me of something. I still think we've got to do a Sveti Martin thing where everyone that does a homemade wine brings it in. We have a competition and see who's
Gets more
is the
blind.
best.
We'll see who gets more hammered.
you know, we
No,
keep
but
getting
see
hammered.
whose wine's the best. Exactly.
But we're talking about that. Sorry, but the olives and that from Adelaide, Croatia. So Vino Irakia, he said 450 trees. So I had 150. 400. Oh no, that was a huge amount. 450 trees and 800 to 1,000 liters from the pressing of olive oil. They're incredible.
Tortilla ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely.
450 trees.
Absolutely
I
ridiculous.
swear to God, I had in my head it was a dozen trees, man.
No,
There
no,
was
no,
six
no,
on
no,
each
no.
side, and you had a few Bunnings plastic chairs and those lifetime fold-out trestle tables in the middle of it.
Because it's actually hidden there behind everywhere, and it's actually a full-on orchid, you know, orchard,
is
whatever.
orchard,
part of,
yeah.
you know, orchard.
Anyway, please join us Friday Youth Night, 29th of May. So this Friday at Sveti Leopold Mandic Church, also known as Sunshine Church here, 22 Fitzgerald's Road, inviting 18 to 35-year-olds to join us for Mass, held in the mix of both English and Croatian, and you can stay for refreshments in the sala afterwards. So again, the youth trying something new, trying something fresh. Come down, Missa on Friday at Sunshine, followed by refreshments
Yes.
in the sala. Afterwards, we can't wait to see you. And not only that, on the 19th of June,
Oh my God.
Hrvatska Zora Youth Zabava.
I don't
And
wanna
I
talk
haven't
about
put
it.
any, like I said, I've run out of a bit of room, data, whatever you want to call it. I was going to show the kids disco. I know some parents don't like their kids being shown online, etc. But there was a kids disco.
Okay.
I think this past weekend
Yep.
at Sunshine as well with DJ. Well, what name did he go by? Tones or Tonchi or something like that? But you know who you are.
DJ T.
DJ TT or something like that. TS. Either way, he did fantastic. Looks like a great turnout. But Hrvatska Zora Youth Zabava, 19th of June, Croatian Catholic Centre in Sunshine, $30 entry, ages 14 to 35. So it is also aimed at that sort of middle group that kind of gets left out a little bit. Yeah. You're too young to hang out with the little kids. You're too old to hang out with the little kids. You're too young to hang out with the older ones. So it's encapsulated everything 14 to 35.
But that's but even the 35 years. So anyone that's sort of single out there, mate, this is for you. So
exactly right. And who's playing that night, Spulge?
Oh, some shit kickers named Major Minor.
That's right. Otherwise, if you weren't playing that night, me and you would probably be in Arlington, in Texas.
And you're going to bring that up. We're actually talking about this at work today, and I was talking to someone, and you you know what? And as the day approaches, it's killing me more and more.
It could have been me and you, man. Me and you in Arlington watching Croatia, England.
But maybe it was a sign from God, because
it was a sign.
I could have ended up, maybe they could have found my body in Tijuana or something.
Yeah, true. We could have had our organs harvested by the MS-13 from fucking Salvador.
Because the World Cup does go over 3 countries, and they would have found me in Mexico with a cone up my backside.
If I got kidnapped in Mexico and they took my kidneys, right, they'd run it off to their local millionaire. They'd bring it back, and then they donate me. They donate kidneys to me. They go in your liver.
Give it back.
Yeah. Jadan Čovjek, let's go murder some local Mexican and we'll give him a new kidney or a new liver. Because I'll tell you what, I'd be up for attempted murder if they tried to transplant.
That's what I'm saying. So I think maybe it's a sign from God. I don't know.
Let's keep.
Oh, we're talking about olives as well. So Petar Finka, I think he makes the Hall of Fame of PodroomTV.
Oh, he's got to be. He's
the first one. I think he's the
foundation
first
member.
Foundation member. We're going to refer to him from here on in.
001.
From here on in, Hall of Famer Petar Finka.
Petar Finka, member 001.
100%. Thank you, Petar.
Ali, because he gave us the Ona Moja Kriegler. He
gave us
2 Kriegler.
And actually, I heard
Sons of Sali.
Yeah, no, and Nick Radovic goes to me, because Petar Finka goes to, why aren't they drinking out of those glasses?
If I drank Kalinkovats out of those glasses you gave me, Petar Finka, I'd be dead.
Yeah, maybe. We wouldn't even make it to Tijuana.
You got to be in it to win it.
No, but anyway.
The ensemble is Zvonimir. So the last seat standing, just another play on last man standing. But Australia to Zagreb, Hrvatski folklorni ensemble Zvonimir or folklore in Springvale is raising money for their tour to Croatia. They're trying to raise as much as they possibly can so that their kids can get overseas and experience what Mladi Hrvati, Zora, Perth, everyone has experienced in
Zagreb.
the past.
Yeah.
Zagreb, that's right. So get behind it. You can see here, $50 is the ticket price. Last 4 seats drawn will win. cfezvonimir.com.au. Jump on board,
get on
buy
it.
a ticket. Man, it's, again, we saw those kids, how much they enjoyed. I've been speaking to a lot of parents that went to Vukovar recently for the Hrvatski Nogometni Savez
Yes.
Australian team. So the Tomićes, the Panićes, the Marićes, the Šakićes. Those kids will never forget that, ever.
No way.
What they have experienced, and going through the Bolnica in Vukovar and going through Ovčara and all the landmarks and history tours, that's going to stick with them, and that will keep us in good stead as a community because they've realised what our narod has gone through. But if you can help out in any way, Zvonimir in Springvale is doing all they can to raise as much money as they can so that they can tour the old country like many of us have.
But just let me say for that one thing from Petar Finka, picking olives is a family tradition all over Sali. So for the sons of Sali, that's on Dugi Otok every year. My late father used to say as a kid, they had more olive oil than water to drink. And Stella said, Maggie Beer's son-in-law is from Nevijane Otok Pashman.
Oh, my God.
So is he a bit...
Koliko vas ima?
Previše.
Koliko vas ima? But you mentioned earlier, Spolge. Yes, I do have the slide, and I've got it.
There you go. Sorry.
When we get provided with information to share, if it's not this week, we'll leave it on until it is done.
Yeah.
So if it's in a month's time, we'll show it every week until it passes.
Yeah.
Right. Another one. So this is still from last week.
Yeah. And if you reach out to us, we'll put it on.
Exactly right.
We can't find everyone. We're not going to go searching for everyone and now like begging to put things on. Like it's hard enough to get here and just do this. So if you've got something to promote, please send it to us. And I think we've proven throughout the last couple of years that if you send it to us, we will promote it. There's nothing we've rejected.
Exactly. Križari Atleta Christie, men's faith night. We talked about it last week. You and I have spoken to Mario Jurjevic in recent times. Talk, discussion, prayer, fellowship in the Mark Viduka Lounge there at Melbourne Knights, Summer Street, whatever you want to call it, Croatian Sports Centre. Monday, June 1st, 7 p.m. start at Tomset Stadium, the Mark Viduka Lounge. Get down. Again, something different. But at the same time, our venues are being utilised. And what a better way to utilise it than to bring people together and to talk about the things that are important to our narod, and that is faith, culture, heritage, all of these things. But talk, discussion, prayer, fellowship, men's faith night. Sydney's been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Melbourne's now jumping on board, and we're following suit. Hopefully all the other states do. But
and I saw Mario there yesterday, Mario Jurjevic, and he said, thank you so much. There's been such a great feedback from it and people interested in it. Keep promoting it. And we said, like, it's such a hard thing in today's day and age to profess your faith and say, you know what, I do believe in this. You're better off. You know what, you're easier, promoting debauchery and saying, oh, I can do this, I can do that. And you're going to get celebrated. When you say, oh, I have faith or I do this, or you sort of get laughed at. Well, quite often. Yeah, well, it's oh, you're like this, or you're a pedo, or you're whatever. But amazing things. We're here to support you. If there's someone, if you're slightly, intrigued by it, just go, check it out. You don't have to say a word. There's people there. It's just, and the key thing is, it's a safe space. There's people there, like-minded, that are there, have experienced all sorts of types of lifestyles and are there to help you. So
exactly right. And the final one of all the slides, Spolge, is Svinjo Kolja.
Oof, that's my favorite.
Exactly. We don't love nothing more than
there you
Klat
go.
Svinjo.
That's it. David Likota, he was inspired by it.
Yeah, some like to slap a bass in their bedroom. Some like to Klat Svinjo. The Svinjo Kolja's
I think that one went above his head.
It did. He may also had a bit of a slip there at the end, and I think he got a bit of a slap from the PR manager at the side. But look, if you're offended by anything that you've heard
No,
tonight.
it's all in good. You know, it's
But
just
it's very good of us,
we're
yeah,
just
man.
making jokes.
Senior Kolya, 20th of June, Bracharaj, $75 per person for a 4-course banquet. Ticket includes entry and 4-course banquet. Audio tickets online. Ne mogu dobro pročitati, ali there you go. Something I think it's bit dot maybe Svinjo Kolja, something like that. Band is Mirko and Camel, 79 South Street in Schofields. Braća Radić.
Get out there.
Jump on board, man.
Yeah.
It's
4 courses. Starts off, I'm guessing, with, I don't know, čvarke.
Starts off with pork and finishes with pork. So,
And
juha, svinska juha, followed by svinski gulaš, followed by, and the dessert is svinski kolač.
well, probably there's a gelatin there.
Geladija
Gelatin.
is a
Like
dope.
my parents used to say, to ti je ko ice cream.
Što ti treba tikšaj kad imaš da iz geladija in let's have a look. What do we got here?
Just make sure that's
We've got here, these are, again, look into getting Bonich, the Bonich or Bonich family to your show. I think they are first to grow organic wines in Australia.
yep.
They're in the outback, Gerildery.
Oh.
Gerildery.
Yeah.
That's famous from the Gerildery letters. I think Ned Kelly had something to do with the
Are
Gerildery.
you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You've never heard of the
No,
Gerildery
I have
letters?
not. I have not.
Anyone knows anything about Gerildery letters?
Let us know.
Their names are Frank or Franjo and Ivan. Ivan Bonich.
Fran Bornich. I thought, are they? I say it's an Australian thing, not a New Zealand thing. Okay.
Oh, that's
yeah.
it, mate.
Actually,
Also,
was it the Bornich wines that designed the crest of
no,
Australia?
that was Trojan Drvenica and
Okay.
Excelsior wines,
Okay.
also known as Trojan de Veneza.
Okay.
But they stole. Instead of the Bachva, they put the 6 crests of the 6 states.
Yeah.
But the kangaroo and the emu were Excelsior
Wow.
wines, Trojan Drvenica. I
There
don't know
you go.
where the hell he came
There
from.
you go.
But my pokojni father-in-law used to say, zašto oni imaju emu and a kangaroo on the crest? Apparently because those animals never take a backward step. Now, can anyone confirm that is the case? That an emu and a kangaroo are 2 animals
Wow.
that never take a backward step. They can only go forwards.
That's interesting.
My pokojni did. That was my father-in-law who came to Australia probably 1970
Yeah, if you knew that.
to Bonagilla.
Is it true? He was a
also
good
look
bloke.
into-
I don't know.
Also look into trying to get a hold of Vlado Perkovic, who's a doctor of kidneys who actually published in the New England Journal, which is a big thing in the medical world. I know I've mentioned him before. So Dr. Vlado Perkovic, and I need some help with my kidneys. Hopefully, if anyone is Dr. Perkovic got a brother that looks after your liver.
Yeah. Does he?
Well, I bloody damn hope so.
Yeah. Need all the help we can get.
Uh,
That's true, George Sampson. That's true.
true story.
I don't know what what it was
Totally
true,
true,
but it's
but
something
speaking of
we
George-
said was true. Thank you for the
Talking
support.
of George Sabljak, editor of the Hrvatski Vjesnik, Croatian
Well,
Herald.
it was. Well, actually,
Which
he
is
came in with a
absolute-
very heartfelt goodbye.
Institution has stepped down from his role as
Yeah.
editor for many, many years
Yeah.
now, and a tough gig because big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
Pokojni Tomislav Starčević,
Yeah.
who ran that Vjesnik for many, many years. George stepped in a time of digital media and all sorts of shenanigans that we have to put up with these days, where in the old days you'd pick up a newspaper, have a coffee, you sit down, got chovik and you prolistaš.
Or was there back in the days when they used to cut it out,
That's
glue it on the page,
Bloody
and
oath
all
on a
that.
grid
That
paper,
goes,
man.
yeah.
We used to do it every
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
It was it Tuesday nights at Clifton Hill, where the
Yeah.
folklore now, where
At the
Mladi
back, yeah.
Hrvati have their nošnje. That used to be our Croatian Students Association office.
Yep.
And we'd be there on a Tuesday, printing, cutting, typing, and sticking it onto this grid paper that Tom wanted. And we'd have to walk it across the car park, give it to him in the Vjesnik office, which was in the house at the back of Clifton Hill Church. And he would then send it to the editors, and then they'd print it into the paper form. Yeah.
George Sabljak, he's just basically confirmed kangaroos and emus cannot walk backwards. So this is actually the reason they were chosen for the Australian coat of arms. There you go. And that's what Murray, and he was
and
right.
it wasn't
He was-
Australians that chose it. It was Trojan Drvenica of Excelsior Wines that had that as his coat of arms.
There you go.
And he obviously must have known that these 2 animals never go backwards. My father-in-law, I'd not heard that
Yeah.
until he told me.
There you go.
Never.
That's amazing. There you go.
I'm born in this country. We don't know shit. We didn't get taught nothing. This country has lost its way, and they don't teach children anything about the history of this nation or anything. And I'll tell you what.
There's something about the education system here. And I was talking to a few people. All they do is like you go into year 11 and 12, and you take 5 subjects, or you go into uni, you got 4 units. So you're an expert in this little field, but there's nothing. It's actually like saying like having general knowledge. It's gone. Like they've lost respect completely for having general knowledge. They actually don't want you to have general knowledge. All they want is little good worker bees that are going to have be experts in their little field. And if you know nothing, better.
I know nothing.
Yeah, you'll own nothing and you will be happy.
The Peter Finker sent through. This is a little bit a while ago. Rest in peace, Neil Danaher.
He passed away today.
He passed away today. I did not hear that. I didn't know that. So there you go. Neil Danaher, famous for his advocacy in the motor neuron disease space.
Yeah, that's right.
Australian
raised a lot of money.
Icon, but a man that has really put MND on the map.
Yes.
So anyone suffering with that disease.
Those famous beanies that you see everywhere.
And the big freeze and the going down the slide and stuff. So anyone suffering with that, if Neil, I think he would have helped make a lot of people's lives better with the research and the funds that he has raised. So poko vječni to Neil Danaher.
He talked about having a talent and not sharing it. There would be a sin. Well, there you go. There's a perfect example.
Exactly. In the worst of times.
Yeah, the worst
at the worst point of his
said,
life, he did the best work he possibly could. Marko Samardžić, our good friend. Hi, guys. Idemo svi u Vukovar na koncert.
Yes.
Onda, there you go. So when did you say it was? August.
Oh, there's no
Roughly
date,
talking.
but he just said krajem kolovoza. That's what they said. So
it's after Oluja. So the one in Zaprešić, when's that? May,
early. I think it's in July sometime.
I thought it was
I think. I'm not. I'll go from memory. I can't remember.
Correct. Let's just have a look. Matthew Dulic. I'm not sure if is it Dulic or Julic because we don't have the.
I think it'd be a Dulic.
Keyboard
it'll be a Dulic.
to put the j, and all those sorts of things. But Matty, Fala, well done, boys. God bless you both. Great stuff you do in our community.
Thank you.
Svaka čast. Thank you very much for the kind words. Ivan Dixie. Do they have Samir figurine? Može biti. I reckon this one up the top of 7. Jedan je malo izgleda ko Samir.
Malo tamni.
Oh, yeah. Nice, Baturina.
I think they'd have Eduardo before they had Samir. Anyway,
Samir nije Damir. I remember that chant. That was quite interesting at the time. Love your top spolge.
You know what I do too.
And that's coming from my sister. So my sister loves your top. I mean, Sheepak.
I knew I liked you for some reason, but no, it's a beautiful top. I actually love it. And I said to the Danny City boys, mate, since you've gone back to the Hajduk name, Monica, whatever you want to call it, the everything, the merch has gone so much better. The colors are so much better. Everything. And if you actually go to Danny City and you walk into the social club on the left hand side, you'll see they've got a merch store. It looks amazing. Beautiful. It's actually beautiful.
But our good friend Tim Balaban, who made a significant donation to the podcast last year.
Yes, thank you.
He has got 2 Dandy City Hajduk or Dandy Hajduk Ultras hoodies for me and you. They were supposed to be collected by my good friend Marty Rasputic on Friday night.
But he had a hard night.
It looks like both Tim and Marty must have and swapped livers instead of jumpers.
You know what? I'm going to take credit for that. Maybe I encouraged that.
You did encourage it. That's right. It's all your fault. So we haven't received those hoodies. I was going to wear them. We were going to wear them tonight.
Yep.
But well done. I saw the young boys from the Dandy City or the Hajduk Ultras in the dressing rooms after the game, singing the song. You hear it on YouTube. And, it is youth getting together for a common cause, whether it's the MCF at Melbourne Knights or Summer Street Youth, whether it's the Dandy City Hajduk Ultras. Yeah, we go. It's another hook.
It is. It's beautiful.
It is getting these youth in. You're bringing them in. You're not shunning them. You're not pushing them out. No. You're bringing them in. You're giving them a platform to express themselves. Yes, it may be different to how we did it or our parents did it or their parents did it. Ali, they're there. If they're not there, what's the point?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the point of anything? If those kids from the Dandy Ultras or the MCF, whatever, if they're not there, Ko će biti tam?
That's the whole
Me and
thing.
you.
Luck is on us.
10
You know what I
years
mean?
where-
For us, we've got enough to interest us till the day we die. But we're trying to create a legacy, make sure that this all continues for our next generation, and the generation after that, and generations to come.
But Dennis Knežević sends through just one single word: cashews.
Yes, please.
If you were at Strathmore Split on Friday night, where Strathmore was victorious 3-1
Yeah.
over Williamstown, also known as Williamstown Mladost,
yes.
Serbs, you guys.
Yeah.
There was a bit of a debate. Some people call them, they were the hardcore royalists, Chetnici. Others say that they were just Yugos. And there was such, there was Massos, Crows, there was all sorts, all denominations there. Either way, Split got up 3-1.
Yeah. Easy.
2 of the goals were scored by Aaron Smith, formerly of Nottingham
big crower.
Forest. Aaron Smith, my workmate, my work colleague. And my estimation of this young man, compared to me, he's a young man. My estimation of this young man, who I've worked with now for a good 6 or 8 months, went up tenfold on Friday night. First and foremost, as a Strathmore Split old boy, player, supporter, we wish Aaron all the very best in his recovery. He scored 1 goal to make it 2-1. First half was average. Second half was amazing. The third goal that Split scored was Aaron Smith chasing down a ball that the keeper had at his feet. You can see it on online. Slid in, took the ball from the keeper's foot, tapped it in to an empty goal.
Okay.
Lay on the ground and did not participate further in the game. It is possible that his ankle is either broken, fractured, severely injured. I've seen a lot of players come and go in my time at Split. I played for Zadar. I played for Debeljak, Zlata, Luka, Autoškola, Donat, Pijanac. I have played in Privlaka. I have played for Mostar.
You didn't play for your Jedinstvo?
I haven't played for Jedinstvo.
Or Bratstvo?
My cousin owns the Cuffage at Jedinstvo, Donji Miholjas. Ali, Aaron Smith. This is a bloke, like I said, he's a England youth international. 10 years ago, 2016, he played in the English youth team. Nottingham Forest, played all sorts of academies, etc. Currently playing at Strathmore Split. And people go, oh, what a downward trajectory it would be for someone. And those sorts of blokes you see, they come and go, they play, they take the cash, they give a shit. He slide tackled this, he chased this keeper down, took the ball, his ankle's possibly broken. He's possibly broken. He's waiting on scans and MRIs and whatever else. Scored the second goal. He scored like 7 goals in the last 4 games. Split's sitting on top, 8 points clear.
Smashing.
Right? And whether he continues on the season, how long it's going to take him to recover, I pray for a very quick recovery. But my estimation of this man has gone up from it was pretty high anyway, 3-fold, because of what I saw on Friday night. He's satrase on that pitch in that second half. Killed himself. He possibly jeopardised the rest of the season with that tackle that he put in, but all the boys put in, and they got 3-1 up. They sang the song.
But he put his body on the line.
I walked in before the players. I got to him before everyone came into the dressing room just to see how he was going. He was iced up. His foot was numb. I messaged him the day after. He didn't even respond until the day after that. He goes, it's not particularly good, but I'm just waiting on the scans and shit. But Aaron Smith, svaka ti čast, as a Split supporter, Split former player, what you did on Friday night, you put your body on the line for a bloke that,
He's a good bloke too.
He is a great bloke.
You know, and he doesn't mind a bevy.
He doesn't mind the bevy, and I'll tell you what, he probably had a few bevies after that just to dull the pain. Ali, what he did for us as a club to put us where we are now, around 9, 10, 11 or whatever it is, significantly clear on top, looking for promotion in our 50th year for a bloke, again, from the outside looking in, put his body on the line for Strathmore Split, and that's all you can ask for. All the local boys did the same. We saw Andrei Jurkovic, Tomislav Kolic. We saw them all flying in, throwing tackles in.
Oh, man, they believe in the court. They're there.
Exactly.
No, good on them.
Behind them. And Glenn Stefanos, the coach, doing what he can. Ricky Hiroshin, everybody. Jimmy Tabakis, Ante Stipic, the people at the bar. Get behind it. Get down there when you can. Strathmore Split if you're in Melbourne.
Absolutely. And you know what? Like even before this, it's just a place where you just go and I'm at a community club. Oh, you have a good time.
The thing is, when I said cashews, let me get back to the story that we were talking about. Dennis Knežević.
Yes, please.
Out of nowhere, I just hear from the other side of the pavilion, cashews, cashews. I had repressed memories from Olympic Park.
Yeah.
And it was cashews, peanuts, pistachio.
Yeah. That's it. That's
And
exactly
Dennis Knežević was there doing the old cashews chant. And nothing better.
Tony Kolchik. Dr. Vlado is Beri Vidakovic is cool.
Dr. Vlado,
Is Beri Vidakovic is cool. I don't know what that means.
Barry Vidakovic.
Yeah. Dr. Vlado is cool.
Dr. Vlado is
What
Barry
does that mean?
Vidakovic is cool.
We're talking about Dr. Vlado? I'm not sure. But there was a
We were Dr. Vlado, the one that I mentioned before.
yeah.
I can't really remember that far back.
Yeah. It was a
Because
while
my
ago.
liver- My liver's no good.
Yeah, it was a while ago. But anyway, whoever you mentioned, that's his cool. Songbird Sobrano on the canvas, Mariana Mesi. So if you look up Songbird Sobrano on the canvas, Mariana Mesi, you'll see an article there celebrating that that artwork that was there.
Oh, we'll find the right
Mariana Mesi also text. And as you all know, anyone that watched the interview, she was quite nervous. But having said that, she's got in touch with people close to the show, close to the program. And she said, if anyone mentions they are a PodroomTV viewer, she'll offer a 10% discount on her artwork and products. So anything that you see on her Instagram page or Facebook page or anything, and you'll see there's prices there, knock 10% off there. Just say you're a PodroomTV viewer, say you're a member of the community, and she's there to support you. But like as we said earlier, if you want something personalized, just contact her, talk to her. She's more than happy to talk to you behind the camera. You know, it's probably pretty daunting getting in front of so many people. I probably shouldn't have told her how many people view the program.
Oh, no, would you tell her 3 million viewers every Monday night? Or
I did, yeah. Well, I told her
more
4
viewers
million.
than the A-League on Paramount.
Well, that's true. But anyway,
Temple.
but anyway, yeah.
Speaking of the A-League, they just signed a new deal, didn't they? One free free-to-air game a week. One game a week
Yeah.
on Channel 10. I think it's Peach.
How much do they get for it?
$13
Yeah, exactly.
a week for that.
Exactly.
Hi, boys. What a game at Dandy on Friday after work at Pizzeria 3814.
Oh, yes.
A lot of people came up to me and said they want to come to the pizzeria when PodroomTV comes to Garfield.
And we're going to come. I promise. We'll come. We'll work it out. It has to be probably on a Sunday.
It will definitely be a
It'll be
Sunday.
on a Sunday.
Miss
We'll
it.
probably
What's the
better.
miss it?
But we'll come up. We'll make pizzas. I'm going to show people how to make pizzas.
You know how much brushno I'm going to throw that day?
As long as it's just brushno.
Just brushno, no resin. Just brushno, as we say in our country. I want to bati that tiesto. Ako.
Yeah. But anyway, no, absolutely. Really looking forward to that. Really wanted to go up to Garfield. And we've talked about it since last year. Just fuck, we're busy. It's been
What's
crazy.
the next?
Yeah.
What are we now? May, June. You got that King's birthday kind of weekend, long weekend. We've got the split gala on the 13th.
Yeah.
Sunday is the Knights MPL with North Geelong. You've also got guests now from Adelaide, so we'll work that one out. We'll do something there. Then we've got there's nothing in July. There's no public holidays in July. August,
No public holidays.
September.
Doesn't matter.
the only
We'll go
public
on.
holiday we
Doesn't
have
matter.
is
We'll
the
go on the
20th.
Sunday.
Dogovorimo se mi, Robbie.
Yeah. No, we're gonna.
Dogovorimo mi u
I
Garfield.
promise we'll come, and we want to make it a sort of a dandy centric kind of night. Anyway,
Damn straight. Tim Balaban, tops will be shipped, boys. Apologies, left in boot. Too much Palinkovac. There you go. You've made Marty Rasputi feel better, not as guilty.
better that it's left in the boot than stolen from the boot.
They're exactly right.
Anyway,
what about congratulations to Hull City and their Croatian coach Sergej Jakirovic gaining promotion to the EPL?
Yeah.
And Ivor Pandur, who is now the third choice, or he's one of 3 goalkeepers that have picked in the squad.
Controversy over Sergej Jakirovic being Croatian.
Yeah.
Can he call himself Croatian?
Can anybody?
No. Oh, but there's a Bosnian flag there next to his name in Wikipedia.
But he's Crow.
Of course he's Crow.
He identifies as Crow. Now, you can't kick him out of a female toilet for identifying as Crow.
Insane, but that's the insane world we live in.
And Ivor Pandur held a Crow flag, and there was some other guy held a Bosnian flag to the left, or some left back or whatever, probably on the bench. Ali, the goalkeeper and the coach are two people that identify as Crows. Yeah, it's even stupid even saying identify as Crows.
It's insane.
Two Crows
It's fucking
at Hull
insane.
City.
Yeah.
They got promoted to the EPL this year. They finished 6th, barely made the finals. Right? They barely made the playoffs because Wrexham drew. Hull made it in. They defeated Millwall, who finished 3rd and should have probably finished automatic promotion.
That's right.
Then they were supposed to play Southampton. They got booted because of some spying allegations by a member of staff from Southampton who spied on training between Southampton and Middlesbrough. They were kicked out of the playoffs. Hull played Middlesbrough, scored in the 95th minute,
Yeah,
and Sergei Yakirovich is now the darling of the English media.
he is.
They absolutely
I love him.
They said he was a peasant from Bosnia
Yeah.
who coached some obscure team in Mostar to some kind of local success.
Yeah, and an obscure team like Dinamo Zagreb too. Yeah.
And they said that Hull is amongst the 5 teams that should be relegated. And the 3 that will be relegated, Hull is amongst the 5 that they predicted. Hull is now in the English Premier League.
I won that £200 million game.
And West Ham is relegated.
Yeah.
Right? West Ham, who has the Olympic Stadium basically in London, are now going to be playing against fucking Stockport
And Tottenham shit Spurs stays up.
They stood at here we go.
Anyway.
Well, Ante Budimir's Osasuna stayed up on goal difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all the goals that Ante Budimir scored this year have basically kept Osasuna in the league, not only for points that he gained, but for the goals that he scored. They got through as 4th last on goal difference. I think it was 4 goals difference between them and Oviedo, Mallorca, or whoever it was that finished 3rd last. Tony Gurgic tells us that Sergei Yakirovich was born and bred in Metkovic.
There you go.
So he is Bosnian.
Yeah. Exactly. Ziggly.
I think I just signed my own death.
Yeah, I think so now.
Smolch.
But I want to go over. We've sort of touched on yesterday and the day that happened. So Melbourne Knights. We actually didn't talk about all the soccer results, but Dandy Dinamo, obviously Dandy beat Dinamo 2-1. Dandy in Dinamo in 9th spot and Dandy in 12th spot. Still battling with that -4. Knights North, obviously Melbourne Knights won 2-1 in that one. Knights sitting pretty on top of the ladder, and North Geelong on 9 points, but not far behind. You know, I think there was only a few points behind the top 6. So not doom and gloom. North got a lot to play for.
But one quick one before.
Yep.
Speaking of North, Anthony Bunowitz,
yes,
captain North Geelong, 200 games.
Was that his
200th game? And now, for those of you that might be watching PodroomTV and occupied or preoccupied with us and whatever, tune in to Geelong Region Soccer Show.
Okay.
So tomorrow, if you didn't get it tonight,
yeah.
Tonchi Prusats runs the Geelong Region Soccer Show. It's on both Facebook and LinkedIn. If you can't watch it tonight, if you haven't watched it tonight, at 8 p.m. tonight, Anthony Bunowitz was his guest.
Yep.
Jump on tomorrow, log in, have a look.
Absolutely.
200 games.
Absolutely.
200 games, captain North Geelong.
He seems too young to have played 200 games, but anyway.
Ridiculous, yeah. 200 games, that's a big milestone.
No.
Nash Deshko.
Kudos.
Exactly
Kudos
right.
to
So
him.
get on that one.
What did I say? Gold Coast Knights lost to Peninsula 2-0. They're in 5th spot. Raiders had a nice win against Olympic 3-1, and they're in 5th spot at the moment, only 4 points behind 1st spot. So very close to the action there. Western Knights 0-0 with Balcata in 4th spot. Canberra, Croatia beat Monaro 4-1.
Never in doubt.
And O'Connor Knights beat the awesome Canberra Western, White Eagles 2-0. And they're sitting in 2nd and 7th spot, respectively.
Good to see O'Connor coming good now. They're
coming
on the way back up.
They are, absolutely. Glenorchy beat Launceston 4-0 in 7th spot. Rudesh
promoted.
Officially promoted. I was hoping for Tsibalia. I have to say,
True.
Would have been nice to have Tsibalia.
Or Carlites or something different.
Something, yeah. Tsibalia would have been really nice. And they just sort of missed out on that. Good luck to Rudesh. What can you say? Vukovar. It's sad to see Vukovar go down, but, that's...
they'll be back.
Yeah. look, they got the support of the whole country. That's probably why they get into the first league. But as a club, maybe not first league material. Segecic, we talked about last week. They're going up. Drago looks like they're going down.
Drago down again.
Yeah, down again. Looks like they're doing a double.
So it's got your Rojo gone. Drago is
it's
basically sort of on the
unfortunate.
way down.
But bad luck there. But what I wanted to talk about was about yesterday going out, Croatian derby, Melbourne, Croatia versus North Geelong, Croatia. Not a bad turnout, for a Sunday winter afternoon. You saw some of the choreography that we already showed with the Bratus Brata. It was a beautiful afternoon. A good result, obviously, for the Knights, sitting pretty on top of the ladder. 1 point ahead of Northcote City, and I think 6 points in front of the third spot, which is I think it's Manningham. I think it's Manningham. That's there. But before the whole game started, I had a whole 30th anniversary celebration of the double crooner of Australian champions. And I know, like, I've always wanted to, say, like, forget about the last. We always sort of rest on our laurels as a club and as a community. So, we need to look into the future as well. It's always, we're the Melbourne Knights, we deserve this, or, we deserve nothing. However, having said that, in the room, in that VIP room, in the Mark Viduka lounge, you had all these players that came in. And just watching them walk in. Before even the event started, Yasin Laezio. Honest to God,
The ones we haven't mentioned, Adrian Savinsky.
So, look, Billy Wojtek came on. Joe Bishkic came on. Kenny Murphy and chalky Keith Adams. Yeah, he was great. Vinko, we talked about. Joe Spiteri. Adrian Savinsky spoke really, really well.
Was that an F100? Was it a Ute Jeep that he was on?
That's right. He was talking about a Bronco. That's Broncos.
Yeah.
Those old Broncos. And he was just Alan Davidson came up. Fausto Dimitris, he didn't speak, but he was there in the room. Ollie Pondelyak, Barchuk brothers, Kruni Razov was there, Damian Griganovic, and if I missed out on anyone,
was Damian Wojtek?
Damian Wojtek was there.
He was there.
He had to leave. He had to go to work, but he was there early on. Wow, you walked into that room, and it was actually wow. I was looking at all these players there, and you saw Joe Bishkic and. My God, how fit is he? Like, he's approaching 70 years of age.
God, Bishke is like a machine.
Unbelievable. Like, he's like Branko Chulina. You know what I mean? Like, he's just...
Oh, if I was him, I would have walked in with no top on.
Yeah, me too.
The ribs and that, mate, the abs.
But it was so nice seeing Fausto, seeing these sort of players. They don't come around very often. And it was something that was brought up by, I'm not sure, someone from the Knights committee that spoke to Peter Blasby. And they invited Peter Blasby to this event yesterday. And Peter Blasby goes, it's brilliant that you've invited us, but for every event that the Knights invite us to, Heidelberg invites us to 6+ events. And that to me is sad. And so one thing that I wanted to do as MC or emceeing that event was I wanted to make sure that these players knew how much they meant to us. And I spoke on behalf of the supporters because I think I'm just one of them. And I know that everyone, because no one was debating anything, and I said to him, I said, if you don't feel welcome here because you've had some bad experience with some administrator or this and that or some fucking pay dispute or whatever, mate, you guys, and I meant that from the bottom of my heart, and it was an emotional experience, and I wish you were there, I really do, because you would have been in your element. You guys are the ones, these players, that went out on that field and fought for this club and won a back-to-back champion, back-to-back grand finals there for us. And arguably, and I wouldn't even say arguably, I still think the best team that has ever performed in this country.
Hands down.
And then I remember there was an article that, and I mentioned this yesterday as well, Melbourne Victory when they beat Adelaide City, Adelaide United, 6-0 or whatever. And Archie Thompson scored, like, I don't know, whatever it was, 5 goals.
31 goals against Samoa. in that game.
But even the journalist back then, he sort of goes, well, Knights team from 95 and Melbourne Victory from whatever year that was. And you know that the Knights would have smashed that team. Would have smashed them. Absolutely smashed them. And then you go from that team that lost 7 players and then won the next championship as well.
Yeah.
You've lost Mark Viduka. You've lost world-class players and you still won it next year. And I just wanted to say, okay, from a supporter's point of view, you guys are heroes. And I didn't want to understate that. I said, because you actually are heroes. We worship, and you've talked about it so many times as a kid, that you worship, these guys are to beloved, he was your hero, or whoever it was. You weren't looking at Ian Rush or whatever. You're looking at these guys. And it was the same thing even as adults. Well, I think as young adults, we're all there. Well, there, okay, Joe Biškić, he's there, and he's standing next to me, and he's probably, I couldn't even say the best killer, honestly. If he's 70 kilo, but he's like this big, and he's just, and I'll go, in 15 years or whatever it was that I watched him play, he probably lost the ball twice.
But he's a guy that you spoke to, right? He left just before that season started. So
he was in that season, but he didn't play the
Johnny Walker Cup.
Yeah.
He was there. He lifted the Johnny Walker Cup. Yeah. Went to, I think it was Malaysia.
That's right.
Melbourne Croatia won the league that year.
That's right.
Melbourne Knights
That's
won the
exactly
league.
right.
Ali, he was there since 80. I think I heard in the interview 1984.
Well, I said 84. He corrected me and said 82.
Yeah.
I thought he came and started playing in NSL.
Yeah. No, I think
Bruno Zovko said to me, he goes, "Yeah, he didn't play State League, but Biška reckons he did." So
like
I'm not going to debate him. So.
82 to 95.
Yeah.
He left in that pre-season, basically after we won that Johnny Walker Cup, NSL Cup, what it was called now, 6-0. He was smacked Heidelberg.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He left. Knights win the league. He probably would have been a part of that.
100%
with us. But he's there, and that's you can't explain. Just like the people in Sydney love their Graham Arnolds, their Robbie Slaters, their Manis Lamons, their Velimir Kuprashaks,
as we do too.
The Željko Jurins, and Western Knights are the same, and Brisbane, Gold Coast, and everywhere you go, you've got your local legends, your local heroes, the Richie Pleshers. You know what I mean? And you. I wasn't there, like you said, but what an experience it would have been, man. I think they said there was something like 18 players.
Well, something like that. I didn't count
in and
it all,
around that particular, and Rob Hunnler, the
19th
man.
Rob but just talking about it, and as I was talking to him, and you know what an Arnold's like, and you know what soccer crowds are like. When you're talking and it's dead silent, then you know you've got them. Yeah, they're engaged. And I said to him, and I was looking at Fausto. I didn't interview Fausto, but I was looking at Fausto in the eye, and I was going like, mate, you guys, you are our heroes. Please do not forget the impact that you had on our club, on our Narod, on everything. I can't say thank you enough.
And we'd hope that they understand the impact that our club had on them as well.
I hope so.
Because Fausto Demici's won championships with Hellas.
He did. Yeah,
same NSL and whatever. Oceania.
But would have been the same. I don't know. I'd like to ask him that question.
Played in Brazil against Manchester United, I believe, for Hellas. Was he in that team that ended up going to 90, whatever the year it was?
It's a good question. I'm not
98
sure.
or whatever. Sure. Ali, can you compare? Adrian, I heard the interview with Adrian Savinsky where he said that bus ride going into Hindmarsh Stadium and
Olympic Park.
Was Olympic Park?
I think it was Olympic
People
Park.
in the streets, flares, walking, cheering, whatever. He goes, that's the sort of shit that stays with you for your whole life.
It was.
He's a Geelong boy, loves his fishing, local, and his Pokoni brat, David Savinsky. These blokes gave their. Dave was the shovel.
Oh,
mate, that bloke left his.
And he was there for both of them. Yeah,
that's left his body on the line. When I talk about Aaron Smith that split Dave Savinsky, some of these guys who go, you know what? They weren't
machine.
They're not a Mark Shilish that grew up from under nines to seniors. That's all he knew, and they give his life for that club. These are guys that came in a little bit later and gave their all.
But the thing that was interesting was Adrian Savinsky's come from North Geelong. So he knew that it's that. So whether he's played for North Geelong or Melbourne Knights, and that it didn't matter. And that was one thing I said, does North Geelong, Melbourne Knights, Dynamo, and you're talking about Dynamo, fuck me, dead. You were talking about a legacy about Dynamo. You got the Podolyak brothers, you got Ivan Kerlich, you got Ante Kovacevic, Velimir Kuprashak, he went there. if it's a Juzel, I don't know if you went to Knights or Dinamo before, I don't know which one was first, the chicken or the egg. But Dinamo had what an effect on those championship years. And that was one thing, whether it's North Geelong, Dinamo, well, it was all one club as far as I'm concerned.
went both
Or
ways.
Chelsea, you know,
Tony
you talk
Vršina, Branko
Milojevic
Čulina.
or whatever.
Yeah. Damir Gerga was at Dinamo.
There you go.
After Knights went to Dinamo, or vice versa. Blokes came from Dinamo to Knights, and
It was all one club. It was just different divisions or whatever. Okay, you're not playing here, you're going to play there or whatever it was. But it was that impact. And that's what was really appropriate on that day. You had guys from Dandy City, you know, Bero Jurisic was there, Ivica Klarica, Petrožalić, all of them. You even had Štefek who caught a train.
Štefek. Nered.
Yeah, because he can't miss out. He had to catch a train. He literally caught a train.
A train from
Southeast
to Sunshine.
To Sunshine, he caught a train.
What train would that be?
I don't know, but he got there.
The gravy train.
He got there.
The night train. I don't know.
He got there. From Dinamo, like you had so many people. You had Danny Utrisha, you had John Bilosh. Ilya's overseas now. But yeah, like Ollie was there. Like you see, they're all standing there. Mickey Cholina, they're all. That's that group. Yeah, that Dinamo group that was standing there, and in North Geelong too. You know, Polshak that was there, and everyone.
That's an North Geelong boy. You know what I mean?
You know, and it was a shame that he wasn't there yesterday as well because he had such an impact on it. But well, you know, I know that some of these players maybe get cynical, and you hear all these stories, and we've talked about that kind of thing. Is how many clubs you got a Dinamo. How many ex-players are there? There's so many ex-players there. You know, they live and breathe it. They love it there. You know, you've got Tommy Pondeliak, a Socceroo for fuck's sake, and he's there. I want to coach the girls. I want to do that because he lives that club. He loves it. How many are there at the Knights? Not so much. I won't go into why not. But what you want to do is you want to bring him back and say, mate, as a supporter, and there's literally thousands of us all around the country, you're more than welcome to come back because we want you here, you know, and you're respected and you are loved and you are a hero and you're my hero. And a few times I showed him, I go, man, I've got goosebumps, and I did. My hair, you could see it there, like it was just standing, like, and it was incredible. And we, as a club, let's go from a Knights point of view. As a club, we have to stop resting on our laurels and saying, "Oh, look what we did" or whatever. Because in the last 25 years, we've done fuck all, really. But anything, it has to be built on good foundations. So we're talking about Billy Wojtek, you're talking about Chucky Adams and talking about Kenny Murphy. And these guys were singing the praises of the community, saying, oh, it was Esther and Croatia that brought me here from Scotland.
Frank Burin offered me a block in Kilo.
Yeah.
Tommy Cummings.
Yeah.
Now, he was offered a block, a sign-on fee. They were going to offer him a block in Kilo. Not in Kilo Downs, not in Plumpton, in Kilo, Kilo Village. He was offered a block worth $30,000 at the time. Yeah. He goes, yeah, but that's like $1 million now, about $2 million. There were those sorts of things. But these people, they embraced it. Yeah, on Scott, on English, George Hanna. George Hanna broke his leg at Summer Street. They couldn't find a fucking stretcher to get him off. I was there as a kid standing there, Davor Filipovic, team manager. We could not, the ground was only just built. The dressing rooms were new. They couldn't find where the hell the stretcher was. George Hanna is screaming on the ground, broken leg. Ingles, Scott. George Hanna was a Scott, that bloke crepat on the field for Melbourne Croatia. He died. Every game he played, he lived and breathed that club. You know what I mean? Others, I grew up with there's others, fucking Carl Gilder, the Flying Dutchman.
That's that same
the
generation.
Brian Davidson, New Zealand international. Yeah. Then the later ones that came, the Chris Jacksons from New Zealand, the Vaughan Coveney's in it. Yes, no, Vaughan Coveney's now at fucking went to Hellas and he went to Essendon Royals or whatever. But when he played Melbourne Croatia, he Francois Retifi, much maligned. Only man, you could see the disappointment. We'd lose games and shit like that. He felt it. Yes, he played in England and whatever, and moved on to other Marconi and fucking Hellas or whatever. But when he was with us, he was one of us.
He was.
And these guys, and you knew the ones that gave and the ones that didn't give, The ones that put in, the ones that didn't. And then they're the ones that are now held in high esteem, and there's others that their names are forgotten. No. They fall off.
Well, you talk about that. And Keith Adams, he goes, like, I came here, I came from England, and He goes, but people are taking me home and they're feeding me.
Yeah.
Families are feeding me. He goes, mate, what kind of love is that?
Yeah,
Like that was those little.
And the last couple of weeks, Noel Mitten passed away. Yeah, Noel Mitten, I told me, man, I think it was Sun. Well, yesterday, driving to Bendigo, Noel Tata, Noel Mitten, yeah. Umra. Koi, I go, Noel Mitten. Because you be a good striker. You'll be a good. Okay, Tommy Cumming actually put up on his Facebook page thanking everybody that was a part of Noel's journey for turning up to the funeral. Yeah. So it's probably a quiet man who played soccer, didn't have too much, wasn't flamboyant, wasn't out there or whatever. He just did his own thing. And he goes, he was rapt to see so many people from his the soccer fraternity turn up to his funeral. Because I'll tell you what, soccer may be just a business of sport, kicking a piece of plastic or pork skin or whatever you want to call it around on a piece of grass for 90 minutes every week. Soccer, mate, that can bring more people together than anything else, particularly in our community.
And it has.
It can bring more people together on a weekend than
It has.
nažalost,
It has.
ajmo reći, I crkva, I hrvatske škole and whatever else.
But it
Soccer can
did.
somehow
But
just
it did.
bring those people.
Yeah.
And not only can it do that, it can bring people in and then provide them with something else.
Yeah.
So you've got a stadium now that's been built in Sunshine, North Sunshine, Summer Street, which there's a venue, and now you're going to have there on I think, what was it, the 1st of June? The men's faith night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the building is there. It was built by soccer, but it is there and it needs to be utilised by other parts of our community. And that's what we haven't done well enough. And we need to do. That's what Dynamo does well. That's what probably Hurstville does well, Sydney United, King Tom, whatever. That's what Melbourne Knights needs to do, and some of the other clubs, if they're not doing it, they need to do it. Bring in all facets of the community to use the facility that you have because it's there. Otherwise, it's a fucking, like I said, 4 walls and a piece of grass, man.
Yeah.
That's all it is, man.
That's right.
It's nothing. It's just a shell. Bring in the community, host their events, whether it's church, folklore, Croatian Studies Foundation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Whatever it is. Yeah.
Concord.
Well,
That was hosted at Concord, the Crow Studies Foundation. You know what I mean? That's a Crow club hosting an academic thing. Dude, use it.
100%.
What else are they going to do on a Wednesday night?
100%.
Prazno. And you still got to pay for the struja and the water.
Yeah.
Bring the
Just
people
use
in.
it.
Make it vibrant. Because if something happening every day, like we saw the calendar last week, I didn't put it up this week, but last week, the calendar at King Tom, from the 1st of May to the 30th of May, there was about 18 events.
Yeah.
Because there's something happening. That's the only way you can keep these places alive, if you have something there all the time. And it doesn't always have to be soccer. It can be everything else. Get in there, man. Get in there.
But that was the thing, yeah. And then you're talking about the foundations of this club are rock solid. I don't think any club in this country has got the sort of foundations our club does, or that club does. Well, again, I'm talking about all Melbourne clubs because I think it all comes back down to that. We just have to find a way of building strong walls on top of that foundation, that strong foundation. Because the walls we've done, maybe we've used fibro, maybe we've used asbestos. I don't know what it is, but it hasn't gone wrong. It's gone wrong, but it hasn't had the right outcome that we're looking for. So maybe we have to look at it a little bit differently, because that's the definition of insanity. Keep trying to do the same thing all the time and expecting different results. That's insane.
Yeah.
So maybe we have to do things a little bit differently. This committee now, they've had a mandate from pretty much a record AGM. A couple hundred people came out and said, "Do your shit." Well, let them do their shit. Let them try something different. And I think the club needs to try something different as well, because we can't keep doing what we've been doing for the last 20 years. It's not going to work. We have to look at what happened before, the inspiration, the sort of sacrifices that happened there. Have we made those sort of sacrifices in the last 20 years? Maybe we haven't. Maybe we haven't. When people were putting their own houses and mortgaging their own houses to finance the club and whatever. I'm not asking anyone to mortgage their houses, but maybe we have to go a step further. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe we have to look at it differently. Maybe we have to be smarter financially. Maybe we have to be smarter in promoting the club and attracting better sponsors.
Well,
I don't know.
At least we've got to talk about it.
We have to do something, but we have to change something. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Behind fucking corners and whatever, we talk about it amongst ourselves. We don't talk about it in public. Then nothing's going to fucking change. Yeah, We need to. So I said some stuff a number of weeks ago, and it went down well in some quarters and didn't go down so well in others. But if you're not fucking saying it, nothing's going to change.
That's right. That's right.
And
Yeah.
I'm done sitting around and just emailing or texting people. And what do you reckon about this? And what do you reckon about that? Well, I reckon this and I reckon that. And nothing's fucking going to happen.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to happen over text.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to happen over fucking
Yeah.
Instagram or
Or
whatever.
willing and dealing in dark corners. You got to
That's
make put it out there for the whole community to talk
El
about.
valja, ne valja. Well,
Yeah.
let's fix it.
Yeah.
If we can't fucking talk about it, we can't fix it.
Well, look at the whole Sunshine Saga. Everything was just quiet. Niko nije ništa rekao. Everyone's like, oh, what are you going to do?
A,
What are
ne
you gonna
smiješ
do?
protiv ovog, ne smiješ,
Yeah.
nemoj slučajno reći protiv popa, nemoj protiv velečasnog, nemoj protiv ovog.
But history's
Fucking-
proven it was a wrong thing to do. We should have brought it to the fore straight away and said, what the fuck is going on? And now,
Nip it in the
and
bud.
everyone here and say, okay, who's involved? Who are the main people involved in this whole argument? What do you say? What do you say? And maybe we've nipped it in the bud. Straight away.
Dialogue, man. Dialogue. If you
Dialogue.
can't talk about it,
You know,
it's even this week proves,
Yeah.
get a phone call. Can we do this and this on your show? Može, nema problema.
Exactly.
I didn't expect the phone call, but the phone call came. I reciprocated and I said, može. We'll advertise. We'll talk about it. No worries. Do we agree on most things? Probably not. Ali, if there's no dialogue, if I'm not going to help you out, you're not going to help me out, then we're not helping fucking nobody out. If me and you aren't talking and that person standing over there watching his show, they're fucked too.
You're allowed to have a debate.
That's
You're allowed to disagree. You're allowed to have a fucking different opinion to what I do. I might think this is the way to go. You think that's not the way to go. You have an open discussion in front of the whole community, and the community can judge. That's the beauty of democracy, isn't it?
And that's why you're a community.
That's why you
It's
can.
not a closed shop. We don't drink our own bathwater, hopefully, anymore. We're done with those days. We just sit in a bubble and we talk about our own fucking thing, and we're smarter and we're better and we're stronger and we're better than everybody else. That shit's gone. That ship has sailed. Yeah? The days, these youth now, the people coming through now, they don't operate like that. And we need to adapt to that as well. We don't have to fully change. We don't have to fully say, oh, fuck, they're doing things differently. We're going to do, we'll go to the, everything falls to shit. But we need to at least listen.
We do.
What are you saying? What's your idea? Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. We'll try it.
Yeah.
That's not what we used to do. We can't always say, oh, but we didn't do it like that back in the old days. We used to have fucking 3,000 people turn up to New Year's Eve disco. Why don't you have a New Year's disco like we?
Christmas used to have 2,500 to 3,000 people at the Metro. That doesn't happen anymore.
CSA used to make $40,000 on New Year's Eve. $40,000 take home cash in the bank to run the Croatian Information Centre at the back of Clifton Hill.
You used to have 300 people on any given fucking
Yeah.
weekend for nothing at Cooper's Inn, just coming. What's a disco? Nothing. We're just having a get together. 300 people
Infinity.
come there.
There's a place called Infinity. I don't even know what street that's in the city. Yeah, but there was like 300 people there.
So does that mean you run the community? Does that mean you run the community like you did in 1995, 1991, 1992? No, you don't. It's changed. Community's changed. The league's changed. You know, so we used to do this back in the NSL days in 1997 this way. Pitanje prvo, was it right? The right way to do it in 1997, but it's definitely not the right way to do it in 2026.
No.
You got to look at it. The world's changed. Everything's changed.
Back in the day, we had the Batcave. Batcave was the best thing ever. On a Sunday night after a game or whatever, you go to the Batcave.
It was
You
packed.
Satrace. You didn't ask. I didn't know if I was working Monday, Friday, Thursday. The next day, didn't care. Batcave was the only place you want to be after a game on a Sunday night.
And literally, how many people were there?
Hundreds.
I'm sorry, John, probably up to 1,000 people.
There was more
probably ready
people
to
at
go.
Batcave than come to a game.
Yeah.
To
No, it was
probably
huge.
across
No, it
our-
was huge.
If you had North Geelong, Dinamo, and Knights all in the league today, and Dandy, there's probably more people in the Batcave than across the attendances of all 4 games on a weekend.
Maybe.
Nekada,
Yeah. Maybe.
yeah?
Maybe. Yeah.
Nekada,
Yeah.
it's huge.
Yeah.
You go, Batcave's not there no more. But what could we do instead? What are we going to now? Reopen the Batcave and try and relive the glory days? What are we going to do before that? Go to Olympic Park number 2 in that underground bar where my old man that used to piss in that trough, and then drive home drunk with no seatbelts in a Datsun 120Y, Mission Brown, through fucking
He
Holland
was
Street.
120 did he?
121, Mission Brown, fence Brown, yeah, boy. No seatbelts. We'd be breaking windows and shit Olympic Park. Wallman and Pokoni Branko Rogic, Marko Knežević, Pero Kokotović, the Kolcheks, that they're getting mangled, Pokoni Šare. And we just, these days, if we left our kids to their own devices like what our parents did us, my son would be doing home invasions with the machete.
Well,
In Collingwood, while I was downstairs at Olympic Park, number 2, drinking. Different. We can't, again, like you said, insanity. If you keep going back to the well too many times, think outside the box.
you have to.
Do the berba muslina.
You have to.
Do the wine drive. Do the trivia night. Do the bloody last ticket. Yeah, standing.
Last man standing. whatever
Last
it
man
is.
standing, but as an airfare type.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's got to be different, man. Youth Zabava, a little bit different. Yeah.
But you have
A
to
youth
change
mass,
it. You
bit
can't
of
keep
English,
doing
bit
it.
of Crow,
That's right.
whatever. You need to get these kids and these people back into the community, man,
You
in
do.
some way or another. If the people that are alienated from our community, if you're trying to get them back the same way that they left, then you're not right.
Talking
You're
about
not-
MCF, these kids, half of them they don't even know how to speak Croatian or maybe know 5-6 words of Croatian, but they're out there supporting the club. It's a different world, yeah. So you've got to actually change. They said Mick Colandrella, he came up and I interviewed him as well yesterday, and he said, you know, I want to bring back that fear when people come here. You know, I want to
intimidation. That's
intimidate.
right.
You know, when they say this, oh,
It's a fort.
fuck, I don't want to play there. Oh my God, they're just overawed by the whole experience, and I think that has been happening this season. But all those players that are playing out there, including Luka Kolic, who loves the club with all his heart, none of them were alive when we won the back-to-back
No.
championships in 95, 96. You can't rest on those laurels. Those kids that are out there in the MCF, they weren't alive when all that happened. So you have to educate them and show this club is great because of this, but we're not great just because. It's not because. We have to keep going. We have to keep innovating. We have to keep doing different things and showing.
Yeah.
And I think these little things are starting to change. And we'll talk. I'll talk to you a little bit before about interviewing these players and that, and about innovation. We're going to talk about that after the show.
Yeah.
We're going to do that.
But
in
these
live,
kids now, these ones that you say can't speak Crow particularly well or whatever, but if they are part of it, right? If they're a part of that MCF or the Hajduk Ultras or the North Geelong Youth,
Yeah.
you know, the Warriors Youth or the Blue Crew or whatever it is, they hang around the hill, and when they're a part of it, then that's the gateway to them learning.
Yes.
If they're hanging around with Crows, like let's go back to PodroomTV, 22nd December 2025. Right? Major Minor is playing at Dinamo on the dance floor, not on the stage. We purposely played
on a
the
Monday
dance
night.
floor.
On a Monday
On
night.
Monday night, 22nd December 2025. Right? And I'm just standing to the left behind this particular bar, which I fucking neckako got to Dinamo. You guys are singing, and my Marley, who was at the time 15, is on the shoulders of some other random kid belting out every
500 kids though.
word, every word of what was it, Ako ne znam što je bilo or
Yeah.
whatever. I didn't even know that
Louder than what the band
he
is.
knew who Thompson was.
Yeah.
I never pushed it, I never forced it. I know that he started kind of listening to this in the bathroom when he's having a shower and shit. You can hear music certainly changing from some bezveze duf duf to nešto drugo. Yeah. But that's you make the effort, you bring them to these places.
That's right.
You hopefully get them incorporated into a group, a network, or whatever. Same as with this MCF, they may not know too much about things now, but with the mentors that they have in that group, they're going to introduce them to certain things, good things, cultural, Croatian, nationalist things, whether it's history, whether it's music, whether it's just telling them that flag that you're waving. Do you know what it means? And I remember being asked, Camberfield McDonald's, man. As a kid, I had a T-shirt on. I remember sitting in there going to fucking drive-through, and this bloke we called Bayer. He was a wog, right? Late 80s, I reckon. He goes, had a ring on it. He goes, "Ti znaš što to znači?" And you kind of, these kids will now be hopefully through their involvement in these folklore, soccer, whether it's playing football, hanging around the terraces and that, the older ones will bring them in, teach them and tell them about the things that their parents, grandparents and that, where you are, what are you doing here? Well, this is why.
Yeah.
And I've seen it through my kids, and hopefully now even these younger ones coming through are going to see exactly the same thing
100%.
that they're seeing. Yeah.
100%.
And that's what it is. It's education. You need to be in it to win it. If you're not there, you don't know. But if you are there, hopefully the people around you will bring you in. And that's what I'm seeing.
And maybe
now.
they can look at the old days and have a look. This is what we achieved as a community before. Maybe we can do that again.
Yeah.
if we
There's
band
more of you.
together.
There's more of you than
That's-
there was us, Ben. There's more of them. I've got 4 kids. I'm one of 2. I'm
Yeah.
now between me and my sister, there's 6. Between those 6, there might be 12. But if you keep that fucking flame burning, you go, why can't we be better? We can be better than what we were.
Yeah.
And better than what our parents were.
Yeah.
That's the whole point
Yeah.
of trying to fucking
That's
procreate is to make the next generation better than what you were.
That's right.
And that's what we need to do.
That's
We
right.
need to encourage. We need to get them out there. We need to drive them. We need to fucking sacrifice. We need to do whatever we possibly can. And the ones that are on the ground now, the you younger boys, girls in the full court. Now I'm trying to get kids from the West to come over to Mladi Hrvati. They can't make Zora on a Monday, but they can make Clifton Hill on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
If they can't make a Wednesday, maybe they can go to. It's a long fucking drive from Caroline Springs to Clifton Hill, or it's a long drive from Bandura to Ardia.
Yeah.
Ali, if you've got other things on this and that, but you need to make the sacrifice. You need to neck up or push through
Yeah.
the bullshit and the
But you gotta want
hard.
it. You gotta want
You
it.
got to want it, and if you can get there, you will reap the rewards. You will you will see it.
I think
You
so.
will see it. It might take 1 year, 5 years, 20 years. Ali, you will see it in the end of the day. Whether you force it or not, you just got to bring them there.
Yeah.
You build it, they will come. If you bring them, you take them, they will find their own way. These kids aren't dumb. These kids are smarter than we were. But if you bring them in,
They can do. They can.
they can do
They
better.
can.
They're 100 times what we
Yeah.
can.
And other communities are doing it too. Look at Caroline Springs, whatever, George Cross. They didn't have, actually, the last maybe 30 years, they had nothing. They've actually had a bit of a resurgence now because they've got a president who couldn't give a rat's ass about soccer. He cares about getting the community back together, and that's his focus. And then all of a sudden, that club, the soccer club's got a resurgence because the community's got a resurgence. Preston, we've talked about Preston how many times? Their whole soccer club's got a resurgence because their community's got a resurgence. That was one thing I said yesterday, and I stick by it. I don't care who was there. I go, Preston, God bless them. I love what they've done for the league. Ali, their pitch can dim compared to what we are as a club, because what we can be, whether it's in Sydney or whether we're in Melbourne, mate, we are a monster. They were talking about Preston being a sleeping giant. We are a sleeping monster. We could be something that, oh mate, that we can create something incredible, mate.
Yeah.
And we saw that at the Australia Cup, 16,000 people. MacArthur, this A-League, Pitchka Mutton, and what they're doing, they throw on millions upon millions at this league.
Nula.
They close it. It's been closed for 20 years, this league. No one can come in. You can't get promoted. You can't get relegated. It's all whatever. You come into an Australia Cup grand final and you get 16,000 people, and 13,000 people supporting City, Croatia.
MPL team.
Mate, if that doesn't say, and not only that, out of the 16,000 people, 500 were supporting MacArthur. There were probably 2,000 just, neutral,
No.
Mate, your system is fucked. It doesn't work. Zaboravi. Open it up. Fucking drain the swamp. Let it open up. But, you talk about capitalism. We're a capitalist country. Fucking open it up. Stop creating this communism
If you're
here.
successful, you'll get there. If you're not, you'll crepat.
That's it. And that's what it is.
Man.
Ako nikome nije briga, so let it be.
That's right.
If you can be a 400-year-old club, if no one cares, what's the point? Let it go.
Yeah.
But if there's other clubs that want to go,
But the World Cup had a fair bit to do with it. But here we go. Tim Balaban saying also, well said, boys. My son and his mates were blown away by the experience of the grand final last year and all the Croatian sport, which was the making of the whole Hajduk Ultras. He's talking about the Derby City.
Absolutely.
Who was I don't even know who won the fucking who they even
Heidelberg.
played.
Heidelberg. You don't remember?
Don't even
You don't
care.
remember the Balkan
Don't
bloke that
care.
you
That gypsy from the earlier fucking double
that's right.
mate. Anyway, but you know what I mean? You don't even remember the opponent.
That's right.
You just remember the unity of our community that night.
That's right.
It was everyone and anyone from
That's right.
all walks of life. Same as I didn't go to Sydney for that Australia Cup final. My daughter went. She reckoned she was on the shoulders of some people.
Mate,
that
it was
know what
incredible.
going on.
It was incredible.
Lord did say, yeah. They got a taste of our massive and passionate community and now are leading the way and absolutely loving it and attracting and encouraging others. That's right.
That's
you just need that spark.
That's it.
The spark.
That's
You need that. Look,
that
Adultery.
inspiration. You need that inspiration.
Yeah.
And
Adultery, is that what you call it? It's not a great thing. You know, when you talk about religion, adultery, idolizing and whatever. Ali, yeah, role models. We'll put in a nicer
idolatry.
Yeah, idolatry.
Yeah.
It's role models, let's say. Now, Luka College, let's say, for Melbourne Knights, is that role model for those kids. Oli Dragicevic, last year, role model for the Dinamo kids. The Ravlic boys, the Ravlic is last year when they went on that run and
that's right.
won that Australia World Cup thing and running into the crowd and those kids that were there. That's their idols now. We need to create these role models amongst our own.
That's right.
Rather than idolizing and you know, loving these
Shit, that's on mainstream TV and
you know what I mean? They're not going to. On ti neće kruva dati.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
Naš narod, we're going to back them, whether they're singers, artists, whatever, industry, sponsors. Get behind it, man.
Yeah.
These people have put in a lot of hard yards. They've done the right thing by society, and we need to get behind them as a community because what these people inevitably do is put back into that same community that they've come out of.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to do now.
Yeah.
So
and I think that's what's happening. And I think like through Thompson, you look through the achievements of the Vatreni through the World Cups and, you know, you come second, you come third, but no one gives you a chance to even move past the group stage. You know, even here, you know, you talk about no one knows, artists, whatever. There's an artist for you, Mariana Mesi. We were talking about music. You talk about business, like I&D, like kicking ass, whatever field it is. It's about, and that's what I think we're here to do, is to present to you the achievements that we do as a little narod that we are. We're nothing. We're shocked.
Well above our weight.
so much.
Whatever we do.
Mate.
We're just not that anymore.
Balkan, whatever his name is, the
Perisic.
Mate, he's on his way to creating something extraordinary.
Fucking homeless, basically. He was homeless, sleeping in his car, sleeping at the gym. 4 fights, 3 fights, 4 fights in the UFC.
But I think that's our narod. I think that's what we've got. That's something that's ingrained in us. That's something that's in our DNA. And I think Doug's was talking about the way we've had to fight for identity, and we have throughout history, like for 1,000 years. You know, if you're not fighting for the, you know, Hungarian domination or Austrian domination or Serbian or Venetian or Ottoman or whatever it is, we've had to learn that. And it's in our DNA to defend ourselves. And I think we've never done it. We haven't gone out trying to take anyone else's land. We've never been an empirical society where we want to go and just expand, you know, Zagreb to Tokyo. No, there's none of that sort of thing. You know, we're not that. We've never been that. We're a narod that banned slavery before anyone else did. When the Republic of Dubrovnik said there in whatever it was in the 15th or 14th century, said we're banning slavery. And then we go to a World Cup and England's bending the knee and we're not gonna. And they're looking at us like they're disgusted in us. We go, we're the slaves, you fucking dickhead. Fucking, who are we going to bend the fucking knee to?
Now, my dear man, solid pamet, please, you Rashfords and you Raheem Sterlings.
Why have you got dark players in there? Nothing against the dark players, but they're there because you've gone out into Africa. You've gone and brought them back. Why is France the way it is?
That is a result of your slavery.
That's right.
That is a result of
That's
your...
right. And people did. There was an article, I think, after the 2018 World Cup where they said we were like the most racist nation because we were the whitest.
Yeah, 96% or whatever the country.
And the only reason is because there's Hrvati playing in Hrvatska because we didn't go out and fucking try and take over the world. You should be praising us for fucking being the kind of people we are.
Crows.
Insane.
Crows.
It's fucking insane. You get that's right. What's our the biggest problem is that you're getting a Segecic from Australia coming to play for Croatia. Oh my god!
It's an outrage. Like
but that was about France. They've got some Ghanaian or some guy from Nesnam Boga is Aleja somewhere in Africa coming to play for France. What the fuck, mate?
Da. Živa istina. Tony Grgic says, Smolik, me and you are going to go fishing. So obviously he's not happy about my Metkovic references.
They don't have. Oh no, you can go river fishing, freshwater fishing.
We'll go catching eels
and frogs.
Super coach, eels and frogs. Može. All right, Robbie Stalker. What about Debelak, Smolik? What about Debelak? Debelak won the last 2 games, I think 5-4. 2 results in the last 2 weeks have been 5-4 victories. One against Sabunyar Privlaka, where anyone from Privlaka, you know all the surnames from there, the Glavans and the Skoblars and the
Polikas, I think it is.
No, Polikas are from Zemunik.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no,
The
you're
Vidukas
right. Sorry,
are from
yeah.
Pridraga. But yeah, we beat Sabunyar and we're top 5, let's say. No any relegation, but officially Garlovac, the selo, not far from mine, is officially relegated from the Prva
Is this a
Županijska
good thing?
Liga. It is a good thing because Mark Torkic is from Garlovac. Mark Torkic is from Garlovac. And to make it worse, the front of shirt sponsor for Garlovac,
Was?
Batur. Even better. Even better. So we killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll no longer have to see Batur on a jersey, and Garlovac is gone from the league. So
There
they
you go.
lost to Polacha. Massive turnout. Apparently, a massive amount of Galovčani went to Polacha on the weekend.
Yep.
I swear to God, you saw the photo of the grand. They've got a grandstand in
Oh.
Polacha.
Okay.
Sort of looks like a grandstand anyway. It was full.
Yeah.
And all Galovčani come to support their team to avoid relegation. Polacha beat him 2-1, so suck a chance. Well done.
Bro.
Garlovac is gone. Debelak is king. And that's how we roll. But I did mention Debelak now 35 times in that sentence.
You did.
So I'll have a Palinkovac just before you wrap up the show.
Okay, but anyway,
Because it's getting late, but there's still people. Look, there's
no, they're right. But
viewership. But someone said, great topic. Who was it that said
I saw that too. That was
Bogdan Bonk? Great topic, boys.
But we
It
brought
is, we're
up
passionate
Bogdan
about-
Bonk.
We're passionate. Yeah, big up. We wear our heart on our sleeve. That's, I think, why we do what we do.
Look,
We've got a bit of freedom now in this, what we've been doing now. This is our 2nd year doing it. We're free to say what we feel. Nekom krivo, nekom drago. We don't purposely go out to offend people.
No, but we've said, like,
yeah.
if you disagree, say.
Come on board,
No
man.
problem. You
Jump
can
on.
disagree with whatever you say, and that's fine because debate is great. It promotes different ideas, and you can probably come to something that even a greater idea.
If people disagree, that means they're engaged.
That's right.
If no one disagrees, that means you're just talking to prazno. We could be saying here, there could be nobody watching. Man. We could just be, for the sake of, we're just out of here to get away from our daily life and drinking in my podrum. No, we can do that without the camera on.
That's right. And we
Other
have.
Here, sometimes we're here to spark conversation, spark on new ideas, change,
Well, we're talking
If
about
things
what's
need to be
happening,
changed.
what are current affairs in the
Or-
community at the
yeah,
moment, and
or
that's
encourage what's good in the community. Most of the time, we talk about what's happening.
I think so. I think 90% of it
Fucking-
is promoting it. I think
Yeah.
90% of it is positive.
Yeah.
10% you sort of knock. It's not personal. It's not against anyone in particular. But you just say, I don't agree with the way that's going because I don't think that's been the right way.
That's right.
You know, and that's one of the things. Like you talk about Melbourne Knights, one of the biggest clubs in this country, sporting clubs, Croatian or otherwise, haven't been doing things right for the last 25 years. Sorry, but the results speak for themselves. What do we do? It's no one's fault. They're not blaming anyone. Sometimes certain administrations have come in, have had to consolidate because there's money owing or there's this, and you said, fuck this, we're going to stop spending and we've got to sit down and just try and, claw back a debt or whatever. Everyone's had their challenges. But here, 25 years later, you have to say, hang on, I think the time for consolidation is over. Are we a football club? We have to think bigger. We have to do things differently. Mate, if it's not evident after a quarter of a century, when's it going to be evident?
That's right.
Well,
Otherwise, it's just a slow decay.
that's right. So if you're happy with it going this way, I'm concerned for you. And you got so many supporters that don't even go to games, or people who don't come to support anything, whether it's folklore or whatever, because they're just disengaged from the community because it's boring to them, or it's not. It's inspiring to them. Well, you want to inspire these people. That's the whole point. The whole point is getting these people there.
Yeah.
You want to make the average supporter, the average attendance at a Knights game, 1,500 people. I don't think that's out of the question. An average one. I don't think it is. I think we're capable of engaging people through quality football, through entertainment and whatever, and making it a minimum 1,500 people that come to a game. I don't think that's so hard. I really don't. It's just, you're gunning for something that's just higher than what you got. Instead of a shit turnout, which is a shit turnout at the moment is 500 people. That's the reality
Yeah.
of it. 500 people. That's just shit based. Well, a good turnout. We get 1,500 people. We get 5,500 people against Brisbane Raw, whatever the fuck they're called. You know what I mean? Like, why can't you get 1,500 people with decent entertainment, decent football, decent facilities, whatever it is? We're just gunning for something that's bigger than what it is.
A welcoming atmosphere.
That's right. Yeah, not getting dirty looks when you walk in the.
It's just being ljudi. Yeah, being ljudi. When you feel welcome somewhere, you'll go back every time. Yeah, and sometimes you go, look, the product may not be the best, but I feel good when I go there.
That's right.
Yeah, because we can't offer what some of these other clubs might be able to offer. Yeah, our facilities sometimes are lacking because they're a little bit older, or they're council owned, or whatever it might be, or just a bit run down. Ali, it's why do you don't go somewhere because it's all flash and fucking sparkling.
That's right.
You go there because you want to be there. You want to be there because you want to be with those people. You want to hang around. You want to tell stories.
Simple as that.
Both, you all understand.
It's community.
You want to talk shit because the person next to you is going to be talking the same shit.
Yeah.
I go to a fucking Collingwood game. There's 95,000 people. I don't know 999 people there. I don't know anybody there. I don't know one to fucking talk to other than the people I came with. I go to nights. If there's 500, I know 400 people there.
Yeah.
If there's 1,500, I know 1,300.
But even if you knew 10,
that's right.
That's enough.
Toya moya.
Yeah.
Toya nasha. And that's, for me, that's enough to get me out of bed in the morning and to sit in the car and drive somewhere.
Right.
That's all I need, man. I don't need no flashy fucking bullshit and, bells and whistles and whatever else. Some people do. So
you got other battles. Actually, I want to bring up because Preston's a good example because Preston has shown how a resurgence can happen and also how it can break. And that's what's sort of happening with them as well. So they were going out from State League 1 to VPL 2, 1, whatever, and they're getting 3,000 people watching it. Now they get into the NPL, they're actually getting less people coming to watch them than they were before because they're having issues with their Preston boys or their ultras or whatever because the league's fining them, they're doing this. So you got to battle that sort of shit. North's having the same sort of thing now. You've got the league's coming out and finding him because someone had a Zadom Spremny scarf. No, there wasn't even a chant. There was a scarf or whatever. So now you've got outside.
You can buy on marketplace here.
So then you say, well, you need to piss off because you're costing our, I don't know, chances of winning this league or whatever. But hang on. Fuck this league and their 10 grand and 20 grand and whatever they got to offer. We've got to make sure that our club is healthy, make sure that everyone is welcome. We have to teach, there's certain parameters that need to be created and make sure that these fans don't go beyond that and make sure they behave themselves to a certain degree. You can't expect, it's soccer at the end of the day.
We've all been there. I'm the worst culprit of all of how not to behave at a soccer match.
But we need to support them. We have to make sure that these people are engaged and want to come here. A-League's done it. Victory can't get the same amount of support because active support pounce on it. The AFL Mafia comes on it. You can't do this. You can't do this. This is wrong.
Put on the news. Look at these. Yeah.
So soccer in itself has got that battle. I think we need to focus on what's the best for our clubs, for our community, despite what soccer, challenges that are there. That's a big problem as well. It's not an easy thing.
When we talk about community and cooperation, that's what it comes down to. Dialogue. Koljudi, Sidi, popričaj. Tonči, right? Tonči Prusac. Thanks, legends, for the shout out. Topli pozdrav, great show as always. Always tune in after I wind up the Geelong Soccer Podcast. Right, so Tonchi's show is at 8 p.m. We're at 7:30 p.m. Tonchi's doing the Geelong specific soccer region show. We're doing PodroomTV.
It's not a competition.
It's not a competition. We're going to every day of the week. Tonchi's been a great supporter of ours. We've had him on the show, and he's an icon of our community. Viesnik. Who remembers radio? Who remembers Živa Žica?
I do. I remember.
Yeah? I remember working the panel behind the glass.
Auntie from St. Albans and all that.
Doing the glass and that. Tonchi's been around since, day dot or Kazerodia. You know what I mean?
It's about supporting each other.
But that's
about
what it
doing
is.
the things. Last week we had Privilega.
Yeah.
Why would I not have Privilega? Because I'm a
Exactly.
major minor.
Watch us
Let it
tonight.
come on the
tomorrow.
program. I want to promote them. Let them. They're a band. I'm not going to it's not a competition. Come on.
That's it. Jump
Same
on
thing.
tomorrow, watch Tonchi's show, and you'll see Anthony Barnabas, 200 games, North Geelong on Tonchi's show. Right? And then the Sunday, jump on Ante Radic's 3ZZZ i slušaj radio program. Jump on and slušaj and do whatever. Back it. We've got time. We've got all. If we can sit down and watch fucking 27 episodes of Parks and Recreation or Vikings or whatever on Netflix, then we can take an hour or 2 hours out of our week and slušat and podržat some Crow thing as well on radio, on TV, podcast, whatever it might be.
Oh.
Or drive a half an hour further away from your house and go to a function or whatever it might be as well. Yeah. Because during COVID, I spent days watching Big Bang Theory and Last Kingdom and Stoyazna.
But they're little bits of gold, little,
Yeah.
But most of the shit that's on Netflix or whatever it's called, it's on YouTube, on Netflix,
Netflix.
But on Netflix and whatever it's just filmed well. I'm going to watch it because it's filmed well, but the basis of it, the content's rubbish. I don't want to watch it. I spend most of my time watching YouTube clips, and it leads me down this, what do you call it?
Rabbit
holes and stuff, and it just leads you to things because I want information. I want things that interest me. I don't want to watch the 150th fucking version of a hospital program or a cop show or whatever. I don't care. And then especially it's going to be about inclusivity or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not even bagging that sort of thing. But don't shove it down my fucking throat. I want to watch what I'm interested in, And so just because it's filmed well or whatever, acted well, not my problem. I want to watch things that I want to watch. And that's the same thing here. The community involves me, it interests me. That's what I want to watch, and that's why we're standing here today.
Peter Finka, obviously from Sali. Do you guys have any news on NK Zadar? How have they ended up this season? And Tony Grigic has come back and said they finished third behind Zagora and Neretva. So Zagora is Zagora Unešić, who's in recent times had some pretty good cup runs. Zagora, I think they've both played Dinamo and maybe even Hajduk in their recent sort of like the FA. Yeah, they got the FFA Cup.
That's right.
Where you get fucking Strathmore Split playing Bentley Greens or some shit. So those fairy tale runs, they've gotten to the point where they've played again. I think maybe the last 16 or whatever it might be. So Zagora Unešić has won that Treća HNL Jug and have been promoted to Drugu Ligu. Yeah. As I mentioned before, this jersey that I wore, I played at Zagora Unešić.
There's a photo of you with it.
There is a
this weekend.
I had to delete it because I couldn't fit any more photos of me ripped. Ali, I played at Zagora Unešić.
Yeah.
That is possibly the most hostile venue I'll ever see in all my days.
Oh, right.
I don't reckon no River Plate, no Galatasaray, no
Maracanã in Belgrade.
Ništa compares to Zagora Unešić. These people, I reckon, halftime there were three officials and their bench. By the 60th minute mark, there was about 400 people shaking the fucking fence. They came out of caves. I don't know where these people came out of.
So how many of them did you hit with your kopachka?
I ran. There was a Mexican showdown. There was a what do you call Mexican standoff. There were people pulled pistols on each other. That's a game where they pulled pistols on each other on the middle of the ground. I was in the dressing room before even someone loaded their guns. I was never seen anything like it. Ludo, divlje, go down to Unešić.
Get out there. They do a wonderful Crni Rižot.
Wonderful. Their olive oil is to die for.
Oh, mate, peppery. Beautiful.
Yeah. But George Sabljak says, mali smo narod, al daj nam loptu, uf.
Yes.
To je true story. We are. We're the best and the worst.
Yes, mo.
All in one. You can package it all up. Yes, mo dobri, yes, mo govna. All at the same time.
Malo nas je.
That's right.
Al smo govna.
That's right. But it is. We can be the shittest to each other. We can be the best to others and vice versa.
Sure.
Kad je zagusti, we're the best to each other and we'll jebat svima majku. That's what we do.
Yep.
In general, just like I did on that live from Gold Coast. Yeah. It's a Gold Coast.
Yeah.
And
that's right.
Marta Grgic and his family were watching and they remind me every time.
They do.
Smolik, man, when you said it was at Čistog Mira. We're at a heritage night. There's folklore. It's just us
Yeah.
in this Sala
Yeah.
Gold Coast.
Yeah.
And I still managed to put peas it
Yeah.
and find an enemy
You did better.
somewhere on the internet.
So I spoke to a few people this week and a few sons of Sali and otherwise. He said, "Oh, the show's so great. They were just praising it." I'm like, oh, I'm in shock that they actually like it.
Yeah,
But
I'm shocked that
they're
anyone
talking
watches
about like
this.
it's like that, and you go, you know, you got to sometimes you got to keep Smolik in check, but fuck, you love it when he goes off tap. And I go, you know what, Mushka, yeah, but if I'm the one that's controlling
Kick
him,
me, yeah, but kick me under the,
if
kick
I'm
me
the
under
one who's
bus.
controlling it, if I'm the level-headed one, it's not a good thing.
Kick me.
But
But you know what? I'll do a quick sneak peek before we wrap up. I want
Yeah.
to do a quick sneak peek of Doug Ivanek's song. Have you
oh
heard
yeah,
it?
oh please play
This is
it,
just a sneak peek.
Please.
Before I play the full video.
Oh,
So he's
please,
a fully fledged now
okay,
artist with
Oh, yeah.
Crasher Records.
yeah, sure, because we haven't heard him a cappella,
You haven't heard him without. This is so this is a live performance.
without auto tune.
Yeah, true. This is a live performance he did before he was signed to Crasher Records. Yeah, and I think this is maybe the clip that got him signed. Yeah, so this is once upon a time. Well, as a young man, he grabbed a microphone, and there were some people in the crowd that had their mobiles out. They go, "Let's film this guy. Maybe he's going to be good one day, and maybe we can get some airtime in it." But this was Doug before he signed with Crasher Records. All right, I think I played the wrong clip. Dobro, nije to. That's not Drago Ivanek. That was Spolger's audition for Major Minor, and they still took him on. But let's just have a look. Tony Grigic saying, "I don't think Zagora are directly promoted. I think there's a playoff from the other teams in all the Division 3 comps. So out of 4, only 2 get promoted. So that must be Heinel Jug, Heinel Središte, Istok, Zapad, or whatever it is. So yeah, it looks like it's not an automatic qualification, even if you finish first in your particular league. And in this instance, Zagora Unasic ain't going straight up, but they're probably a pretty good chance, unless they're coming up against one of these big clubs from the north, around that even Zagreb and Slavonia, where some of these places and some of these clubs have got a lot more money than what some of these local village teams do. I've got a message here on my phone. Hi, Anto, over Croatian World Games, Team Australia top. Oh, sorry, this is Ivan Jurinovic. He'll provide us next week with some updates for next week's show about the Croatian World Games. So if you haven't been following or you haven't been completely across everything, we have a team that comes from Australia and has done on many occasions for the Croatian World Games that are held in Croatia every year. They've been in Zadar, they've been in Zagreb.
It's always a huge presence.
I think they're in Mostar. Are they in Herzegovina this year? I think Mostar, the Croatian World Games, or maybe next year. I think it's
I don't think
2027.
it is. It's next year.
2027, but there are trials that have been happening for the soccer. There are a number of sports that you can participate in and get behind it. But thank you, Ivan, for sending through the text. Send us also through some more information so we can get it out as much as we can, so we can get as many of our narod here from Australia representing us as a community at the Croatian World Games overseas as well.
Petar Finka and Sons of Sali expecting a visit from PodroomTV early December.
I did get a message asking, can you answer the phone? I'm going to give you a buzz if I can. It was on Saturday night, I think. The Sons of Sali would like to invite you to a function.
Well, yeah, that's all right.
I messaged this person back on Sunday.
Yeah,
because I knew.
Oh, so this is the thing. Smolich, that's the Pizdaria call that was about on Saturday night.
I know.
So,
I knew. I assumed that's what that Pizdaria call was. That's why I refused to take it. And we spoke the next day, and I was told, better you didn't take that call because it would have been a Pizdaria call.
no. Especially now that Petar Finka is the 001 ticket holder of Podrum TV. Tell them you know me, he said. All expenses paid by the Sons of Sali.
We need to repay the favour. He's a foundation member of the program. He gave us 2 beer mugs with Sons of Sali. It's not even a sticker. It is actually, I think, sublimated into the glass. These are big ticket items. So Sydney, early December. Maybe we do our end of year Christmas PodroomTV in Sydney.
Why not?
This is your turn to keep talking. Yeah,
No, that's all right. Yeah, no, I was
You're
going to.
Segecic.
But actually, a couple of he left a little Uspoy before he left. A little text that come from Tony Kolchik. Paul Bubbage, and this is actually a very touching one, actually. Paul Bubbage returned Adrian Savinsky's match top he took off him after the game 30 years ago. So after, I'm guessing the Marconi grand final where we beat them 2-1 at Olympic Park. So he must have grabbed his top 30 years ago. Emotions went through the roof when he put it on his daughter. There you go. And I did hear reports that Adrian Savinsky was very, very moved by yesterday, all the formalities that happened yesterday and the celebrations that happened yesterday because and I saw it in everyone's eyes, actually. Yeah, so I'm talking to all these players and looking at them in the eyes, and Fausto was a perfect example when telling them that these guys were heroes who created our legacy, who created history for our club. But you could see tears in their eyes, you know, and not to mention the Croatian players as well. That goes without saying, you know, with Podolyak or even Razov and Kriganovic and Vinko. You don't have to even ask them twice what the impact was for them. Ante Kovacevic wasn't there, but there's all these players who played there. You're talking about Viduka as well, Steve Horvat. Their legacy is incredible. But when you're seeing these other players who are there, who are basically paid mercenaries, who when you as a supporter, you're there telling them what the impact was, how it especially was to you, and you're speaking on behalf of the other supporters, mate, you saw a tear in their eye, and it was a beautiful thing. It really, really was. Sometimes I know some people could get cynical about it and say, oh, this player got paid, well and good and whatever, why should we, owe them anything? But that player could have played anywhere. They played at your club. You want to make sure that little piece of time, it's like if you work for a company, you work anywhere and you say, I worked at this company for 3 years. Okay, they paid me. But the way I was treated like I was a family member or I belonged and I had made friendships and that, well, soccer clubs go beyond that, don't they? So why wouldn't this mercenary love your club more than he loved another club? Fausto, like you go, okay, he went to South Melbourne. I'm sure he was paid a lot more to go play at South Melbourne. He wouldn't have left that easily. We were never the highest paying club ever in history.
Never, ever.
But you want to, I don't know, I would love to, know that someone like Fausto loved his time while he was at our club, and that was the pinnacle of his career. Like you said, he might have won championships at Hellas, but I hope the one that he won with us was that little bit extra special.
Yeah.
For example,
that's like let's say now, Tommy Podolyak won a league with the Knights.
Yeah,
Melbourne Victory, Central
Perth Glory,
Coast,
or was
Perth,
he?
Whatever.
Was he Olympic?
I think he's got 4 championships across the A League and NSL. But I reckon I'll tell you now, if he wins, let's say the championship, highest possible championship with his girls team at Dinamo, that'll probably be the highlight of his life.
I think
as a coach,
he'd love it.
He's a Dinamo boy.
He's so invested in that.
Who's coaching the girls at Dinamo. Let's say one day things come to fruition, they're playing the state league, MPL, whatever it is, of the women's competition, and he's coaching there. He'll probably go back and say that's the greatest achievement of my life. Yeah. Ante Milicic scored a winner for Sydney Olympic, I think it's Perth Glory and all this. Sydney Croatia lost how many finals?
Yeah.
He probably still remembers that final that he lost as the best.
Yeah. Brisbane Strikers there at Suncorp
exactly.
or whatever.
That's probably the best game he's ever played. He's played at Yerka. He's now coached fucking Chinese women's team. 1.5 billion people live in that country, and he's been that's the sorts of things. Mercenaries, they come and they go.
But it's natural.
The thing is, those mercenaries, they come, they go. They've been to clubs. I know those Scots and Poms and that. They came through these clubs in the 80s and 70s and whatever else. Some of them played at Celtic, Rangers. You know what I mean? Some of them played in England.
That's right.
You know what I mean? At the highest possible level.
That's right.
At least some of them it is like you said. It's 100% true. Their best times were at Montgomery Park or
Yeah.
Cross Keys
Yep.
or fucking Nashfield or wherever it might have been, because that's where they felt like maybe they didn't have that family upbringing that other people have, and they felt like they were a part of
Well, it's a
family.
different culture. Maybe they
Yeah.
just loved our culture.
And it
the
was
way it is.
cutthroat.
Yeah.
He's playing at these high leagues. It's cutthroat. No one gives a shit about you. You're here today, gone tomorrow. Only sometimes you become part of the furniture and you feel a part of the family as well. So.
I'd like to think that Ken Murphy said, like, oh, my time at Croatia was amazing. And you know, we can get cynical and said, yeah,
Oh,
okay,
did he
he went to
understand?
Footscray. He went to Footscray
Yeah.
Trust. He played for you guys. He played for other teams and whatever. But he came back and he coached a club. And then you come back here, literally 50 years later, right? And he comes in and this. My time at Croatia was special. I hope he meant that. And I believed him. I think it, you know, and whether it took him 50 years to realize this is a special club, but like Chalky Adams, he came out and he said, this club was incredible. Families would take me home and feed me whatever they were feeding, you know, and it was a special time, you know.
Again, I wasn't there yesterday, but these guys, a lot of them, the older ones, Ken Murphy, Keith Adams. Let's say we had a Tommy Cummings there or a. They're not Summer Street.
No, they're not.
Melbourne
They were the
Croatian
back
people,
at Olympic Park,
Or
whatever it
Olympic
was.
Park was. Is there sometimes you lose a little bit of that as well when you move from your one venue, for example,
To this
you
one,
spend
yeah.
all your time at
Yeah.
Olympic Park, and that's all your great halcyon days. We're winning the Doherty Cup and the
Maybe.
Buffalo Cup and
Yeah.
whatever at Olympic
Yeah.
Park. All of a sudden on a Sunday, you're invited. Let's come to Summer Street, and it's foreign. It's not a place that they know that they've been a part of. It's not like a Viduka or a Savinsky.
Yeah.
The Amicis.
They'll go and
Greganovic.
training there and spending all
Yeah,
their time
I
there.
remember we did the night 60th. I was at the Dome.
Yep.
Peter Blasby and some of these older ones, Auntie Beloved, and some of these guys. It was a neutral venue, so it was talking about what they know at a neutral venue. You're now bringing them to a place where they've, some have never been.
Yeah.
They've never been.
Yeah.
But you're talking about the rich history of this club and the ground and everything around it. It's a hard deal as well. You got to bridge the gap. Yeah. It's like, let's say this morning West Ham got relegated.
Yeah, I know.
From the EPL.
Yeah.
West Ham used to play at the old bowling ground or whatever it's
Yeah.
called, the bowling ground.
Yeah.
Now they're at some fucking massive monstrosity.
The Olympic Stadium,
Yeah.
whatever it was, which is ugly as fuck.
It's lost something.
Yeah, it's lost its
It's
soul.
not lost something, but it's
they hate it.
there's
The
a
West
gap.
Ham they
It's
hate
going to
it.
take a generation
Yeah.
for people to become locals at that ground.
Yeah.
Same as Olympic Park. Yeah, there was that switch. Maybe the Naro took to it. We took to it as a people because it was ours, and we took to it.
But I
as
remember as
players,
a kid with them,
disconnected.
innocently as a kid, I was going like, "This is real."
Hellas
Because
is the
you
same.
grew up going to Olympic Park, which is
Hellas
like
is the same from Middle Park, the old Middle Park, to Bob James. Heidelberg's always been Heidelberg. Yeah, well, at least in our more recent history. Now before they were that Fitzroy Alexander or whatever, but Heidelberg Olympic Village, Connor Reserve for Preston, that's all they know.
Yeah.
George Cross, yes, they've had 3 ground changes. So they've had a massive cultural shift between Chaplin Reserve to Skinner to now Caroline Springs there. Green Gully's always been Green Gully at that ground. They're gone. They're a shell of their former selves.
And I'm not sorry to see him go.
You know,
to be honest, but
Dandy City used to be at Chelsea Hayduk, man. The old Edithvale.
and there's a lot of fans
Frank
that
Thomas Reserve. whatever it's
no.
called. You know, it was quaint. Some people, we talk about it every day. The Dome in Footscray. You had the old Dome, you got the new Dome.
Or even the Albert Park one.
We got married
The
in
older
the
ones,
new Dome. I think Slug Vukasovic got married the week before
Yeah,
us.
he did, that's
We
right.
got married the
That's
week
true.
after.
That's true.
Before that, the Dome used to have butcher's paper as a tablecloth.
They did.
They had billiard tables. They
Yeah,
had darts,
it was.
Yeah, it was different, but it was different times. Yeah, some people harp back, go, "Fuck, it was good, man." When you could tip over your plate and they'd just wrap up the fucking newspaper in the fish and chips, bites your bin, yeah. But now it's a different demographic that you're catering to.
I thought I put it down to Teta Yella that was cooking.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that she was
Is
the,
the
she was the
food
magic.
change? Has
Yeah.
this changed? Has that changed? Well, everything's changed. Society has changed. How do we adapt is the difference. Society will change. It'll change. Tomorrow will be something else coming up. 6'7" now, some other bullshit.
No.
These days, things change on a daily basis. In those days, it took 20, 30 years for things to change. and we still struggle to adapt. So though it's sort of par for the course. Ali, what do you want? What do you want at the end of the day? What do we want?
We want a healthy community. That's all I care about.
Exactly
That's all I care about. You know, as a healthy community, we took over soccer in this country and became the strongest and probably the pinnacle of football in this country ever. But that was because we're the kind of community that we were. You know?
Aspirational, and we have a chip on our shoulder.
We do, and we still do.
And we want to prove something. And what do we want to prove? And I'll go back to this every fucking week. We want to prove the environment we've been provided in this country, the freedoms and the opportunities. And what are we here to do? We're here to provide something for this country, not take from this country. We're here to give something back.
Yeah.
And what have we given back? We've given back in sport.
Yep.
We've given back in academia. We have given back in fucking labor.
Yep.
We have given back in every possible way that this country has asked of
That's
any
right.
human that is born here.
And what have we taken?
Fuck all.
Yep.
Right? Fuck.
South Melbourne's
I
South Melbourne's got a stadium built.
I
for
seen
it.
Avondale just
Heidelberg's
got
got a-
some fucking $1.5 million grant or whatever.
Did they?
Some pitch get muttered in a government official order. Avondale. They used to be in the provisional league. I used to play against them at Split.
Yeah, when they Avondale Heights.
At Split in the provisional league. And now they're being given like millions of dollars from the government to upgrade their Shuttery. They've got the Calabria club that they're loaning because they don't play at whatever the fucking their ground was called. And there was two clubs. It was Avondale, Yoshneko this week received significant government funding. Yeah. What have we asked?
Nothing. We built our own stadium.
Ništa.
So we're the only, I still think we're the only club in Victoria that owns their own stadium. Sydney might have, so you got King Tom, yep. Marconi, I think, might own their own stadium. Serbs might own their own, I'm not sure. Bonnie Rig there, I'm not
I
sure.
don't even know what they got up
But
there.
that's about it. What the fuck we got? We've got nothing from the government.
We should have negative geared.
That's exactly right.
We should have negative geared these stadiums and said, all right, we've paid this much. We're going to rent it to these people, and the rent doesn't cover what our mortgage repayments are, and we should have skinned this government alive.
We shouldn't even have to even think about move. They should knock down the thing, put two synthetic pitches for us. Synthetic pitches for us. They should give us the money to build a whole social club down the opposite end of the stadium. They should be paid for everything because
And
what we've offered to the, or what we've provided and made for that community.
I think
and for
once
this
upon a
state.
time there was a rough estimate of the what do you call it? Let's say if Melbourne Knights, for example, or King Tom was a council ground, what it would have cost the council, the state government to run these things over the last 30, 40 years would have been the millions and millions.
Exactly.
Of dollars. And you get you get $42,000 pledge for a playground before election in
15 grand or whatever it was, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ne pitamo ništa, nismo gladni kruha, but fuck's sake, man. You know.
No, it's true.
So
absolutely true.
We need to get smarter. We need to get better.
Well, I think something happened. I think Adelaide have showed us the way. I think Adelaide Croatia did a perfect thing where they showed we built this, we did that. They got a decent premier, and they said to the premier, "Well, look at this. We've built this by ourselves. We've got this empty, space that's there upstairs." They got $1.6 million. They built that whole YMCA thing. They actually tendered out saying, who needs this kind of space? YMCA came up and said, yep, we're willing to do this. Spent that money, and it was worth a lot more than the $1.6 million that went into creating that space. And they come in and they pay whatever it is, $150,000 a year, whatever it is. I can't remember what the exact figure is. So Adelaide Croatia is now 100 and whatever, kusur, $1,000 richer every year because of that. And now looking towards the next thing. I think a little bit behind the eight ball here in Melbourne, but we're starting. We're going to get there. We'll get there.
We need to, and that's where you need to engage people that are in that community that have
that's right.
Lobby, influence.
That's right.
Talk to people behind closed doors, open doors. Otherwise, always
Yeah.
passing their hat around, man.
We can't just do it
We're
ourselves.
always
Yeah, and we
passing
can't.
the fucking
yeah.
hat around and go, daj $100 a day, $200 a day,
Again.
pokloni daj, you know.
You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and asking for handouts. You're always happy. I am. I'm always happy to give something extra.
What do we
whatever.
do? Go
But
for
you
Go
can't-
fund me.
But you can't rely on that.
Go fund me page to
You know, you need to create a facility that's going to generate money, that's going to pay for that. You know,
here we go. We've got some cluey people here. Pazinka from West 3, so Treća
Yep.
Zapad.
Yep.
Koprivnica North. Over here. Pazinka from West 3, Koprivnica North 3. East gonna go down to last game between Požega and Marsonia.
yes, I saw the Hyper Sony comes up.
Marsonia, which is Mario Mandžukić's original team.
That's right.
That's where he came from, Marsonia.
That's right.
Is that Slavonski Brod?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. It is.
And NK Inker Center,
Zapršić, whatever is it that?
and which used to be NK Inter Zapršić,
Yeah,
now the
that's right.
Inker,
Or that went from Inker to Inter and then back
Back
to
to-
big Inker.
and Zagora from the Jug. So they're the four potential qualifiers, and then they'll have to play amongst themselves. You call Uja, Ali.
But they're the kind of clubs that we need back up. You know, you
Big
need your Marsonia
The
back.
Marsonias,
Yeah,
the
you need your
Cibalias.
Cibalias back. You
Yeah,
know,
the
yeah.
Hrvatski Dragovoljac, just politically, you need
Yeah,
them in there.
yeah.
Just to stick it to the Yugos. The Zadar, it's the fifth biggest.
Zadar, you do.
it's
You
the
need
big-
Zadar.
fifth biggest-
Zadar needs to get their shit together.
It's the
But
fifth
it's
biggest
a
city
bit,
in
but that whole
the country.
the
you
whole
know?
you know whatever is going on there with the stadium and ownership. And
It is.
fucking-
It's a
I don't know what the hell
it's a-
that's been going on for a little while.
it's a
there,
shit
but
fight, but Debeljak is very grateful for the seats that have been torn out of Zadar Stadium and
Exactly.
have been transplanted at our ground there.
I tu si sve rekao.
Best city in the world, Debeljak.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Debeljak should be in the Prva Liga.
Oh.
We nearly made the Prva Liga in Nabuče. In Nabuče, we lost the third deciding qualifying leg against Imotski,
Yep.
which was played for some reason in Posušje. I don't know why.
Natural.
The first leg, I don't know where they played. The second leg, which was, I believe it was our home leg, was played in Šibenik.
Šibenik. Have you heard that Vojkove song, Šibenik?
Not yet.
Šibenik, Šibenik, Šiba. Oh, it's gross. It's good.
Tell me,
Yeah.
if anyone can also explain this, Vojkove.
Yeah.
He's history, genealogy, or
Oh, he's like questionable.
yes,
Oh, I didn't know that.
Vojko. What's his actual name?
Vukadinovic or something like that.
Look, I'm not gonna point fingers or Vojkove.
I didn't know that was questionable, but he's very entertaining.
Oh, he's
actually brilliant.
He's a
He's actually brilliant.
he's exactly. Vojkove. Vojko Vručina.
Vručina.
That's now maybe also be his nickname.
Yeah.
Andrija Vujević.
Okay.
Andrija Vujević.
Može biti svašta.
Born in Knin, 19th of January 1985.
Yeah.
Sad je glazbeni producent, skladatelj, tekstopisac, reper iz Splita.
Mhm.
Sin je novinarke Ede Vujević i profesora elektrotehnike na Splitskom sveučilištu Slavka Vujevića. So Eda,
Yeah.
his mother is now Vujević. I don't know,
What you know what her maiden name is? Yeah.
siblings.
Yeah.
Um,
It's like she's from Metković.
the Vujević is a Croatian surname. That is a
Yeah,
Hrvatsko
well, there you
prezime.
go.
I thought his actual name, I had in my head Vojko Vručina, I go from Knin.
Oh,
that
yeah.
could be,
That's all. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard anything like
yes.
questionable. But you know what?
Vojko
If he's
Vujević.
from Knin and he had some Vlaško sort of podrijetlo and he stayed, right? For me,
He's a
that
loyal
point-
citizzen of the
yeah,
country.
Thank you very much.
Ali Vojko Vručina, aka Andrija Vujević from Knin. Andrija rarely is a Serbian
Correct.
first name,
That's right.
and Vujević is a Hrvatsko
There you go.
prezime
So
that I know. The Vujevićes that I know, but then you also have the braća. They were Vujović, weren't they? The two Hajduk brothers.
Yeah.
They played in the 1980s, but this is Vujovic, Andrea. Okay, I retract.
So anyway,
Speaker
going
of the
back to
house,
it.
Mr.
You got to
Speaker,
listen to that
Mr. Speaker.
that Shibanik song. You got to listen to it. Shibanik's grouse. I love Shibanik.
But I did,
It's not as good as Ganga Herrera because I think Ganga Herrera's got a that's on
You,
its own level. But
you left the room. You left the studio when I played
I had to because
the,
I was a
the
bit
demo
yes,
track that
yeah.
Doug played the Croatia
I
Records.
was going to
and
explode. I
and
had
they-
to. Yes.
They still signed him. But Spolj, što ćemo mi? It's 11:59.
Možda.
Tek je 12 sati.
Zavedi me da ne bude dosadno. Ona neće znati.
One thing I'll show my kids when you walked in was the Moja Domovina
With the kids.
with the children's remake of Moja Domovina. If anyone's seen it, it was
The Ronald McDonald version.
it was it was the Young Talentine version
Yes.
with Joey
Yeah.
Peroni and Danny
Yeah.
Minogue.
Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you.
Fucking
Yeah.
Johnny Young. Fucking
That were
legends.
good days, weren't they?
They were, man.
Pouco when he died.
A možda nije.
I don't know.
I
You
just-
might
I
have.
just
I
predicted
don't
a
know.
man's death.
I don't know.
I believe he lives like here around Mill Park. I think,
Actually, I saw him. I saw an ego.
I saw him at the
He-
stables in Mill
yeah,
Park
yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey,
He
yeah,
bought
Johnny
3
Young.
avocados.
Study od Boga 8 dana, I reckon.
Yeah.
Johnny Young. Karen Knowles, Jamie Redmond. Again, that's when
There's a few of
Australia
them.
produced something.
Oh my God!
We
Yes.
produced singers. We produced cars.
Danny Minogue.
Danny and Kylie Minogue. Both
Yes.
of them came through fucking Young Talent Time.
What were the other guys' names? that
Tina
hang around there?
Arena came through Young Talent Time.
She did.
She's now fucking like a household name in France.
Yes.
My kids don't know who the fucking Kylie Minogue is.
No.
Yeah.
We are no longer
Proud and free.
independent and proud. I don't know what happened there, but I must.
To si gurnja.
Yeah,
That's your
sigurno,
tiskriv.
ja sam.
Ali collect the letters.
Yeah, they're on the floor. But anyway,
Ali, other than that, really, I've gone through
is that a sign from?
40 slides. I've gone through, well, a maximum 10 videos, I believe, that we've gone through. Drugo, više nema. I'm going to have to create, what's going to happen is I'm going to create a new scene. Not
Yeah,
a scene, but I've got to create a new scene so I can play the YouTube video of Doug Drago Ivanek's song, which is currently well over 400,000+ views on YouTube. And it's a single from his album. And keep your eyes out. There will be more songs coming out. But what did you say? Songbird by Kate Sobrano? Was it?
Oh, no, that was a
The painting? Was that a...
yeah, that was an article that was discussing the Archibald Prize entry by Mariana Mesi and the link with Kate Sobrano.
Such a mito. Hopefully not. Australian songbird Kate Sobrano.
There we go. That's the article there. So I don't know. Can I? It's just an article.
Songbird Sobrano on Nacho Mito. So at least we can share that as well. So we know that there was Croatian artist in the running for a Archibald Prize. There we go. Songbird on the canvas. I've got that now. So now we go back to Podrum. I create a new scene. I'm good at creating scenes.
Yes.
I create everywhere I go. I create a scene.
Well, yeah. I just did one.
And then you do Songbird Sobrano on the canvas. This should now, hopefully, you'll be able to narode queste tu. You can
Yeah,
see
well,
this.
that's the one. There,
You can
there
see
go.
it. You can see us and you can see the article. But you can see here, Mariana Mesic from Adelaide.
With Kate Sobrano. Segecic.
No, Segecic. I'm trying just
He was a
to
big fan of the
I'm trying to
artwork as
scroll
well.
down. Drag.
But- So there must be a couple of pieces of artwork there that were had Kate as the
as the
focus there.
subject,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
You can't see the article, but that is Mariana Mesic there with Kate Sobrano painting, which was in the running back in the day for an Archibald Prize. So
Yeah.
this isn't some Barty a bit of Dulux on a
No,
on a bit
no,
of plaster.
no,
This
it's not.
is
No,
a,
it's not. No, that's what I'm trying to say. Is we got so many artists that we can be proud of, and actors and musicians and everything else. We got to sort of celebrate those things. There are other Narodi in this country that push their artists and have unions and all sorts of things where lobby groups that push their actors and their artists and what have you. We don't. Look, we concentrated on sport. We concentrated on the building industry. We concentrated on a number of things, and we excelled in them. So whatever we did as an artist, we did, and it's understandable too because you've come, from a cellar. You know what I mean?
We are what's known as, and I think it was Scott Morris possibly said it, the quiet Australians. We're the ones that go under the radar most of the time. We just do what we do. We don't self-promote.
No, we don't.
Me excluded. We don't self-promote. We don't.
No, we don't. But
try and force ourselves on society, and that's probably cost us in the end.
And make sure that they treat us,
But
especially, well. But one thing that I think we have to take from that is that we support our own and everything that we do, and that some of these Nardi, what they do, they'll make sure that they use their mechanic or they use their electrician or they use their whatever it is, we need to make sure we do, and instead of like worrying about this mechanic charges $20 more than the other mechanic down the road, you know what? Give it to him. Where we've done even at soccer clubs where we pay our own players half the amount that we would have paid some of these Scots or English and whatever, and then some of these players maybe are forced to go and play at Marconi or other clubs, and there's many instances of that where our own players are ignored while they're there, worshipping some of these other players that, are sort of walk-ins. But we need to celebrate our own. We need to support our own. We need to do that both financially, emotionally, and promotionally.
That's right. Now we've got here Petra Finka. Boys, sorry. No, we'll go back to first. Tim Balaban. Do you think we could go back to one powerhouse Croatian club, let's say, for example, Melbourne, Croatia, was before, and get others to feed the talented kids through and make one super club again?
100%.
There was an article recently. I don't know who it was.
I think it was Bruce Media. I was in there. Viesnik. I think it was in Viesnik. Yeah.
Could that potentially work?
But they were talking about one club in the country,
in the A-League.
So that would operate out of Sydney, say at King Tom, and here in Melbourne. That's way too hard.
I don't know.
That's way too hard.
I don't know. It was what it was back in the day. Most of the New South Wales clubs and probably the northern states all gravitated to Sydney, Croatia.
But if you're a player, I'm from Melbourne. Okay, I'm going to play for this super club. Do I train in Melbourne? Do I train in Sydney? What do I do? You can't do it that way. But you can do it from a Victorian perspective. And actually, someone asked me that yesterday. And that's one thing I didn't sort of actually bring up before when we were talking about yesterday. We had guys from Dandy, like we had Bero there, we had Ivo Klarica, we had Petros Alex, all these guys who came in. We had North Geelong, we had the Dinamo people, but they were all there. And I said it was actually very appropriate because it showed we're just one community. It's just one community. And then the question arose, and I think it was actually Bero that asked me yesterday, what do you think? Do you think we can sustain all these teams that are in the NPL and have it like it, or do you think that we should some teams need to sacrifice and have one supporter base? I go, well, I think that, and those were the two sort of options that they gave. I thought there's a third option. I think we need to aim for something better, whether it's the Australian Championship or whatever. I think that the game needs to change in Australia where you need to have promotion relegation of some sort. It goes beyond now. You can't sustain this model. They've had 20 years plus to to promote this model. If it's not working now,
That's right.
how much time do you need, mate? So you need to follow a model that's traditional football model where you got promotion, relegation, and I think we need a club that's going to be a feeder club. Is that the Knights? Probably logically it is because that's what it was before.
Yeah. But it's
Now
gotta happen.
Dinamo was always NPL. Yeah, North Geelong, kind of NPL. Okay, the difference is now that Dandy's come up and they've become a sort of an NPL team.
Yeah.
But there's no National League. So you need that team to sort of go up, and that's going to sustain that. I think even like I've talked about it before, where Strathmore I thought was a team that you could send your 20s or 19s. That's maybe too good for the youth team, but just a little bit green to be playing in the seniors. You send them over to Strathmore, let them play there, play against men, get that sort of experience, and then they're ready.
Bring them back
instead of playing in some youth league. Like we talked about Ollie now, he's got to go back in the VPL 1. Is that the best for his development? I don't know. Or is he better off playing against men? Well, he's playing against men in VPL 1 anyway, but should have he stayed in NPL or whatever in a higher league? You know what I mean? That's
the thing. So yeah, again, kako što? You look at Split on Friday night. We're having a bit of a chuckle that Dinamo has now become a feeder club to Split. Because half time, I'm standing up there and have a Chavape roll, and I look down. You got Chris Dib and Ivan Razumic, former Dinamo players, warming up at half time to come on. They're on the bench. So Dinamo's now players that played at Dinamo are sitting on the bench at Strathmore Split. So Split's the big club.
Yeah.
Who's big? Who's where at any given point in time? It all depends on what have you done to be where you are. Avondale, like I said, they were a fucking provisional league club.
Yeah.
Now Avondale's been given $1 million, $1.5 million, and they're playing in the Australian Championship.
That's right.
Winning Premier Leagues and whatever.
Right.
Yeah, because that's the journey they've gone on. They've got some money. They've done whatever.
That's all it comes down to.
And
you can have Dino Strano come on and philosophize and talk about his grand vision, how they're going to do this. Fuck off, man. You've financed this club out of nothing, and turned it into something. And now you want to turn it into something, and you now want to force passion.
Yeah,
mate, that's what you want to do.
So what does it come down to? Like I said, you got Dandy, Dinamo, North Geelong, Knights. At any one given time, they might be in the same league. Who's the biggest club of the four? If let's say Knights get promoted, even North Geelong, let's say North Geelong go on some ridiculous run, Knights and North get promoted, Dandy, Dinamo stay up. You got 4 clubs in the NPL in Victoria next year.
At the moment, Dinamo's a big club.
Who's the biggest club?
Dinamo is because of the top ranked one. Dinamo is.
So what does it come down to? Is it performance on the field? Is it off the field? Is it history? Is it legacy? What is it? It's where you are now. What are you doing now? Yeah. And what are you doing tomorrow? And what are your plans? And where do you want to be? What do you want to do? Would we love to have one kind of focal point, one club where it was in the old days, where kids from Dandy went to Knights? The Pelicans and the Kovacics and the Klaritzes and all the Alberts, they all went to Knights. You had them come from Dinamo, the Kerliches, the Pondeljaks, and everybody else. And then coming from North, the Savinskis, the Bonks, the Horvats. Yes, Melbourne Knights was the focal point.
But there was a National League. It was a different thing, yeah.
They were in the NSL. Now you're VPL. Dinamo's NPL. Dandy's NPL. North is VPL.
The landscape's changed.
Split's not far off. Split, let's say, give it a couple of years. Split can be in the same level. Strathmore Split. Let's say they get some benefactor that's going to throw in $2 million over the next 2 years, and they can buy everybody. They can Bruno Fornaroli to play against fucking Williamstown next week.
Is that what's best for the community? I'm not sure. And I think even people at Strathmore would say, no, I don't think so. That's why all these clubs are going to work together.
Exactly.
And that's where it becomes, when we network, that's right. We become together.
Out of the pot.
When we come together and all the, big 4, let's say, or big 5 actually now, you say North Geelong, Melbourne Knights, Dandy, Dinamo and Strathmore, those 5 clubs come together and make sure that they are together. Our network dwarfs anything else that's around there. You can talk about South Melbourne, you can talk about Preston, you can talk about whatever. When we work together, no one comes close.
Exactly right. Just our tourney is a testament to that.
Oh, absolutely. Perfect example.
You got the Masso Cup. The Serbs have their tourney. Grci try theirs. Italiani
Not
had
even
their
close.
Coppa Italia. or
Not
whatever.
even close.
Nowhere near it. Yeah. And that shows the strength of the community. And so look, if it ever came down to it, but we see Sydney and Croatia played Heidelberg many, many years ago here in the FFA Cup at Olympic Village.
Yep.
Everybody.
Yeah, remember?
Canberra, Croatia can play South Melbourne or Heidelberg or whatever on a Thursday night. Or we'll go watch Canberra. We'll go watch O'Connor. We'll go watch fucking Whyalla.
We
Nema
do.
Veza.
That's
Guelph.
right.
If Guelph made an FFA Cup run and ended up playing against fucking Malvern City,
Well, we were in Malvern.
you get a bigger crowd at Malvern than what you would. If
Yeah,
they were playing Guelph at
that's,
home.
that's right.
You know,
That's
because
right.
that's what we do. We support each other. We get
We
behind
do.
each other. We want to see. Yeah, we want our name. Growing up, I wanted to see our name in the paper.
Yeah.
I wanted to see us on the back page of the
You
Herald
want to
Sun,
say
or even
good
your
ab-
local.
You want to say good about
Fucking
me.
anything, red and white. When the Herald Sun started coming out in colour, and you see the flag there from the '91 fucking final against Hellas, and you see the flags in a colour photo on the back page, or even 2 pages in, or whatever. That's what you want to see, man. Self-promotion. That's what we need to do. We need to promote ourselves, and out of that promotion, we need to get some kind of fucking backing from the government, because we've done the hard yards. We've paid our own way for fucking that. It's still good in this country.
That's right.
Give us something, yeah, boy.
Give us something back.
These
Actually,
ISIS brides are
that's
being
what-
given a
that's what-
fucking pension, yeah, boy.
Give us something back.
Yeah, you can be an ISIS bride, and you're going to get more funding from the government than what we will, who is
No,
fucking the
I agree-
backbone
I
of
agree.
the sport of football in this country. AFL, whatever you want to call it, is on the backbone of our narod.
No, I agree.
You
Absolutely.
bori se protiv ove države, and you will get more
That's right.
than what we will. And not
That's
only
right.
that, you'll get shit on fucking on national television for possibly even making the decision to choose your country of your ancestors above this one, where you were shit on your whole life. And they go, oh, and they're like stunned. Why on earth has this child or this man chosen to say, whoa? They're like stunned. They got to act stunned. That's their business. That's their bread and butter. They got to gloom it. That's all. There's a news story in it. Sereš po čovjeku, dobit ćeš govno. That's what you're gonna get, and that's what we need to give them. Fuck them.
Give us something back. That's all.
That's it.
Give us something back. Because you know what? Whatever you give us, we're going to give back anyway to the community.
Exactly right, man.
Because you've given us nothing. You've given stadiums. Look at Oakley. Oakley's got an amazing now facility. What did they do? How much money did they put into the community? They put nothing. South Melbourne, they've got that.
It's a fucking council ground that's being given more money.
You know,
Investing money into a council ground.
we get nothing. But give us give us some money to put a couple of synthetic pitches there, and I don't know, something to build another a newer and appropriate social club, and give us money to put LED lights.
Give us a liquor license here, boy, mate, to be able to serve outside of Clifton Hill on Sveti Nikola Pavlic. You don't have to beg every fucking year and say, can we serve a beer out of the garage over there, because we let us serve spirits. And yeah, Clifton Hill, they can only serve Croatian traditional spirits. They can't serve Johnny Walker technically and vodkas and Piz de Matre, because it's, you know what I mean?
No,
It's been there since 1963.
Yeah,
And they can't get a liquor license to serve fucking Canadian clubbing cans.
63.
No. I think it's in Kasich. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You can't serve a Canadian club and dry. There's a bottle shop across the road.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
No, it's hard. It's we're not here to sulk and whinge and shit, but we're here to promote the virtues of our community and what we have done, and in return, we would expect the powers that be that have any fucking. There's not much leverage left in this country when it comes to finance, because they're broke. Yeah. I drove to Bendigo yesterday.
More so Victoria than
let's say
anywhere else.
regional Victoria. I drove from Melbourne to Bendigo, and the state of the state is in a mess. It's a mess.
The roads are beautiful.
Where was I? Yeah, I drove to Ultra Football on Saturday afternoon. Yeah, it's Abbotsford, Collingwood, Clifton Hill, driving through that. But it was fucking depressing. It's autumn. Još gore, there's lišće and shit all over the fucking roads and that. Ali, it's run down. It's drab. It's no longer the world's most livable city. And you know what? I love Melbourne. I'm born in Melbourne.
Was it ever?
I'll probably crepa here, Ali. Fuck, it's hard to like. It's fucked.
You go. Dandy City built the stadium,
Yeah,
so we had that. The council came and cut the ribbon. There you go.
I think a story I heard a while back was Dandy would love to expand the social club. The little, it's a very, very small sala they've got there.
Yeah.
You've played there. Barely walk out of there.
Yeah, I remember.
As we all do. Just to extend at the expense of the club.
Yeah.
Sponsors, people that are labourers or whatever, and tradesmen in the community would have built it at no cost to the council.
Yeah.
They were asking, I heard, this is, again, $80,000 to do an environmental report because there's some kind of frogs or some shit that may potentially be
Grass.
living
So different grass.
behind the social club. 80 grand to do a report. To do a report on whether or not this could be extended. Not much to tell you, but that's the sort of people we're dealing with. The old days, bagger, žabe i klokane i alligators i što god
So I
ima.
could do a brudet.
Dodos and T-Rex, sve gazi jebote im built. That's how it is. Everyone wants to make $1. Yeah. You do the hard yards, everyone wants to make $1 out of it. Yeah. Tony Gudigic says it's our own fault. We wanted our own while others went the council way. And sadly, we own our own ground and land, but no help from the government. Look, we didn't ask.
No.
We never asked. We find it hard to ask.
It's 2020 vision, you know,
we're not that
in
sort of
hindsight.
nada that asks for help.
No.
We ask amongst ourselves, yeah. But to go outside your own and people go, ovo je prosjak, ovaj došao pitat, moli, traži. That's what cigani do.
But look, we can say, you know, we went that way. It was the wrong way. The council given them, but we've got an asset that's now worth 20, 30, 40, 50 million. I don't know, whatever it is. Depending who you ask, it's worth quite a few dollars. Let's go the worst case scenario. It's worth $20 million, mate. So is it really the wrong way? Did we go the wrong way? If you've got a $20 million asset, well, you know what? It gives you scope as well.
Until the Victorian government says capital gains tax, it's worth about 1.6 million. If
Well,
you sell
maybe
it tomorrow.
maybe if you do it, if you do it smartly too, like if you say, well, we're not going to sell it. I don't want a government thing, and you say, I want to stay here. I want to use this $20 million as leverage to, I don't know, maybe we'll buy that pitch that's next door. That pitch that they, you know, they're selling, that pitch number 3 that didn't belong to us, that belonged to whatever it is. Air Liquid, whatever. Maybe we buy it. They want 6 million. No one's buying. Maybe we buy it for 2. I don't know. But is that the option as well? Like, you've got an asset there that's worth $20 million. Is the goal to just get zero? To get the loan to zero? No, every business owes money. Isn't that the sort of goal? You use, you know, loans to offset taxes and leverage on that. I don't know. I'm not an accountant, but I'm pretty sure we can find an accountant.
Just like me, I'm not a gynecologist,
but yeah, I'll have a look.
But
you know, so I don't know. But you've got a 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50, fucking whatever it is, dollar asset. You got options. So maybe ask the right questions. Ask people who know these sort of things. Maybe look at the different options, because I reckon we've got more than one option. We might have 17 different options.
That's just things.
But these are the things that need to be explored.
That's the things, Bulge. I learned relatively early in life. You know, you can walk into a room and think you're the smartest person in that room.
I've never done that in my life.
I've done it. I still I've walked in tonight thinking I'm the smartest person in the fucking room.
And you're probably right.
No. I'm still fucking doubting myself. But you know what I mean? I worked in the industry for the last 20 years, where I'm on the road. Every day. I'm in a workplace, a different workplace, in a factory, in a bus depot, in a fucking mechanics workshop, in an office building in a millionaire's fucking boardroom. They ask me a question. If I don't know the answer, I can either do one of two things: pravice, and gloom it like I know, and give them the wrong answer,
which has been done on many occasions.
because I don't know, but I want to make myself feel vajan, and I'll say, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Srat
Because,
something and yeah.
Or
I can build a network, over many, many years, so that I can pick up the phone and I go, listen, buddy, I haven't got the answer for you right now. Give me 5 minutes, I'll get back to you. And in 5 minutes, I can make, if I need to, 15 phone calls. The first one doesn't answer, second one answers, third one answers, and get the fucking answer that is right.
thank you.
That was my strength while I was in the corporate world. My strength was ništa ne znam, right? Ništa ne znam. I was a fraud, ajmo reći. I was a fraud.
No.
But
No.
I could get the answer that people needed quickly because my network, ne znam kako, just if you don't know the answer.
Sorry. You know, so you're a fraud. Are you worth more? Ako tamo glumiš kurca, and you can say, I know this, I know that. Fuck, I'm going to have a concert here. I'm going to organize.
Yeah,
we're going to have we're going to build here. I'm going to organize that because I know about building, or I know about whatever soccer because I'll organize a soccer club because I'm a soccer stručnjak, or whatever. No, that's what a good manager is.
Jack of all trades, master.
A good manager is. I know. I need a question about soccer. You know what? I'm going to ask my soccer friend.
Yeah,
I
know soccer.
What do you reckon? Oh, I want to organize a concert at this thing. I want to ask my musical friend. I'm going to ask a promoter, or I'm going to ask someone who knows about ticketing, or I'm going to ask someone who knows about entertainment, or knows about organizing events, an event coordinator. Okay, I'm going to ask someone now. I've got a question about building. I'm thinking, shall we build a new social club? I'm going to ask someone who's an architect, an engineer.
Halabogu.
Fuck, mate. That's a good manager.
That's what I think. In my time in a corporate world, I did well, right? Because I was a sort of znam nešto, ne znam sve. Make the call. It's not hard. It's not embarrassing. It's not a sramota. It's not beneath you.
That's brilliant.
You know,
it's not. But it's brilliant.
But I was quick. I was fucking bang. My go-to man, Pete Bekovac, Hrvat. His dad was a Crow School teacher at Clifton Hill. He had more length of service at the super fund that I was at than I did ever. He was more knowledgeable, knew more people. Who do I call first? Call Pete. If Pete nezna, Pete knows someone ko zna. And Pete would give me the number of the next person. And I'd ring 5 people in the space of 5 minutes to get the answer. For some yadnik who was a bus driver that had $12,000 in his super. Now my poima hasn't paid his tax in 4 years. He's wearing one shoe. He hasn't eaten in 2 days. I got him the answer quickly because I just made the calls. You can need the network. And that's what it is. Nemoj ikad misli da si najpametniji, najbolji,
No, that's the whole thing.
And also, another thing I read and heard, this is later in life, at 40 years old when I went back to uni, after going to uni 4 times. 4 times I went to university. Yeah. 4 times.
Nešto si naučio.
Nešto na kraju sam naučio. You might be, or you might think, or you might be the smartest person. You might be a genius. The smartest person you know, and anyone knows.
But
you walk into a room. It is the perception that those people, when they walk out of that room, have of you.
That's who you are.
Yep. You are the smartest person. There's about 1,000 people. You're the smart. You walk in, you're a PhD.
That's right.
Fucking Sheldon Cooper. But if you walk out of there and people say, "On your jubre," all they remember is that you're a jubre. They don't remember you being a fucking genius and you cured AIDS and you created the vaccine for fucking Ebola.
That's right.
You walk out of there a shit cunt. All they're going to remember is you.
It's simple, and I think you hit the nail on the head. I want to organise a holiday. I'll call a travel agent. I'm not going to call a mechanic. That mechanic, I know, he might be smarter than the travel agent, I know, but fucking I want to organise a holiday. I'm going to call the travel agent. I need to, I don't know, replace something in my car. not going to call the travel agent. I'm going to call the mechanic. It's not fucking. It's not rocket science.
It's you know, basic logic, rationale, whatever you want to call it. It's fucking we got so many talented people that we can draw in our community, and we neglect them. We do. We neglect them. We fucking shun them.
And that's the problem.
We
it's
shun
neglect.
them. And in the past, we've actually probably shooed them away from the
It's
community.
neglect. That's the whole thing.
We portrayed these people from our community, and now you got to pretty much yes the governor to get them back, and now you've got to go pretty much on behalf of the community to eat governor because of some dickhead that shunned them in the first place. That's what fucking kills me. Yeah, how hard it is now. Let's say you're a new committee, you've come into a new club or whatever, and you've been elected or whatever, and someone goes, "Oh, I remember that guy. He was in the committee and he runs a business and does this and that. He could help you out with this." And then when you realise what's been done to this person, and you've got to go and ask him, you either don't do it, or you've basically got a yes to governor to go back to this person and say, "Listen, buddy, we need your help." Half the time they're going to tell you to fuck off.
Naturally.
Yeah. Or if they've got some compassion towards your situation,
which luckily there are many.
We do have some.
Yeah.
Ali, fucking how hard is it coming into a new committee where every bridge has been burnt and you've got to go back and try and mend and repair those relationships that were.
We've got talented people in our community, talented people in our Nara, talented people who haven't come around for 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, 30 years. Ask them to get their expertise. Stop telling them how it is. Stop telling them koliko isati. Ask them fucking what they know.
You're exactly right.
And use them. And it's the perfect analogy. Just get people. If you want to do this, ask that person. Stop trying to know everything. You know, it's simple, mate.
Tommy Cha, common sense is not so common.
Evidently.
It is not so common. Ali, here we go. It's
common sense is
sometimes you've got to, I don't know, swallow pride, I guess. Not yes, the governor. Swallow your pride. Yeah.
But it's not embarrassing. I don't know everything. I don't know anything. You know, if I've got something, if I need to know something, I don't care. Actually, you've got people. Actually, you've got two types of people in the world as well. You've got the people who pretend they know more than what they know. You got the other people who pretend they know less than actually what they know. I've always thought like I always sort of play down what I know. I say, you know, you say, oh, there's some problem or something, and you go, oh, I think this, and someone goes, no, it's like that. Oh, do you reckon? Oh, you show me, tell me. Because I'm not going to push my knowledge, and then they do something that's fucking maniacal, that's fucking idiotic. Blessable. And you go, okay. But maybe I'm an idiot because I didn't, you know, tell them differently. I'm not sure, but
I don't know. Maybe it's we're a soft touch. I don't know. Maybe we're different. Me and you. I don't know. We've still got our differences, me and you as well. We're not fucking nowhere near as just because we've done this show now for 27 episodes, ever season 2, and the night train for a fucking another year, and everything else. Yeah. It doesn't mean that we
agree on everything.
We just luckily we happen to be so unorganized that we turn up and we do it.
Well,
I reckon if we had more time to sit down and go, we're going to do this, and
you disagree.
We'd never fucking.
But that's not
Ali, but I think we've got some
sort of problem because
semblance of it's I don't know. It's rationale, logic, nekak, or just. It's not
motivation.
It's not so much even. We always got told that pametni popusta. Yeah, pametni popusta. Pusti budalu. Let him fucking talk, and you just you can try and beat him. You'll never beat him, and it's not even. It's not that. It's just fucking bigger picture. Pogladay. Think about it. Fucking, you know what?
And that's okay.
I think normal people just go, you know what?
And that's
I reckon
okay.
there might be something. Not everything, but you might have a point. And you go, fucking, let's think about it. Maybe we can frame it differently. Sometimes people don't articulate as well as other people. There are some people who've got fantastic ideas, but it comes across fucking terrible.
Yeah, they can't articulate
And
it.
then
Yeah,
people
yeah,
go,
yeah.
oh, budala, pusti go, why nema poima.
Yeah.
But then if you break down what they're trying to say, it's fucking better than anything you
Yeah.
possibly could
Yeah.
ever think of.
Yeah,
That's the thing. It comes
they
down
don't
to
have that art.
But
Yeah,
you need that. But you also need that art of being able to process what people are trying to say. You can't take. It can come down to grammar. It can come down to fucking punctuation. People get offended in a fucking email because there's not a comma in
That's-
between and it
that's so
sounds aggressive.
It's so true. Yeah,
You know?
yeah, yeah.
Same goes with that conversation. Yeah, take a step back, slušaj, poslušaj, process. I've got a temper. I'm a divljak. I'm no different to anyone else, yeah? Ali, think, slušaj, popričaj. Process, if you can process it quickly, even better. So you can sort it on the spot. If not, take it away. We always say, take it offline, come back, we'll talk again.
Actually, you know what? You're right. You know what the biggest art is? Accepting that you're wrong. Maybe you have an opinion and you come into a debate and you say, oh, I think this. And then someone comes in and says, blah, blah, blah. And the third person, the fourth person. And you go, actually, you know what? My idea was shit. You're right. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Accepting that and then accepting someone's got a better idea or that they're better qualified to have that idea or to talk about that. Mate, oh,
Sve se može, man.
sve se može, yeah.
Može se. Doesn't cost anything. Poslušaj, popričaj. You know.
Fuck.
Where
We
we
must
at,
be,
Spolz?
you know what, we must be fucking fantastic husbands.
Best, mate, we are fucking the most understanding, loving, caring, compassionate people
Incredible.
you could ever possibly meet.
We accept that they were wrong. We accept that.
Well,
you know,
that's our first reaction. That's
you
our
know,
first reaction.
when they have an idea, we call them, say, what do you think?
Well, I bought a car today, but I had to make about
You call your
75
wife.
photos. And,
Or you call your wife and
I
you
didn't
say,
call the, yeah,
what-
I
what do
didn't
you-
call
what
the
do you
finance
think?
company.
I was like, you call your wife, you say, well, look, what, if it's like knocking Dulwich, you reckon we should play 4-4-2 or you know,
2000, check out what year was it? 2006. I've told this story many times, I think, on this program, but 2006. Crkva Svetog Šime in Zadar,
yes.
July. Ante and Anita Clarica, rođena Albert.
Yes.
Their wedding, we got married only a couple of weeks earlier. Anita, my wife Rose, and I did our pre-wedding scola that you had to do in those days, 4 weeks.
Yeah,
It was,
yes,
4
yeah,
weeks
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
Tuesdays
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Clifton Hill.
Yeah, yeah.
And Anita was there on her own. I go, what are you doing here? She goes, I'm getting married. I go, where's your partner? He's in
Is
Crow.
that
Either way, come to a wedding, never problema. We get married in Australia in June. We go to Crow for our honeymoon. We go to Anita and Auntie's wedding in Crow. And church was a Crkva Svetog Šime in Zadar, which is a very famous church. And the reception was at A1 in Sukošan.
Okay.
Kao da sam jučer bio.
Oh, yeah.
People come, gosti arrive, and Mate Križanac, velečasni from Clifton Hill, did the mass at Sveti Šime, and he was there as well. And then they introduced, all the parents and the parents of the groom, parents of the bride, and the bridal party, and kumovi, and the bride and groom. And then there was an extra special guest who came in after everybody. Zlatko Kranjčar, coach of the Croatian
Really?
national team from 2006.
Wow.
He was like introduced after
Really?
after the bridal party, and everyone had gone in, they brought him in as well on top. It wasn't them, they didn't know. The bridal party obviously didn't organise it. It was here we go. Cico Kranjčar walks in, nice suit, shirt, tie,
Yeah.
him and his žena, Janja, whatever her name was. Well, walking in, coach of the Croatian national team. All right, we didn't qualify. We fucking drew with Australia. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was at, I don't know, 8 p.m. or whatever the
Yeah.
reception started.
Yeah.
Forward the clock to about 7 a.m. 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Croatian Eastern Standard Time.
How many people left?
There was me, Steve Kralj, Steve Kralj's wife, and the two waiters that were trying to-
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right. I thought it was like half the
and
reception was.
Steve Kralj had Zlatko Kranjčar in a headlock. we're on a magistrala at 7 o'clock. I reckon it was at 7:30 a.m. It was one of the two of us had him in a headlock.
Yeah.
And
One of
doing
us,
the-
I think it was Steve Clay.
Yeah. And the other one is explaining why the fuck did Pralia play on the left wing. We're trying to explain tactics and
Yeah.
team sheets.
Yeah.
Why 7-8? He walked, but I remember him walking out and his wife cursing.
Oh, she's,
Put that
yeah.
tie half around his head.
Yeah.
Shirt,
His neck's red.
ripped buttons, and then when he tried to rebutton it, it was the wrong hole in the wrong button, ripped off his tits. And then we're walking out, and there's two Aussies. Fucking one's got him in the headlock, and the other one's explaining soccer tactics. You know what I mean?
And you got to listen.
You got to. We'll show you.
Yeah.
Oh, we throw you out the magistral and it gets cleaned up by
Yeah.
by a Liburnia bus on the way to
Yeah.
Plocha.
Not all.
I don't know how the hell we got onto that story.
No,
But
but
it
talking.
was- if Crunch had listened, like he could have gone his own way, but he listened to us after that. Yeah, and
Did
next
he?
qualifier.
He got the sack.
next qualifier, Josip Biškić was in the starting lineup. You know, in 2007 Euros. Fuck. Ali, fucking just
It was Željko Hadžić playing with Auschwitz and Josip Biškić playing in midfield. Yeah.
and Juzel off the bench.
Yeah.
Fuck. It's yeah, that's the sort of shit. That's a good way to end the show. Spolger, what do you reckon?
Appropriate. You see, logic.
Or you could also make a phone call and say, is this appropriate what we're talking about?
I don't know.
Što ima tamo sa strane? Jer ima
Ne znam.
crno ostalo.
Evo, ostalo malo.
Dajde malo i onda dogoćemo. I'll keep talking. I'll pan out. We'll just check for any final comments before we wrap up. But
Yeah.
12:40. But this antivirus shit, it's killing me, man.
It's killing me too.
I've asked, but that's why I need some antivirus.
Antivirus?
Antivirus.
You need some
I reckon-
penicillin?
Ne treba meni Adobe Acrobat or McAfee.
No. Some
Daj
penicillin.
ti meni toga, Rođo. Ali look,
A short program?
I'll get the analytics. On a, let's say, a Monday or a Tuesday. It pops up and says these are Restream, the platform that we use, says this is how many people have viewed it on this and this and this platform, YouTube, Facebook, and whatever. We found that the PodroomTV Facebook page is at the most. We see when there's dips and spikes in viewership. Sometimes right at the end, when it's a train wreck television, that's when people tune in, when they say, oh, he's a mother popular. Let's tune in now. And that's what I do when I'm watching maths and when they're all punching on and arguing. There's a final dinner. Yeah, well, man, I'm all over it. I'm recording it on my old VHS Akai recorder. Ali, ljudi moji, I'll tell you what, the numbers on Facebook have been fantastic. YouTube, pretty good. Instagram, we still haven't figured out how the hell to get onto Instagram with the podcast, but we can go live if we go directly live off our phones. Yeah?
Okay.
Like what you did yesterday, I
Well,
believe.
that's what I did. Yeah, I just went.
But then it disappeared.
And a big thank you, actually, to Caroline Chichuk. I didn't thank her for standing there for 2 hours and recording the whole thing. So thank
But it
you.
cannot possibly all disappear. We've got to be able to find it and pin it like on other things. Yeah. So if you've got a good on WhatsApp, you type a message, you can pin that message to the top of the bloody chat, and it stays there for as long as you want it to stay there.
Yeah.
Why can't Instagram? It's not fucking Snapchat. Can't Instagram? If you did a live yesterday for 2 hours,
Why doesn't it stay there?
Dieto.
Yeah, no, it disappeared.
Hacho Mito, unless Caroline Chichuk, who you just commented on being fantastic, deleted it.
No, she wouldn't have. No, I think it's just when you go live on Instagram. I think it's just, I don't know.
It's a limited
We'll
shelf
find
life.
out. We'll find out. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
It is maybe it's got limited shelf life, but not like Skara small goods that'll be available in all Woolworths stores.
Well, when-
on
what was the
27th.
date?
I believe it's the 27th of July. I believe it was. Yeah.
Really? Wow, you still remember that date? Wow.
It's written here somewhere. Skara small goods will be available. All Woolies nationwide
Wow.
soon. Keep your ear to the ground. Dolazi.
Wow. Croatian
Here
salami.
products. Naš proizvod here in Australia.
Croatian salami. Once you go Croatian, you never go back.
That's right. Kad jedeš salami, Onda se ne galami.
Some of Popeye sing.
Did you just
yeah.
Did you just do...
No, a little bit.
You did, Tom. You did.
I did.
Dobro. If you didn't, I'm going to call someone to tell me that you did. I onda dogoćemo se. Ljudi moji, 12:43 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I love smashing that because it always changes. AEDT, AEST.
At the moment, it's
Eastern
just Australian Eastern
Time.
Standard Time.
We started at 7:30. We're finishing at 12:44.
Wow.
We had Mariana Mesi from Adelaide, an artist. We had Drago Ivanek from Sydney, a singer, songwriter, musician.
Huge thank you to them both.
Exactly right. These are the sorts of people we like to speak to.
Yeah, we do.
If you have any recommendations, you have any contact, people have reached out, say Crowfire Food told us, why don't you speak to Drago? Damn straight. You would have got some messages, or even off your own bat. Let's speak to Mariana.
Yeah,
Damn
absolutely.
straight.
Yeah,
Now, we can pull out 1,000 soccer players tomorrow,
we can.
but we want to diversify our portfolio a
Yeah.
little bit. And we want to keep it interesting, keep it fresh, and get to those corners of the community that sometimes are a bit neglected. Yeah,
Exactly.
and that's what we're going to do.
And that's the key word: neglected. Neglected people, neglected. What do you call it? Arts and just sections of the occupations and different things. You know, like we said, we're always celebrating soccer or sport, and we're also celebrating business, but not so much the arts. And we need to concentrate on that more. So
Exactly. And it might inspire the next generation. So why not? But Dennis Knežević, who's still awake,
is he good on him?
well, over 5 hours.
Thanks, Dennis. Thanks for tuning in. Come down.
Nisi ti daleko, you're blizu, tu si negdje blizu.
Come down.
If you can go to Strathmore on a Friday and do the cashews,
But he can
Cassius.
walk. He can walk to Strathmore.
you
that's
can walk
the
to, oh, you malo, an aristocrat.
on your aristocrat.
Oh, do you Nidri, do you neki Ascovale, do you
Strathmore. Yeah.
fancy pants,
He's a
fucking
big fancy
DPM
pants.
fucking
Yes,
painting.
yeah.
Oh,
That's why he's there. Yeah.
all right. So we're expecting a $20,000 donation then from Dennis Knežević and
What's a DPPB
Oh,
whatever
DPM.
planting whatever.
DKM, DPM,
DPPP.
3 p.m.
Thanks for sponsoring PodroomTV.
I'm going to start a new business. It's going to be called 3 p.m. painting.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 p.m.
No, you 3 p.m.
You 3 p.m. And when someone goes, what's you 3 p.m.? Pizdu mater.
Or 3 p.m.
U 3 pizde.
You 3 p.m.
I used to have a sticker on the back of my car, my Jugo Coral 55.
Oh.
Had a sticker, Glumac DD. And DD is like proprietary limited.
Yeah.
Dioničko
Or
društvo.
DD or DDO.
DD. No, I was DD.
Oh, yeah.
I was strictly shareholders
Yeah.
from the
Limited.
Emirates.
Limited. Yeah.
Limited. Dioničko društvo.
Yeah.
Glumac DD.
Yeah.
My nickname was Glumac. As you can imagine why. And then people had my mobile number on the back windscreen of a Jugo 2-door Coral 55 5-speed Jugo.
Yeah.
Beast. It was a fucking beast. See,
I
ladies
imagine it
love
was
it.
crazy.
Oh, this thing would fucking get 0 to
It would have
100.
smashed the 120
0
wide.
to 100 in 14 hours.
Actually, the 120 wide probably would have.
Oh, Mission Brown, that
Yeah.
fucking aerodynamics. And people would ring. Nula Devet Osan, I think it was. You know, the
Yeah.
Mobitel.
Of course.
Halo, Glumac DD, ga je. Pri telefonu. And I go, Glumac, što ti prodaješ? Glumu. And then you get the, ajde u 3 pizde materne. Prodajem glumu.
Prodaj maglu.
That's what it's called, magla DD. It's called Pičkin dim, whatever.
Yeah.
Either way, ljudi moji,
Yes.
it's been a marathon
Oh.
session
Yeah.
that we didn't expect. Tebi je radit, meni je spavat, dogovorit ćemo se. But we've been good, man. We haven't lokat, we haven't
No.
drobit. I think we've touched on some important topics.
Do you reckon I could get sick tomorrow?
Well, let me just go back to one of those. Let me just find that one.
Oh, Lucha's one.
Yeah. He said something about a fantastic performance yesterday.
Yes.
And you're,
Yeah.
so keep that one in the bank. That means
Wait, he actually said to me today, he goes, like that's, he goes, emceeing, that's your main job, yeah? Like this coming to Sheridan Homes, that's your second job. I go, no. Major Minors, my first job. MC and D, I go, Sheridan's like number 7.
That's like
Yeah,
that's like volunteering. You
Yeah.
basically volunteer when you go there. That's like Gareth Bale, didn't he say golf, Wales, golf, Real Madrid?
It was.
He was getting paid like 20 million fucking pounds a year to play for Real Madrid, but it was Wales, golf,
And
Real
then
Madrid.
Real Madrid. Yeah, okay.
There we go. That's, you know,
Priorities.
volimo vas.
Yeah.
Ljudi moji, thank you. We hope the
Volimo.
audio has been better. We've
Yeah.
turned our microphones around to get a better reception.
We
If
hope.
not, I've made another couple of investments, same Moretti, and some other things. I've got these microphones that can sit in the middle of the
Oh,
thing. I've got lapels. I've got
wow.
wireless, ima svega, svačega. We don't know. We're not au fait with this sort of stuff. I think
No,
we do our best. It's a Monday night. Next week, we're off.
that's what I said.
The week after may well be a Sunday.
We do our best. When they say, what do you do for a living? I do my best.
Fallible.
That's it.
Živi a ti
Yeah.
meni još sto godina,
Yeah.
as we say back in the old country. But thanks to our guests, Mariana, Doug, and his friend from HSP, Uncle Doug. How could there possibly be 2 Doug Dragos in the world? Drago Doug or Doug Drago? 2 of them.
Nije bitno. Really?
Yeah. I think he was shocked himself
Yeah.
that he was being šalje Doug Drago, pozdrav from
Yeah.
Doug Drago.
Yes.
This bloke's going,
Yeah.
što je ovo, ogledalo? Ne? O špiglo.
Je, špigl. Je, špigl. To je ogledalo, ali što je to? Špigla, što je to? Yeah.
Next week, yeah, we're gonna. What's it? We've got nothing for next week, right? Next week we're off anyway. No, next
Yeah, I
week
know.
canned.
Don't expect us because we're going to be big trouble tomorrow.
That's right. So the week after, what do you want? You know, other than we'll have some ghosty, but what?
do you want?
Ship empty. You know, it's. I'm hanging to do an episode on either family tree research and matične knjige and,
Yeah.
and sharing screens and shit like that,
Yeah, I like that.
or glagoljica
I like that
and
too.
how the people can learn the letters.
I like that too.
It's not hard. It's not hard.
No?
Srbi, after allegedly 79,000 years of civilization,
Well, look, that was bili nepismeni until about 70 years ago.
Exactly
Now they go. So,
they can't read Cyrillica even to this day.
yeah, right.
They write in Cyrillica. Most Srbi can't read Cyrillica. Right? We've got glagoljica. It's a pretty easy fucking format. The ABCs, there's 30 letters instead of 26, but it's not fucking hard. And if you want to do, then it ties into doing family research. And if you come from a place where the family history is written or your genealogy and that is written in glagoljica, it makes it easier to decipher who the hell you are and where you're from. I'd love to get there. Maybe we get a guest or a ghost or whatever from overseas that can tell us a little bit about research.
Yeah.
And glagoljica at the same time. So not to bore the Jesus Christ out of people that are watching. And I've got some people overseas.
It's actually a great topic.
Yeah, but look, I could do 70,000 slides on this shit. And but people surprise themselves. When I see Vince Colosimo on Who Do You Think You Are?
Yeah.
And he goes, my grandfather once stole a goat in Calabria and he was expelled and went to Sicily. And that people go, what a fascinating story. Fascinating. This guy, this is, you know. And then you see some fucking, today, I'm watching today, Andy Samberg from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yeah, Bubba nigga adopted grandmother. Oh no.
Fascinating.
Fascinating. They should make a movie. Adam Sandler should make a fucking movie out of this.
Yes.
Yeah, for Adam Sandberg. Yeah. But the spoilers are small. We're fucking nobility, for Christ's sake.
Yes.
We predate the Zrinski and the Franco.
We do.
But SBS won't show that sort of shit.
They won't.
We're not interesting to them.
No.
Smolici came out of the Virevici. From the Virevici into the Smolici came the Mrgani, and in the Mrganici, they were good.
I like the Mrgani.
I reckon we need to restore the crown.
Yeah.
In Croatia.
We do.
And because most of the
There's a Facebook page.
yeah, but they're peasants, those people.
Yeah.
We look down upon those ones. Svačići,
Yeah.
the
Fra-
Trpimirovići,
Frankopani,
Yeah,
the Šubići.
I think
Yeah.
I've got a pretty good claim. I'm about 22 steps off the
Great.
crown
Close enough.
if we were brewing back.
Close enough.
And if you take out the Habsburgs, the Angevine dynasty,
Yes,
I
yeah.
reckon I'm about
Draškovići.
I'm about 6 spots. I'm almost
Yeah, the Draškovići. What
I'm
they,
almost Meghan Markle level
yeah,
in line to
100%.
the succession.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
baš.
this is crn.
Pod crnču, if I drink any more Pelinkovac pod crnču,
Yeah.
dobro.
And the Draškovići, are they related to like the Drakos there from the Transylvania? And
It's,
I heard of like it's that whole like the order of the dragons and all this sort of shit that.
može bit, man. The
Oh,
Vlaški, look, the Vlasi have got a significant imprint on our narod in that region. I don't like that na naše prostore. U našem regionu.
what regija?
Yeah.
Regija, that's the new word.
It's,
Regija.
but Drašković, what did where did it come from? Drak.
Yeah, well,
come
that's yeah.
from-
There was I saw an article somewhere about that.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's
But it's more of
Bačić.
that House of the Dragon kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Oh,
Zmajevi, you know what I mean?
Hrvatski
That was
Zmajevi,
yeah.
mate,
That's
they're massive, man. I've been in touch with them a couple of times as well, asking certain questions. And of course, I've got Mariana Hanjic, who's academic sculptor over there, who's
from Hundred
very
Divizia.
close to those people. It all depends, man. Like some people say Bačić. Where does the name Bačić come from? And my mum's a Bačić.
Yeah, Noble.
Don't know, Billy. We got two groups. We have two
Two or
crests.
What-
of Bačići.
That Noble.
No,
There was one wasn't enough.
They gave two. They went to the emperor Ferdinand, and he goes, "Oh, we'll take two groups." Can't.
I thought
We do.
so. I thought,
Yeah, God, how would you not know that? Yeah. But then other people, you read other fucking Google and shit. The Bačić come from Baciu, which means Krava, Tele, which means they were these people from fucking,
Imanas.
from the Transylvania, the gonili krave over here. You know, ko je ovde više pametan? You know, well, the Bačići have got two Grbs.
Yeah.
Smolići come out of the Virević clan,
Yes.
who bordered on the Šubići. And Smolići had land next to the Šubići, lived
Yes.
on the Virevići, and we were one of the big 12 tribes. So
Okay.
if I don't have, I've got a double claim. I've got
Okay.
a double claim
Yeah.
to the thrones of Great Britain.
So they're around there, Vrana. Is that the Vransko Jezero
Yes,
around there? Like
just
uh,
behind,
going-
you know, where the Templars. Have you ever seen the
Yeah,
Templar
but they'll
Priory?
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So,
Križ-
so the Smolići, Stanislav and Križan owned land, which was bordered by the Templar Priory, the Virevići, and the Šubići.
yes.
The Šubići became the Zrinskis.
Yes.
We were in the middle. We were in the mixer. We were in the home area. You Bacić, that long ball, we were fucking in there, mate.
Yeah.
But we apparently came out of the Virevići, is where the Smolići came from, which was, they claimed to be one of the big 12 tribes, but I think they came later.
Yeah.
So they're not.
No.
Šubići, yes. Frankopani also ran. They came later.
Yes. okay.
Svačići,
Yes. Svačići. Yeah, there you go, yeah, yeah.
Tugomirovići, and all these sorts
Yes,
of,
absolutely.
yeah. So the Virevići claimed to be in that mix. Maybe they came a bit later. We allegedly came out of that group. Bačići, where they came from, whether it was Bosnia, Herzegovina, Bunjevci, Buna, nema veze. Either way, I'm fucking royalty, man.
Fair, well, there you go. There's still some Zrinski. I think there's a Zrinski that's still out there. Someone that lives in England.
Yes, yeah. And there's a Frankopan, Petar Frankopan, or whatever his name is.
There
But,
you go.
But then again, also in the books in Sukoshan, back in 1608, the name Strenja, which currently is a Debeljak surname. You've got the Yeraks and the Torbarinas and all these other names that you've never even heard of. There's
I've heard of
Strenja. Yeah, the Torbarinas especially. But the Strenja name in Latin or whichever language it was written in at the time was SD, Strinia. The Zrinskis, when they fled to the island of Crete or whatever it was, apparently went by the name of Strinia or some shit. So there could be some connection there. Again, my great ancestor was Ivan Strenja of the Zrinski clan, plus where Virevići is related to the Šubići, and also the Bačići, who got two Grbs. Yeah, beš mi majko, ako ja nisam Emperor fucking Justinian Ko treba, who do you think you are? I'll tell you. Who the fuck am I? We are fucking. There's a history lesson, Spolge, even though you meant to go home about 4 hours ago. I've just given you a
I think
history lesson.
it's probably best I don't go there.
Where I think you just received. I'm going to give you a knighthood now. I'm going to give you a fucking. I'm going to knight you now. The House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
There we go. And the House of the Dragon, you have now been anointed. And we're going to start our own House of the Dragon. What are we going to call it? What are we going to call our Masonic Lodge here?
I don't know. My mum was a Božić. So we celebrate Christmas. Anyway.
That sounds like a joke. Your mum.
Your mum was a Božić. No, your mum was a Frankopan.
There you go. But before we go, I had to ask today. My mother-in-law, just as we were wandering along this particular patch of dirt that we live on.
Yes.
Speaking of Stan Punch that was here, and Mariana and the Punch.
Yeah.
Porcuna, Anja, their mother was a Livaya.
Yes, she was.
A Livaya.
She was definitely a
And I
Livaya.
told my son Marco today, he runs around the house every day in a Hajduk jersey. It's got Livaya on the back. I go, and
She was a Livaya.
And my
No,
wife, and
Definitely.
my kids are related to Livayas, also from the same cellar, except they live in Osijek now.
Okay.
Because that
Well,
migration
of course.
took them to Osijek from the
That's
same
right.
cellar
That's right.
as Porcuna, Anja.
So they became Bunjevci. That's why they
That's
call them Bunjevci. You're Sabonili and they can live from. Yeah, that's right.
So Marko Livaja, Splitčanin, king of Split, and this and that. Oh, and yeah, Hercegovski, man. There's no Livayas in Split.
No,
No Livayas
exactly.
anywhere near Split.
Yeah.
They are from the awkward.
Nema prgave familije u Splitu, samo u Hercegovini.
That's right. Oh, you said it, not me, man. You said it, not me. Ljudi moji, Tony Grgic says it best.
What did he say?
Good night,
Oh, thank you.
morning, fellas.
Thanks, Tony.
Ljudi
Thanks for
moji,
tuning in.
I'm now going to do a screen share.
Thanks to Petar Finka, the first ever recipient of the Hall of Fame. Member
Lula.
number 001 of PodroomTV.
That's right. But I also did not. I had to mention this. I had a million screenshots that I couldn't show tonight.
Yeah.
We got our 2000th
Oh, yes.
follower on
Yes,
Instagram
yes,
this
we
week.
did.
And then it went back to 1999. I don't know who the fuck dropped off.
They need to-
Nicola Popizia and goes, fuck these morons.
Yeah, but it was
I'm out.
brought to party like it was
Ali,
1999.
I do have a screenshot, and I'll have to, if I have to show it, I'll show it next week.
Yeah.
Our 2000th follower on
was,
Instagram
at that time.
was Karl Živkovic.
Bravo.
The bloke that who was jumped on last week and,
Yes.
and was requesting songs from Prva Liga.
Oh, yes. Okay.
2 songs. He got both of them. He got the first one, Lička Kapa, whatever it was. Second one, Oj Livado Lorosna Kavo.
Yeah.
Karl Živkovic is our 2000th Instagram follower.
Thanks.
If you go on now, it's probably about 1,300 after tonight's show. People have fucking dropped off.
Thanks for coming.
At the time, number 2000, Karl Živkovic. We haven't decided, or we don't know what we're going to give you, but you will get something.
Make sure I ran out of battery.
Dobit ćeš nešto. We'll charge it. Use my phone.
That's
You
right.
need to-
No.
Emergency call. Yeah.
Oh.
Ali, Karl Živkovic, number 2000, Instagram. We'll give you something. We don't know what, Ali. Dobit ćeš nešto.
Dobić nešto.
Hopefully
You
not.
might not want it.
Exactly.
Just dobiti.
Ali, don't turn around too quick. Dobit ćeš nešto.
Don't drop the soap, my friend.
And if you hear the following noise, dobit ćeš nešto.
As I'm
Alright.
saying, you leave that soap in your hand. You hold on to it tightly, my friend.
Damn straight. Ali, performance woman.
Again,
Can
Petar
I-
Finka. What a
Yeah.
champion.
How's this? Sharing
Yeah.
multiple screens may affect your machine performance. I'm sure can you tick this box? I'm sure my device can handle it. That's what.
There were so many sentences in that one that could be.
Now let's try and share screen. And
Yes.
share the right screen.
Oh, this is what we're going into now.
This is going to technology. I mean,
Yeah. I don't even think that I don't even think Doug's is watching anymore.
No, Doug's us here.
Doug's asked for. He's 65. He's old. Here we go. You can't ask too much.
In his new song, Skoro Penzia.
You know what? Now we're in prime time in Croatia at the moment.
Damn straight. But this is the YouTube. Doug, Drago, Ivanek, Ljubav, Sloboda, Istina. Is this thing even working? Probat ćemo mi on the next page to make sure it works.
Make sure.
Make sure you
Make
join
make
yourself.
sure.
Meni je davno rekao stari, sine moj, zapamti, postoje samo 3 stvari za koje vrijedi živjeti, a ostalo je manje važno. Mržnja će biti svud oko tebe, laž će te pratit na svakom koraku. Vidjet ćeš kako žele slobodu zatočiti u tamnom mraku, a tome se odupri snažno. Ljubav, sloboda i istina, neka te vode do kraja. Neće to biti lagan put, neće biti posut ružama, ali je vrijedan žrtve, boli i patnje, jer je jedini dostojan čovjeka. Mržnja će biti svud oko tebe, laž će te pratit na svakom koraku. Vidjet ćeš kako žele slobodu zatočiti u tamnom mraku, a tome se odupri snažno. Ljubav, sloboda i istina, neka te vode do kraja. Neće to biti lagan put, neće biti posut ružama, ali je vrijedan žrtve, boli i patnje, jer jedini dostojan čovjeka. Neće to biti lagan put, neće biti posut ružama, ali je vrijedan žrtve, boli i patnje, jer jedini dostojan čovjeka. Meni je davno rekao stari, sine moj, zapamti, postoje samo 3 stvari za koje vrijedi živjeti, a ostalo je manje važno. Satavana iz Bodruma
Pogledaj karapege zanimljive, veseli se baja, on viče, daj mi diče. He was the king of the divan, je very dobar song. I am the king of the divan. Sa tavana iz Podrum